Good morning. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Georgia versus Colt Gray and his sentencing in his, I don't even know what to say, the Apalachee High School shooting. Good morning. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am. Guess my audio is working. It's Monday morning. Woohoo! All right, settle in, get comfortable. We got a full day of sentencing ahead for us, so we will see you guys on the other side. Right. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Good to see you. How's everybody doing? It is Monday, July 27th, 2026. We are in day 2 of the Colt Gray sentencing. Remember, he took a non-negotiable plea deal. He changed his plea from not guilty to guilty. And right now we're basically, it's a mini trial. So they had court on Friday. They talked about having court on Saturday, but I'm not sure if Judge was just confused and he didn't know it was Friday or they switched it. Whatever. They did not have court on Saturday, so here we are, Monday, day 2. And welcome in, everybody. Let me see, what have we got going on here? Who is with us today? We've got Kaylee. How are you? Good morning, Elaine. How are you doing? Good vibes only. Aussie Gardner. Hey, Ed. How are you? Camilla. Welcome in, Horse Welfare and Kimbers. Seashell, how are you doing? Dina and William, good to see you guys. Crazy Mary Fitz, Scroopnick, great to see you today. Kimber saying happy Monday to everybody. YT Hazel, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hellrider, how are you? Good morning, Trial Junkies. Sweet Fampy, great to see you. Thank you guys for joining us. Hope you guys all had a great weekend. My car battery died, so I was out getting ready to go food shopping and run my errands, and my car battery died, which was one of the main reasons I got a new car. So I had to get it towed, and they replaced it for free because I was looking at the Carfax, and it said, batteries corroded, could cause problems. And I just assumed they switched the battery out because that was in April. And they gave me new tires. This was in April. New tires, new brakes, oil change. So I thought, oh, cool. I just assumed they fixed the battery as well. Nope, they did not. So that was my Saturday. And then Sunday, I went to go pick it up. So, and then the AC wasn't working. So it's been a weekend. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Quilting Girl, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. I see you guys like dog paw tea. Hey, Green Eyed Cat, how are you? Good to see you. Trial Fan, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Bex, how are you? Great to see you. Tammy and KS, hello, hello. So the deal with Lindsay Clancy is I think we're going to do like a Sunday recap because we've already talked to you guys about how we're not going to stream it live, but I'm thinking we're going to do a Sunday recap. So for those that are really interested and want to join us on a Sunday, we're going to just kind of recap what happened over the week. Mama C, how are you? Good to see you. Crazy Mary Fitz, welcome in. Snap, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Iowa Backyard, heat and sinus congestion has me feeling very tired. That stinks. Hey, Brett, how are you? Edward, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Amber, so good to see you. Christine, thank you for joining us. Hey, Crunchy Frog, great to see you. Renee, your week was horrible. Oh, your weekend. Your week? or week. Oh, your week was, I guess. Hot damn, Elaine, how are you? Great to see you. Hey, CDJ, thank you for joining us. Michelle, welcome in. Crunchy Frog had a bad weekend too. Packing your house for moving. Bright Point is new kitty. Penny cat. Nice. All right, let me get us over here, see if we've got a feed yet. Don't want that. Let's see, do we have a feed yet? No feed. All right, I guess they're coming on at 9 o'clock. Top of the hour. All right, let me see here. Do we have a feed yet? Day 2, no feed yet. All right, so no feed yet. So they're scheduled to come in. Here, let me put myself on screen here. They are scheduled to come on at 9 o'clock, which is about 10 minutes. Amber, we are not covering Lindsay Clancy. We decided last night we're going to do recaps. So we'll do like maybe Sunday. I'm thinking Sunday afternoons. We'll show some key testimony from the week. And, just sort of keep our toes in it, because it's one of those trials I really, really, really want to cover. But we made an executive decision last weekend that we have Colt Gray sentencing continuing. We've got Colin Gray sentencing coming up. We didn't want to abandon them or stop them. And I didn't feel like dual streaming or working until midnight. So we had to make a choice. So we're going to stay with the Grays. And then we thought, well, we're only going to be behind a week. Maybe we can pick up over the weekend. But then no, Sarah Grace Patrick is starting next week. Then we have Courtney Clenny starting. We've got Mario Fernandez. We've got Tupac. We've got Shanna Gardner. We have too many other trials that we've personally invested our time in. And we've done deep dives and we've done previous streams. So to answer your question, we're not going to be streaming Lindsay Clancy live, but we will be streaming, we'll be doing recaps. Flower Girl, how are you? Welcome in. Great to see you. Seashell, you're going to try and send a video of Zoe the cat. Nice. Hey, Kaylee, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's see. Iowa, youngest daughter is in Sioux Falls for more Walmart training. Said there was at least 16 Mid-American Energy trucks. Wow. Didn't even know that was happening. Hey, Fanny, how are you? Christine, good to see you. Betty, welcome in. Good to see you guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable. And we are going to continue our coverage. So Jason Smith was on the stand the last time we were together. Jason Smith, of course, was the lead investigator. He interviewed Colt twice, once at the school moments after this happened, and then back at the station as well. Remember him, Colt, at the school, he was a mess, right? He was just hysterical and crying and going on and on and on. But then when he got back to the station, he was much more calm, if you guys remember that. Some highlights. Let me see. What were some highlights? Well, we had victim impact statements. Can't forget about those. We heard from Brianna Schermerhorn, which was Mason's mother. We heard from Elena and Liliana, which was both of them were Mason's sister. We had heard from Shanna, who was Richard's wife. We heard from Ismail. He was Christian's brother. Then we heard from some student victims, Taylor Jones, Natalie Griffith, Nautica, Hayden, Ariana, who else? Michaela, that was read by a advocate. And then Jackson's mother wrote a statement, and that was read by an advocate. So we heard from 12. We heard 12 victim impact statements. That started us off. And then we heard from Jessica Raybird, who is the principal, and then Jason Smith. So he's the one that is starting to bring in testimony and evidence as to what happened. He talks about the process that Colt went through. Remember, there were 2 notebooks, I think. His notebooks were pretty chilling. Some of the stuff found in his notebook. He had written the word "why" and multiple times, filled the entire page with why, wrote it really big, wrote it small, like 100 times. And all I could think of is like, God, this is like, I feel like I'm watching a movie, but it's real. This kid was like, really doing that. Now, he was self-diagnosed, saying that he had schizophrenia, which, as we know from Carlos and listening to their experts, we know when somebody comes in and says, I've got schizophrenia. They don't have schizophrenia. Hey, Abe, how are you? Auntie Reed, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Mann, how are you? Welcome in. Yeah, Seashell, remember the notebooks? Oh, I took screenshots too. I took some screenshots. Let me see if let me pull some of these up. These are pretty intense in my opinion. This kid's got some issues. Whatever it is, he's got some issues. I don't know if he's got what he claims because he's self-diagnosing, but yeah, he did drawings of him, doing the deed, if you will. Like, this is him. These are his drawings, Oh, here, let me turn off my closed captioning there. Excuse me. So there's like a drawing of of a classroom, including the teacher. Yeah, he would take notes saying, hit the teacher first. He has his plan. Let me see here. Did I take pictures of Y? Oh, I don't think I took pictures of Y. Oh, that stinks. I thought I took pictures of Y. I guess not. But anyway, I can write and write. Just save me. I just want to be taken away from this cruel world. Not part of. Oh, here we got a feed. All right, they just kicked in. He's definitely got something going on. I'm just not quite sure what it is. I know he got evaluated, but they didn't go with NGRI, right? They didn't say, "Oh, we're gonna, our what do you call it? Our defense is going to be, he is schizophrenic, and this was part of a schizophrenic episode." So we're not hearing that at all. So here's his walk from first to the bathroom. So, I mean, he really just like laid it out. It's pretty chilling. So I'll see my bag down. I can't quite read all of this. Take a moment. Yeah, it's hard to read. Anyway, all right, here we go. Sounds like, oh, yeah. Investigator Smith was reading all of this into testimony yesterday. Or I'm sorry, Friday. Shoot, I wish I had taken some pictures of his Y. I didn't take any pictures of his Y. I wish I had taken pictures of that or a screenshot of that. Anyway, you guys remember. Oops. Oh yeah. Here's by. Remember I showed you that website. This is shootings from 1966. There were 9. So far this year, there's 98. And it peaked in, 2023? 352. So that's from 50, and Columbine was 99. So where's 99? 1999. It's only 23 only, listen to me, only 23. But this could be, remember, this isn't just somebody walking into a school. This has to do with all kinds of things. Illegal activity, escalation of dispute, anger, accidental, self-defense, racial, psychosis, officer involved. So it's not just, kids walk in and start blasting up a school. It's intentional property damage. The majority of it is escalation of dispute, hostage standoff, drive-bys, domestic with targeted victim bullying. So those stats aren't, it's just kids going in and, shooting somebody. I guess that would fall under psychosis maybe, which is 42. And then what else would it be? Indiscriminate maybe, 145. So, and then there's MS, I don't know. So anyway, it's not a good stat. It's a pretty disturbing stat. So, Jenny Lynn, you enjoyed the jam session this morning with your coffee? Cool, thank you. Yeah, for those that don't know, if you are a member, I released my first session, the squeegee sessions. And yeah, it's just me jamming, just me playing some music. It's about 14 minutes. I think I played 6 songs. So I wanted to give that to you guys. I've been threatening to play music for you guys for for a year and a half now. And I have done some music. I've played a few songs here and there, and they are posted. But yeah, this is going to be like a new series. So if you guys are members, you can go check it out. I just released that yesterday. Hey, William, how are you? Great to see you. Treasure Hog, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And yes, let's take a moment to hit the like button. Good morning, Mal. How are you? I don't know what's going on with him, Amber. We need to hear from his side for sure. I want to hear from his side. Definitely, yeah. Let's hit the like button, you guys. We're at 91 likes. Let's hit the like button. Let's get us up to 100 at least. If you are not in our chat and you are just listening to me, if you do hear my voice and if you take a moment, just please hit the like button. Seashell at 6 a.m. You're so good jamming. Thank you, Seashell. Appreciate that. Auntie Ree is on your laptop, listening on your phone, getting real techie. Iowa Backyard Cam, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Hey, Terry. Ooh, good job. 103 likes. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Make sure for you guys new coming in, take a moment and hit the like button. Hey, Anna. Good morning. Hot damn, what do I think about these team takeovers? Oh, sounds like we got some for. We'll bring that up again and we'll talk about that. All right, court's in session.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Present for the record. If I recall, the investigator, y'all had finished direct with him, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ready for cross?
Your Honor, I believe logistically we're going to take Dr. Richards first this morning.
Okay.
And if the state doesn't have any objection to that.
And the state has an objection to that, Your Honor.
All right.
So, Judge, if I could call Dr. Kevin Richards to the stand.
Accessibility.
Do you need someone to go?
Is there anyone?
He may still be out in the hall.
Dr. Richards.
Yes.
So instead of crossing the investigators, the defense is going to call Dr. Richards. Dr. Richards. So the defense is going to call their witness. So clearly out of order because the state has investigated. So here's a doctor for the defense.
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated and introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Kevin Richards. Last name is spelled Richards.
And Dr. Richards, what kind of profession do you have right now?
I'm a forensic psychologist.
Okay.
Can I get you to...
forensic psychologist?
I'm sorry, let me get you to pull that mic down. Yeah, yes, sir.
Is that better?
Yes, sir, thank you.
And as a forensic psychologist, Currently, where do you work?
I'm in private practice. I have a private practice called Forensic Specialty Group in Marietta.
And how long have you been there?
Full-time, I've been doing that since 2007. I actually started the practice in 2002 as kind of a side hustle when I was working for the state.
And prior to 2002, did you work as a psychologist?
I did. I've been working as a psychologist since 1991.
And what kind of work did you do prior to 2002?
Before I went into private practice full-time, I was working at Northwest Georgia Regional Hospital in Rome. It's since closed, but I was on I did forensic evaluations out of that hospital. Prior to that, I worked at Clifton T. Perkins Hospital Center in Maryland, which is the state of Maryland's maximum security hospital. And there was a brief time in between then when I worked at Atlanta Regional in Decatur for about 7 months.
Now, what kind of educational background do you have to be a psychologist?
You have to have a doctoral degree. I have a PhD from the University of South Florida. I got that in 1991 after completing the requirements and a 1-year pre-doctoral internship at the University of Minnesota. I also got a master's from USF in 89, and before that a bachelor's from a small school in Connecticut called Fairfield University in 1985.
And do you have license in Georgia as a psychologist?
I do, yeah. I'm licensed in, I think, 5 states right now.
Do you have any other state licenses?
Yes, I'm licensed also in North Carolina, Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Alaska.
Do you have any certifications beyond that?
I'm board certified in forensic psychology by the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
And prior to working as a forensic psychologist, you had just described some of the jobs that you had, but you're also working as a clinical psychologist.
I have at times. My career's been primarily forensic, but all forensic psychologists are clinical psychologists first, and then they specialize. So my degree is in clinical psychology. I developed this specialty in forensic psychology after I got my doctoral degree.
Are you currently involved with any professional organizations?
I'm involved with the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. I belong to APA and a number of other professional organizations that are kind of involved in the kind of work that I do.
Have you worked in any consulting capacities?
I have. I do a fair bit of consulting now. I consult with the various branches of the military when they have courts-martial. I also do a fair bit of file case reviews for attorneys.
Have you worked in any hospitals or regional facilities?
Well, just the 2 I mentioned, well, 3 I mentioned, Clifton T. Perkins in Maryland, and then Atlanta Regional in Decatur, and then Northwest Regional when it was open up in Rome.
And during your term as a forensic psychologist, have you handled any kind of training for psychology or non-psychology experts in the field of forensics?
Yeah, for a while when I was in Maryland, I was on the adjunct faculty at American University in the PhD program. I used to teach their PhD students forensic psychology and a variety of other things. I don't have any academic appointments now, but I do a fair bit of training for attorneys and students and interns and other psychologists.
And have you had any contribution to publications?
Not very much, honestly. I'm not an academic. I've had a practice career, so.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
And can you give us an idea of how many cases?
Close to 300, probably.
And have they been just in the state of Georgia or in other places?
I know they've been in Georgia, where else? New Mexico, Arizona, Wyoming, and then all over the world on military bases, Korea, Japan, Germany.
I'm going to hand you a copy of the document that I've marked as D2, and I'm going to ask if you can identify that for me.
Sure. Yes, that's a copy of my CD.
Did you contribute or compose that CD?
Yeah, I wrote it.
And looking over it, have there been any alterations since you drafted that?
Done a couple of additional trainings, but otherwise, no.
Is that the copy of the CD that you have provided for me?
Yes.
To distribute to the other parties?
That's correct.
Judge, at this time I'd like to tender D2 in to the record as evidence.
State, no objection. It's submitted.
Thank you, Judge. You're here testifying on a case with Colt Gray. How did you become involved with that case?
I got involved when his original attorney, Mr. Kraft from the Public Defender's Office, contacted me and asked me if I would be willing to do an evaluation.
And how long ago was that?
A year and a half, 2 years ago. No, it was about a year and a half ago, I'm guessing.
At that time, did he provide you with evidence or materials to look through?
He did. He sent me a hard drive that had essentially, I think, the entire case file on it.
And what kinds of information was on that?
Oh gosh, there was a lot of police documentation, there was interviews, there was DFACS records, there was school records, body camera video from law enforcement. I mean, there was a lot.
Was the request done for a full forensic psychological evaluation?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, a forensic psychological evaluation.
Well, for a forensic evaluation, Mr. Kraft was particularly interested in looking at the case in light of the Miller v. Alabama decision about sentencing juveniles to life without parole.
Talk a little bit about the difference between a clinical psychologist operation and forensic.
Well, forensic psychologists focus on application of clinical principles to questions of law. So, as I noted earlier, all forensic psychologists are clinical psychologists first, and then they specialize in application of clinical psychological principles to legal questions. It's similar to physicians. Once you graduate med school, you're a doctor, but until you do a residency and specialize, you can't be a surgeon or a pediatrician or something like that.
So what kind of investigation techniques and methodologies do you use?
I do quite a bit of interviewing. I do a lot of case review, looking at evidence. If there are prior records, prior evaluations, I look at that. If there are collateral sources that I can talk to and interview, I talk to those people. I do psychological testing.
Judge, at this time, I would like to tender Kevin Richards as an expert in forensic psychology and clinical psychology based on his education, his experience, and the methodologies that he uses in his work.
Mr. Smith? No objection. All right, he'll be admitted as an expert.
Thank you, Judge. Now, when you first entered the case, did you immediately go to interview Colt, or did you do some background work?
I did a little bit of review, but I did go to see him fairly soon after Mr. Kraft contacted me. I don't know the exact timeline. I know it wasn't very long.
Okay. And in that early interview, can you tell us what your impressions were from that beginning?
I thought he was kind of an odd kid. When he first started the interview, he had wanted to put his arms inside his sweatshirt because he said he liked the way that felt better. His affect was a little bit odd and flat, but otherwise, there was nothing terribly remarkable. He was cooperative. He didn't give me a bad time. He answered my questions. Cooperated with the testing that I did.
Did you interview him subsequent to that?
I did. I interviewed him a total of 4 times, I think for a total of about 15 hours.
And did you interview any other collateral sources?
Yeah, I talked to his mom. I talked to her twice, and it totaled about 3 hours back in May of this year.
Okay. After that review and investigation, did you also review the file that was given to you by Mr. Kraft, was it?
It was Mr. Kraft that sent me the hard drive. Yes, I went through substantially. I think I looked at pretty much everything that was on. It was a vast amount of information, and there was a lot of things that weren't really relevant, like, for example, watching every single body camera video for officers that responded on the day of the incident wasn't really relevant to what I was doing, but there was a lot of things in the hard drive that were.
As a result of your investigation, did you generate a report?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what I have marked by the efficient purposes D1 and ask you if you could identify that.
Sure. Sorry, I just want to make sure all the pages are here. This looks like a copy of the report that I wrote.
As we go through some of these issues, I'll allow you to refer to it, but please don't read directly from it.
Okay.
For the testimony. Okay. Going back to your initial interview with Colt, did you immediately jump into covering the facts of the event, or how did that work out with you?
No, typically when I do an interview, I start with easy questions like, what's your birthday, where are you from, where'd you grow up, and so a lot of the first interview was talking a lot about his history, where he lived, where he was born, who his mom and dad were, whether he had siblings, that kind of thing. Just getting kind of basic background information.
And in that background information, did he cover his family life, the circumstances that happened between his parents, his brother and sister?
He did.
Okay. Some of those issues that came up when he was young, can you enlighten us as to what you think may be important in his development?
There was a lot of moving around, a lot of chaos. There was the family moved a really large number of times. There were financial problems. There were issues with neglect, lack of money, moving into places that didn't have any furniture, having utilities shut off, not always having food in the house, those kinds of things. There was reports of some abuse by the dad. I think the dad was using drugs. Eventually, both parents were using drugs, which also had a detrimental effect on the well-being in the family. So it was pretty chaotic. There was a lot of, I think, abuse and a fair bit of kind of neglect and just a lot of transition and chaos.
And where was Colt positioned in the family?
He's the oldest of three. He's got a younger sister named Jenny and a little brother named Coley. I think Jenny's 15 now. I think Coley's 12.
When he was going into his background, did he describe anything to you that raised special red flags, like what has perceptions of the violence that he may have seen in his development?
I mean, he talked about the stuff between him and his dad. I think there was a lot of chaos between the parents as well. I'm not sure if that was physical. I think maybe it was at times, but I think a lot of it was a lot of screaming and yelling.
Did he give you an indication of whether he was closer to his mom or his dad, or did he?
I think he had complaints about both of them at different times. I would say he probably had a closer relationship with his mom than he did with his dad.
And how did any of this chaos that you were referring to in constant moving, how did any of that affect his feeling of stability in bed?
I think he already started out as, like I said, kind of an unusual kid, and I think all of the chaos and so forth led to him. What it really led to him being was really isolated. A lot of times his mom and dad weren't putting him in school. They didn't take him to socialize. He didn't hang out with other kids. Didn't have like a normal childhood where he had friends and things to do. They were always moving, and like I said, he wasn't in school a fair bit of the time, and it kind of drove him into a sort of an isolated position, at which point I think he discovered the computer, and then that's kind of where that whole situation took off.
Did he give you an understanding of how financial problems came about with him?
He said it was spending money on drugs and irresponsible purchases, things that couldn't be afforded, and then moving into houses and apartments that couldn't afford and getting evicted, instead of spending the money on taking care of the family, buying trucks and boats and RVs and stuff like that. Just a lot of really irresponsible behavior with money.
Did he tell you how many schools he attended?
I don't recall exactly. It was inconsistent because sometimes he was in school and sometimes he wasn't. I think there was an entire year where they just didn't even bother to register him. So,
was there any extended family that he was involved with?
It seems like he had a pretty good relationship with his grandma, Miss Polhamus, Debbie.
And is that the maternal or paternal?
I think that's Marcy is his mom. I think that's Marcy's mom.
Do you know how much contact he had with her during this time?
I think he was in and out of her home at various times. She would take him. I know DFAX was involved with the family at times, and like I said, both of the parents were having issues with drugs and financial problems and so forth. And so I think when those things would get bad, I think there were times when Debbie stepped in. I think the kids lived with Debbie at various times.
Did he have a chance to go down and stay with her much?
Again, we didn't discuss specifically, but it was clear he spent a fair bit of time with his grandma.
Obviously, some of this time occurred during COVID. How did that impact?
I think it impacted like everybody else. I think he was already a kid who was pretty isolated, and COVID didn't help that for any of us. And so I think the idea that stuck at home, not going to school, locked down, I think it just kind of reinforced the level of sort of isolation and loneliness.
Now, you had indicated that you got involved a lot with the computer. Did he tell you any direction or any interests he had with the computer?
Most of his social life was on the computer. He was a gamer. He played online video games, but he was also spending a lot of time on communication platforms, specifically on Discord, which is a place you can go to play games, but also chat with people, look for people with similar interests. I think he spent time on Reddit, and then eventually kind of got really focused on this, what they call the true crime community, which is a group of mostly teens and adolescents that are focused on true crime, primarily focused on people that do mass shootings. To the point of being obsessed.
So in the context of social development, how does that kind of isolation impact the growth of a child going through the developmental stage?
Well, I think what happens is that you end up, everybody's impacted by the experiences that they have when they're growing up, and I think if you're really isolated, those kind of normal social developmental experiences that people have, you're deprived of those, and when you kind of go into the online world, it's fraught with problems. So if you're carrying on your social life or carrying on your, their substitute for a social life online, it can lead you into some dark places.
During that time that he was getting involved with the true crime community, did he indicate to you he had any fixation on any certain types of crimes?
It was primarily on school shootings, although he was focused on a fellow named Holmes, who was the individual who did the shooting in the Aurora, Colorado movie theater. That wasn't a school shooting. It was a mass shooting, but it wasn't at a school. He initially, I think, was focused on Adam Lanza, who is the person that did the school shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary up in Connecticut, and then ultimately became really focused on Nicholas Cruz, who is the person who did the school shooting at Parkland, at the high school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. And that was the one I think he was most focused on, although he said he was more focused on Holmes just prior to the shooting.
And as he was getting into this true crime community, did he impart the information to you that gave you red flags about his mental health? He was talking a lot about how he kind of related to these people, how he could, felt like they had similar histories. I kind of asked him what drew him to it, and he said, well, Nicholas Cruz was a lonely guy, and he had a bad family life, and, he was depressed, and he thought about killing himself, and I had all those things too, and so I felt like I could relate to him, and so it kind of, again, it eventually kind of turned into an obsession, but in terms of his mental health, I think it was, he became more isolated, more focused on the computer, and consequently, in parallel, his ability to kind of have relationships and interactions with people outside of the online world became impaired to the point where he even said, if I went out and tried to have interactions with people, it would be really hard. I just had panic attacks because I had been so focused on online. And it was clear by the time the shooting happened that his entire life basically was online. He didn't have any friends outside. He wasn't, I don't think, going to school very much. He mentioned knowing some kids at school, but he hadn't been at Apalachee very long. So there wasn't really anything going on for him aside from his intense focus on these online relationships, and these online relationships were in the true crime community, which is a pretty dysfunctional place. At what point did he indicate to you he began having suicidal ideations?
That's been going on for a while. It's hard to know exactly when. I think it's waxed and waned over time. He's dealt with depression and anxiety, and I think at times, depending on circumstances in his life, getting worse or better, he would think about hurting himself or killing himself. He also did some non-lethal self-harming behavior, cutting himself. There was an instance he said he cut himself once with a butter knife, and he had some kind of he described it almost like a surgical tool that he used to cut his arms with, so there was that as well. I don't think he ever made an actual suicide attempt, but he thought about it and became feeling like he wanted to kill himself, but never actually tried.
Are you familiar enough with gamers and TCC community to give us an idea as to whether that's a normal component or is that something that is unique to him?
Well, I learned quite a bit about the true crime community just working on this case, but that seems pretty, those are the kids that are in there. There are kids who have issues, there are kids that have problems, there are kids that have mental illnesses, there are kids that are disaffected, lonely, suicide and self-harm are themes that come up a lot. This obsession, fixation on people who have done these horrible crimes comes up quite a bit. And so these are the people that are there. That's who you're interacting with when you're in that community, are people that have a similar kind of fixation and also have some, there were two people, I think I read about 50,000 messages, Discord messages between him and primarily two young women, and the relationship was extraordinarily dysfunctional.
And as you were going through your investigation, you indicated you had interviewed some other family members.
Yeah, just mom.
Okay. What kinds of information did she give you about his young development?
It was kind of parallel to what he said. She fleshed it out a little bit more, obviously, because she was able to provide information about him when he was very young, information that Colt wouldn't have had, kind of about his, perinatal development, meeting developmental milestones, what he was like as a baby, what he was like as a toddler and a young kid. And so that was helpful. In terms of the way that the family life progressed, I think, Mom clearly has a bias toward. She has her own way of seeing things. She has a tendency to blame most things on the dad. And I'm not saying he's without any faults, but that's kind of was her angle. But she did provide quite a lot of information kind of about the family moving and the financial problems. She was pretty forthcoming about her own issues with drugs and the dad's issues with drugs and, how things just weren't getting taken care of properly with the kids.
Did he ever give you any indication that the family had been involved with the Department of Family and Children's Services at any point?
Yeah, I think there were various times when DFACS was involved. I know there was when his mother got involved in drugs, I think DFACS got involved then. I know they got involved right after the shooting as well, but I know there's been involvement. There were records that I got that showed that there had been contact with DFACS over issues with this family. Not sending the kids to school, not taking care of the kids, being neglectful. I remember specifically reading some records about truancy, about how he just wasn't showing up. I'm not even sure he was registered.
And to your knowledge, did he ever spend any time in foster care?
Foster care, I don't recall. I know he was with his grandma a fair bit. I don't know that he was ever in any foster homes.
Okay. In the months, or actually let's say weeks before the shooting, as you reviewed the records and the discovery that was given to you by Mr. Kraft, did you notice an increase in his statements and activities regarding suicidal ideations or related to acts like the shooting?
He was talking to a young woman named Amanda, who went by Mandy, and he wasn't saying anything specifically about doing the shooting. They talked about school shootings a lot. Both of them were obsessed in a very dysfunctional way with Nicholas Cruz, but he was making statements to the fact that he was paranoid, that he felt suicidal, that he felt he was hurting himself, but he was also making kind of ominous statements about how something was going to happen soon. It was going to happen on September 4th, and I think Ms. Coots Mandy had an inkling that that's what he was talking about, but he never specifically said it, but he did say that something big is going to happen on the 4th, and it was almost like a countdown in their messages as that was approaching.
And did you get any indication that he had reached out to his family for help on the suicidal ideations?
It didn't seem like it. Oh, actually,
I'm sorry, you said did or didn't?
I said didn't seem like, I know he made statements to the effect that he was telling his dad that he needed help, and when I talked to Mom said she noticed around the time not long before that he was having more panic attacks, more anxiety, that his level of paranoia maybe was a little bit worse. So I'm mistaken, actually. Yeah, he did talk about that, and evidently there was some effort afoot to get him into a clinic. I had some messages, they were basically phone messages between Colt's dad and a mental health facility trying to set up an appointment for him, but they never took him to an ER or a hospital or anything like that. It was trying to get outpatient treatment.
Okay, so to your understanding, no one ever called a crisis mental health center for him?
Not that I'm aware of. His mom mentioned when I spoke with her that she felt like he needed to go to an inpatient facility, but nobody ever took him to one, and nobody ever took him to an ER.
Okay. And at the time of the shooting occurred, I'll go back to something else for just a moment. In your conversations with his mom, did she indicate to you that she had given him any kind of medication?
Yeah, she started giving him Zoloft. She had a prescription for Zoloft. Colt did not have a prescription for Zoloft. And what she was doing was taking pills and breaking them up and giving him pieces of them. So there was no prescription, and it's unclear what kind of dose he was getting. Estimated, I think they were 100 milligram or 200 milligram pills she was breaking up, and she was giving him about a fourth of them at a time. But again, when you break them, that's not the way you're supposed to take Zoloft. But that's how he was getting it. It was from his mom.
Did he describe how it was affecting him?
He said it made him feel a little bit racy, a little bit wound up.
Is that kind of like the opposite effect of what it's supposed to have?
Some people do experience a little bit of activation with SSRIs. I mean, I'm not an MD, but I've been around them a bunch. Some people do get a little bit of activation, but they also help with anxiety and depression. I think he said he felt maybe a little bit better, but they made him feel kind of racy and sped up.
How intense at that time was his depression?
I think it was pretty severe. I mean, it waxed and waned. I think it was pretty severe. I think at the time of the shooting, the anxiety and paranoia were probably prominent, although the depression was always kind of there. And the thoughts about hurting or killing himself were always kind of there. But I think around the time of the shooting, it was primarily the anxiety that was prominent.
What kinds of characteristics did his paranoia take on?
He talked about being afraid that there were plots against him. He talked about believing that people were talking about him. Like if he was out in public, he'd see people talking. It's called an idea of reference, when you believe that seeing something happening in public refers to you. If you see two people talking to one another and you think they're talking about you. He talked about believing that the teachers were plotting against him. He mentioned this to his mom and also to Mandy. And so it was that kind of thing. He also had this idea that somehow his computer had been, he used the word infiltrated. He wasn't sure who did it, but he kept changing his usernames, and he was storing information, I think, on like little SD drives like you use with a camera, and he was taking those out and destroying them, breaking them up, because he was afraid. He never was able to tell me who he thought was doing it or why, but felt like somebody was probably keeping track of him. He said some more, I think, more outlandish things that I'm not sure, about cars going by the house and seeing people. I'm not sure how much of that was, maybe a little bit of an exaggeration, but I did believe he used to kind of conflate his paranoia and anxiety. He was real anxious, but he was worrying about things, and so there was an element of paranoia that he used to kind of conflate with the anxiety, and the two of them kind of coexisted like that. So.
And are those kinds of things that can impair someone's judgment if they're going through those episodes?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if somebody believes that there are, forces marshaling against them, that can certainly impact the way that they carry on their life. Certainly he was doing certain things in response to the beliefs that he had, like destroying the hard drives or the SD cards and changing his usernames. But I don't think he was really doing, other things in the service of them.
Now, you made a reference to his thinking the teachers were against him. Was that teachers at his current school or his older school?
The teachers at his current school.
Were you familiar with the circumstances that took place when he was in Jackson County?
I'm not sure specifically what you mean.
When the FBI came out to investigate?
Yes, yeah, I was aware that there was a message, I think, that got flagged on Discord about somebody making a statement about doing a school shooting, and law enforcement showed up at the house because they were able to trace they were able to look at the account, the email associated with the account, trace the email to him, and so they went and interviewed him about whether he had made this threat.
Did you listen to Inspector Smith's interview of Colt when he was arrested?
There were two of them. There was one at the school and there was one at CID, and I listened to both of them.
And particularly the one at the school, what were your initial impressions when you heard that?
He was pretty hysterical. That was the main thing.
At any point, did he try to deny that he did anything?
No, he didn't.
When he was taken into RYDC, did they do any checkups or any assessments on him to determine if there were any psychological or physical issues?
I think they do that with most kids, but what I learned when I was talking with him is that he was having these symptoms. He was telling me about this paranoia and stuff that he was having, and then I asked him, well, what do the mental health people think about it? And he's, I haven't told them. And so I suggested that maybe being more forthright about these things, if they were going on, would be a good idea. And then I think he started talking more to the staff about it. I also alerted his attorney.
Did you have access to any of the records from DJJ?
Not until just a few days ago.
Did you get a chance to review them?
Yeah, there was a lot, but yeah, I reviewed them.
What was your understanding of his initial treatment plan?
Initial treatment?
When he was in RYDC?
Okay. I think it changed over time. He was reporting some paranoid ideation that was continuing, worrying about other kids in the RYDC, worrying about the staff, worrying about the cooks putting stuff in his food. And I think at one time they diagnosed him with something called schizoaffective disorder, which is a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. He said they did. I didn't find evidence of that in the records. But they were treating him with antipsychotic medication and also an antidepressant medication. They're actually giving him Zoloft, which is what his mom was giving him. They started him on an antipsychotic called quetiapine, but evidently he had some side effects, so they changed him to one called olanzapine or Zyprexa, which he remained. I think he's still on it now, and the Zoloft.
Do you recall what their determination of his diagnosis was?
Yeah, they diagnosed him with a mood disorder, depression with psychotic features. They diagnosed him with conduct disorder. They diagnosed him with an unspecified personality disorder, and they diagnosed him with PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder.
What's unspecified personality disorder?
It basically means that you think somebody has a personality disorder, but personality, there's a variety in the DSM, which is a diagnostic manual. There's a number of specific personality disorders. Personality disorder is a dysfunctional pattern of interpersonal behavior that's kind of persistent across time and situations. They tend to develop in adolescence and early adulthood, and they can manifest in various different ways. And if you're not really sure, if you think the person probably has a personality disorder, has dysfunctional interpersonal functioning that impairs their relationships, you can diagnose them with a personality disorder unspecified, which means you're not sure whether it's a narcissistic or borderline or some other specific personality disorder.
Did you find substantiation for that in your work?
No, well, I mean, 14, 15 is really too young to diagnose a personality disorder. If you're talking about something that develops in, late adolescence and early adulthood, he hadn't even really gotten there yet. And, one of the things about kids in adolescence is that their character and their personalities are not fully formed. They're developing. They're works in progress. Their brains are still developing. Their personalities are still developing. And so to find evidence of a personality disorder, you have to have something that you observe kind of onsetting in late late adolescence and early adulthood, carrying on into adulthood and impacting a person's ability to have normal functional interpersonal relationships, but it has to be across time and situations. It can't be limited to one particular relationship or one particular situation. And when you're 14, 15 years old, it's really just, I'm really just too young to diagnose a personality disorder, in my opinion.
What about with schizoaffective disorder?
Well, I don't think he has schizoaffective disorder. Schizoaffective disorder is a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. If you want to think of it in a simple way, if you have schizophrenia and you have either bipolar disorder and depression at the same time, that's what schizoaffective disorder is. So a person has what we call the main criteria for schizophrenia, which is psychotic symptoms, hallucinations, delusions, disorganized behavior, that kind of thing, at the same time that they're having either a manic episode or a major depressive episode.
And I believe you said the diagnosis also included conduct disorder?
Correct.
What are the components of that?
So conduct disorder, that changed in the DSM-5. It used to be diagnosed in a different way. There's basically a list of 15 kind of dysfunctional behaviors that kids can manifest. And if you have 3 of them, I think in a 12-month period, then you can get diagnosed with conduct disorder. There are also specifiers about your kind of emotional function. If there's a more kind of characterological developing pattern of these kinds of behaviors that are, again, occurring across time and situation, like personality disorder would later, then you can get diagnosed with, I think it's called with like limited emotional function or something like that.
What kinds of behaviors did he exhibit that would qualify in the conduct?
Well, I honestly didn't find a lot. I mean, there was obviously the main one that landed him in the RYDC, but while he was in the RYDC, actually all of the behavior management plans were directed at protecting him from being victimized or preventing him from hurting himself. There was no indication there was ever any kind of aggressive behavior or persistent rule-breaking behavior that was occurring. So, aside from, and also prior to, being arrested for the shooting, there wasn't really a pattern of antisocial kind of conduct disorder behavior that was documented anywhere.
Do you recall having looked at pictures from his second interview with Detective Smith?
Yeah, I had an issue with getting the videos to play right, so I was able to see them interacting, but I couldn't hear them, so then I got the audio files and listened to the audio files.
Okay. And was there anything noticeable about his physical state, his arm particularly? Did you notice that there was a photograph of him with cuts or marks on his arm?
I remember because I remember them mentioning and photographing them. And he told me he'd been cutting himself with some kind of a thing with a blade on it.
Is that one of the self-harm actions that he engaged in?
Yeah, that was what he was, there was that and the incident with the butter knife that he told me about. I don't know if there were others. And there was someone he was in the RY as well, breaking up buttons off polo shirts and then making scratches. But you can really kind of only scratch yourself superficially, but still it was brought to the staff's attention. It didn't require any treatment aside from cleaning, but it was problematic. It was concerning because he was hurting himself on purpose.
From your review of the records and your interviews with him, did you notice a difference in him when he was on medication and when he wasn't?
In terms of kind of just normal day-to-day interaction, I would say not particularly. He seemed pretty depressed and anxious most of the time when I was talking to him. He said that the medication helped some with the paranoia, but he was still talking about being worried about people. But his presentation was always kind of similar. I mean, his affect doesn't vary a whole lot. He's kind of flat when you speak with him. So that didn't really change very much.
The medical records commented on a transition plan. Can you tell us your understanding of the transition plan at RYDC?
Well, I think they were transferring him from one facility to another one, and so what they did was kind of did a summary of all of the mental health interventions that had been done, all of the times he had been on, close observations or some other kind of observation due to, risk of self-harm or risk of being victimized. There was also a problem list and, the diagnoses and also a mention of his medications. So it was pretty in one page there was a ton of information kind of about what they had done, and that was for the benefit of the receiving facility so that they were aware of what had been happening without having to, I think it was like 450 pages of records. You could get the gist of it by looking at the transfer summary.
And did they make any changes to his treatment plan when they transferred him?
Not that I'm aware of. I think he stayed on the same medications, so.
So today, would you anticipate that he's still being medicated?
I would assume so.
One of the issues that was raised was malingering. Can you tell us about malingering?
So malingering is basically exaggerating or faking a symptom, and it's a specific way because in malingering you're faking to avoid some other kind of consequence or to get some kind of secondary gain. So you're doing it for a reason. And what in forensic contexts, that's something we're always kind of have our ears perked up for, because people who are facing serious criminal charges sometimes have the motivation to try and manage that in a way that's dysfunctional. I know that there was some question about whether Colt was malingering his psychotic symptoms, and I actually was concerned about that as well.
And do you know of any specific steps that were taken to treat his PTSD?
Specific steps, I'm not aware. I mean, he was given the Zoloft. I think he was in some group psychotherapies. I think they had him in a dialectical behavior therapy. I don't think they had him in one of the empirically supported PTSD treatments, but I could be mistaken about that. I know they were aware and addressing it.
And would trauma-informed therapy be beneficial to somebody with PTSD?
Yes.
Do we know if that was ever provided or available for LEC?
I can't say definitively, honestly.
Okay. When you were doing your assessments, did you run any tests with regard to his other functioning, cognitive, other psychosocial functions?
I gave an IQ test, and I also did a personality test called the Minnesota Multiphasic. It's spelled MULTIPHASIC Personality Inventory, the adolescent version that's been restructured. So it's the MMPI-A-RF. And then also another one called the Trauma Symptom Checklist for Children, or what we call the TSCC. And that's a measure that it gets at specifically at sequelae of trauma in kids and adolescents.
And following those tests, did you come up with your own probable diagnostic direction for him?
I don't think I gave him a specific diagnosis. What I talked about mostly were kind of the phenomenology, the things I was observing, because a specific diagnosis isn't as helpful as kind of describing what you're seeing in forensic evaluations, at least. I did want to rule out whether there was any kind of intellectual functioning deficit, and there's not. His IQ is average. When I did the personality testing, the first time it was invalid because he was what we call over-reporting, meaning he was just kind of endorsing everything willy-nilly. And then I went back and gave it to him again and instructed him to be more careful and thoughtful and to not just endorse everything and to really think about what was going on with him. The second time, there was still some level of over-reporting, but not to the point that it invalidated the testing. And it was pretty consistent with what he was telling me. There was indications of mood problems, anxiety problems, problems with thinking, paranoia, persecutory ideas, suicidal ideation. Psychological tests are not like x-rays or blood tests. What they usually do is help us develop interpretive hypotheses for understanding people, and sometimes they help us corroborate things that we're observing or seeing on interview, and that's pretty much what the MMPI did. Colt never really talked about trauma, PTSD symptoms with me as PTSD symptoms. I would kind of ask him about, traumatic experiencing. Was he having flashbacks? Was he having dreams? And he said he had dreams about the school sometimes, and sometimes dreams about things that happened when he was younger. But the dreams about the school didn't involve the shooting incident. It was just him alone in the school wandering around. But he never really talked about the kind of, when you talk with people with PTSD, they talk about having flashbacks and dreams and traumatic re-experiencing, and they talk about trying to avoid things that remind them of the trauma and changes in their emotional functioning. And the diagnostic criteria are pretty complicated. He didn't talk about that, but on the TSCC, he endorsed a lot of trauma-related symptomatology, and it didn't appear as though there's validity checks in that test as well. It didn't appear as though he was manufacturing them, which I thought was kind of odd, because when I tried to talk to him about it, I wasn't getting much, but he was responding to it on the testing, and clearly the ROADC docs felt he had PTSD as well. Just the water. He did talk about that. Excuse me, sorry. Like I said, when I first met with him, that was the first thing we talked about. He asked if he could pull his arms inside of his sweatshirt and kind of hold his arms around him, because he said he felt more comfortable talking that way. He talked a lot about having issues with noises, particularly with textures, kind of sensory things. When I talked to his mom, she talked about this as well. She said when he was little, he didn't like people touching him, bathing him, washing his hair was a challenge, getting a haircut was a challenge. Noises seemed to bother him, and I think that persisted. He had specific kinds of sheets and towels that he liked. He had little rituals that he did when he got out of the shower, like things laid out a certain way, and so that was the kind of thing that he related to me.
Did any of that give you an indication of any other kind of spectrum disorder that maybe?
Well, it made me wonder whether there was, an element of an autism spectrum disorder, because those kinds of sensory integration issues are common in people that have autism spectrum disorders. And his interpersonal behavior was kind of odd, so it got me wondering or thinking about it. It was something I considered as I continued to talk to him.
Would that be something perhaps that would be good as a rule out and having followed?
I suspect if you wanted to do a specific evaluation for an autism spectrum disorder, that would probably not be a bad idea. In the end, I didn't feel like, based on what I got from him and what I got from his mom, I felt like there was some elements. He certainly has some elements, particularly sensory type elements, and some interpersonal stuff. But in talking to his mom, she said that when he would interact, he was capable of interacting. He didn't have the kind of interactive patterns that we see, particularly with people that have autism spectrum disorders. But, his interpersonal behavior was odd, and we don't have a great sample of it because most of it was online. So, to do an evaluation for that might be worthwhile. I ultimately didn't believe that he met diagnostic criteria, and that's what I put in my report.
And in your report on page 29, you talk about ACE factors. What are ACE factors?
So that stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. Years ago, the Kaiser Foundation and the I guess it was Health and Human Services, CDC did a big study, and they looked at, between 1995 and 97, they looked at 17,000 people, and what they identified were a set of adverse childhood experiences, things that people could experience when they were in their developmental period that tended to be correlated with adverse outcomes when they got older, and some of these were psychological, psychiatric. There was increased levels of depression, anxiety, PTSD, substance abuse in people that had experienced these adverse experiences as children. But what they also found interesting was that there was kind of what we call a dose response characteristic, meaning the more of them there were, the worse the outcomes tended to be. They also studied a lot of kind of physical well-being outcomes, but when I look at these, I'm thinking more about the psychological ones. And certainly, he was exposed to a lot of these things and the manifestations that he has psychologically in terms of his interpersonal function, his anxiety, depression, and so forth. It's not really surprising. They're not the only reason, but certainly not surprising. Growing up in an environment where he was exposed to a lot of adverse things, that he would develop depression, anxiety, and struggle interpersonally.
What is the concept called dose response. How does that relate to today's fact?
It just means that the more of them there are, the worse the outcomes are likely to be.
And I think you said he had experienced most of the factors.
Most of them at one time or another. Yeah. The last one I think was an incarcerated parent. That's only been recently. That wasn't when he was growing up.
How does all of this relate to his overall functioning around the time of the shooting?
Well, I think he was, basically he was a lonely, dysfunctional kid who was anxious, paranoid, depressed, and immersed in this highly dysfunctional world with these people that were obsessed with folks who had done school shootings. So his interpersonal behavior was very dysfunctional and kind of layered on with the psychological issues. He had just kind of disappeared into discord and disappeared into the true crime community, where he wasn't really having interactions or relationships with real people on the outside. I mean, there were real people online, but not real people on the outside.
And with the things that he went through, what would be the normal course of treatment if somebody were to seek treatment for?
Well, it would depend on the specific, kind of manifestations. I think with him, certainly symptomatically, you would try and address the depression, anxiety, any level of paranoia. You would want to try and do that to get some symptom relief with medication. But then, kind of intensive therapy. There are therapies that have been empirically derived to deal with those specific kinds of things. So doing that to try and work through those things or disentangle them, kind of, particularly with a young person, would be the way that we would go. Kind of address the symptoms, and then work on the interpersonal behavior, work on the coping skills, work on the ability to kind of have a normal life in the outside world, would be the things that would be the targets in treatment.
Given your interactions with him, would therapies have helped him?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, anytime a kid is struggling with the psychological, psychiatric problems, and you've got someone whose brain isn't fully developed, whose personality isn't very developed, who doesn't really know very much about the world at 14, who hasn't developed a mature set of coping skills, and then you kind of turn them loose in this dysfunctional environment with these things going on, and coming from a home where there was a lot of neglect and probably some abuse, and not really any kind of normal interpersonal contacts. It's not surprising that he kind of ended up the way that he did, and having had some kind of psychiatric, psychological intervention well before he was this happened, the shooting happened, would have absolutely been beneficial.
And you were talking about the development of 14-year-olds, teenagers growing up. Someone without the psychological burdens that he had, will they develop in a way that they can make more normal decisions?
I think, it's kind of, you think of it as, all teenagers, adolescents, young adults, the brains are still developing, and particularly the frontal lobe is developing. The frontal lobe is important because that's kind of where that controls decision-making, impulse control, anticipating consequences, making good decisions, planning courses of action, considering alternatives. All of that kind of stuff lives in the frontal lobes, and those keep developing into the 20s is what we know now. There was a big study done a number of years ago where it found kind of what we clinicians had known for years is that kind of cognitive development lags behind chronological development. And so, you take somebody who's a normal 14-year-old, they're still going to have all these issues. It's kind of the reason we see adolescents and kids and young adults do more dumb things than adults do. Part of that is because of the way that their brains are underdeveloped. And I think if you pile on, depression, anxiety, neglect, some abuse, some paranoia, that it's just going to exacerbate the situation. But even under the best of circumstances, the brain and the personality and the character are certainly not developed. They're not in anywhere near a final format at age 14.
During your conversations with him, did you speak directly about shooting the himself?
Yes.
Did he ever try to deny that he did?
No.
What was his response as you and you were talking about the victims and what the ramifications were?
Well, he said he felt terrible about the victims, and it was interesting. When he was interviewing with Investigator Smith, they talked quite a bit about that as well, and I think he even wrote some apology letters. I focused more on his own kind of functioning, trying to disentangle kind of what was going on with him at the time. But he certainly talked about the victims, and he talked about in this true crime community also that one of the things he was interested interested in was not only the perpetrators, but the victims. He said with the Parkland, I think Nicholas Cruz killed 17 people, something like that, and he said he was, was interested in their stories and what they were doing with their lives, but obviously more obsessed with the shooter himself.
And would you say that he was apologetic about it?
Pardon me?
Was he apologetic about it?
Yes. Well, certainly was when he was talking to Investigator Smith. I didn't try to elicit anything like that from him. I mean, I asked him how he felt about the thing, and he said he felt terrible. He felt terrible for what he did. He knew he'd, screwed up a lot of lives.
Based on the investigation, your interview with him, understanding all the issues he's facing now psychologically, would he be able to improve with continued therapies, medications, treatment?
Yeah, I think so. Again, you're not talking about somebody who did this in their mid-20s, late 20s, or as an adult, when there could be characterological issues underlying that are kind of well developed. The personality is finished, the brain is finished, and sometimes if you end up in a situation with an older person where there's characterological issues that drive them to do things that are antisocial, there's sometimes not a lot you can do about that. I think when you're dealing with kids in adolescence, there's still some room before things are consolidated, before they're finished, before they're finished developing. You can intervene in a meaningful way to try and help them develop, more healthy coping skills or address some of those symptoms. So, yeah, sure.
You had indicated that Mr. Kraft asked you to do this before in conjunction with the Miller versus Alabama factors for sentencing you.
Right.
Did you reach any conclusions about it?
Well, they talked about incorrigibility and, irredeemable depravity, and I certainly didn't find evidence of that. He didn't appear to be on a really antisocial kind of vector. He wasn't a kid who was getting in trouble a lot. He wasn't a kid that had prior contacts with DJJ. He was doing all this weird stuff on the internet, but it wasn't, antisocial stuff. It wasn't kind of comic disordered stuff. And so what I saw mostly with him were things developmentally where, his interpersonal skills were poorly developed, his mood issues, his anxiety issues, and then the subsequent paranoia were all things that I think were manifestations of things that had happened with him when he was younger, developing, lack of support, lack of treatment. I think they could have been addressed earlier, and I think there's still room. Was he 16 now? He's still an adolescent. His personality is still not done. His character is still not done. His brain is still developing. So there's, I think, room to intervene at this point to make some headway, to undo some of that stuff.
That's all I have, Judge. At this time, I'd like to move D1 into evidence requested to be entered on the seal.
Mr. Smith, any objection? It's the report. All right, it's admitted.
I think you have pretty understood.
He did. Your position?
That's all I have.
That's fine. I'll say, Ron. All right, we'll file that under seal. Why don't we take a short restroom break before cross? All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes or so.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All right, they're going to take a quick break here at 10 o'clock. Yeah, Tucker, I'm not familiar with that. Austin Thompson, not familiar with that case. I'll have to check into that. All right, so defense is still scheduled to cross investigator Jason Smith. Remember, he was on direct testimony Friday, and they stopped, and then he was supposed to be cross-examined today. The defense rather wanted to call Dr. Kevin Richards, who is a forensic psychologist, and they called him out of order, which is, of course, their right to do. So he was contacted by Mr. Kraft. I don't know the first name. That was Colt's original attorney. He said about a year and a half ago. He said he reviewed all the the case file, all the data that goes along with that, and it sounds like to me then this next comment shows where the defense is going. So Mr. Kraft, original lawyer, was interested in the case law regarding sentencing juveniles to life without parole. So it seems like what they're hoping for them, I guess the best case scenario would be to show that Colt could possibly be rehabilitated and come back into society, 40 years from now, 30, 40, 50 years from now, who knows? I mean, he's still young. He's 14? No, he was 14 when this happened. He's 16 now. So, and remember, we were looking it up. It's at least 30 years. He's going to spend at least 30 years if he gets life with the possibility of parole. So he's going to get at least 30 years. So that puts him at, 46, almost 50 years old. And again, there's no guarantee he's going to get out at that point because he has to go before the parole board and, they have to say yes or no. So he interviewed, Mr. Richards here, interviewed Colt, he said 4 times for about 15 hours. He also talked to Marcy, who is his mother, Colt's mother, twice for about 4 hours in this past May 2026. He said some of the issues that came up with were Colt talked about moving around a lot, the financial problems, the neglect, lack of money, no furniture, lack of food. He talked about his dad being, possibly being abusive. Both parents were using substances. We knew that we knew. We knew Colin had back surgery, I think 3 back surgeries, and he was on pain meds, and I think he said eventually he got addicted to that. We know Marcy for sure. She was in and out of rehab. He said it was just very chaotic. It's very chaotic for him. This led to Colt being isolated. He didn't go to school. We know that. He missed the entire 8th grade. We know there were other times in his life where he was missing class. So not being in school, and they didn't socialize him with other kids. So this just led him then to go to online, and he spent a lot of time on Discord, Reddit, and then the true crime community. Oh, wait, no, that's not the part where he said it's dysfunctional. That comes later. He said it was mostly teens and adolescents, and they were focused on mass deletions. He talks about Holmes, who was the Aurora movie theater. Forgot about that. He said he was focused on that just prior to this, though. Talks about Adam Lanza, which, of course, he's from Sandy Hook, or did the Sandy Hook. And then Nick Cruz, of course, that his name's been up all over this trial. Colt related to these people. Cruz said he was lonely. He had a bad family life. He thought about taking his own life. And then Colt would have panic attacks if he went outside. His entire life was focused online. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your support as always. I hope Little Shadow is doing well. Let me just get back to this. Here it is. His entire life was focused online. The true crime community is pretty much a dysfunctional group. And I know we're all like, what? But I guess in this case, these are teens and adolescents, and they're just online, which of course that's what we are. But I hope that we don't consider ourselves pretty dysfunctional. He talks about him self-harming himself in his arms. We saw those. He never made an attempt, though, but he said he thought about it. There were 50,000 messages, or approximately 50,000 messages on Discord between Colt and 2 women, and those were dysfunctional. Marcy provided info. So when he interviewed Marcy, she provided info on family moving, financial issues, her issues with substances. And then Mandy, we heard this talk, we've heard Mandy's name before. And he was saying something big is going to happen on September 4th. So he was telling Mandy, it was like almost like a countdown. Then we get into Marcy giving Colt Zoloft. Remember, she said she only gave him a quarter. I forget what her milligrams were. I want to think it was 200, but I can't quite remember right now. Colt was paranoid. He thought teachers were out to get him. We heard him say that. And we also saw that in his text messages. But he was also destroying these cards, these computer cards, which are basically like memory cards, I think. There was no evidence of a diagnosis before. So remember, he self-diagnosed himself. He never got into a facility. Nobody ever interviewed him and diagnosed him with something. But now he's on antidepressants and antipsychotics. He's got mood order depression with personality disorders. He also has PTSD. Doctor's like 14 to 15 is a bit too young to diagnose personality disorders, which we know that schizophrenia. Schizophrenia usually comes around in your 1920 for males, and then a little bit later for females. He does not have schizoaffective disorder. conduct disorder. 14 to 15, because your brain is still developing, right? So he's saying your brain, your personality, you're still developing, into the person you're going to become. So it's hard, you're not going to be diagnosed with a personality disorder at that point. He says conduct disorder, 15 dysfunctional behaviors. So if you show 3 of those in a 12-month period, I didn't hear him say, he said there was no indication of aggressive behavior while being evaluated. Talk about Colt being malingering, which means just basically faking his way through it or lying. He said he had concerns about that, but I don't think Colt was. He talks about these tests, trauma system checklist, this MMPI, which was in Minnesota. I didn't catch the whole thing. He said his IQ is average, which I found interesting because his vocabulary is very advanced. This happened when he was 14. I thought his vocabulary was pretty advanced for a 14-year-old. He was using words that I don't even use. I mean, I know them, but I don't use them in my everyday, talking. Plus, after just, doing what he did, he was still able to have fairly intelligent, I thought, broad vocabulary. He said he was over-reporting at first. His interpersonal skills were poor. He said he wrote an apology letter. He's written apology letters. He says the true crime community was interested in not only the people that did it, but also the victims. So he said he felt terrible for what he did, and he screwed up a lot of lives. So he is, at least, we'll give him that. I mean, this is terrible, horrific, just absolutely the worst of the worst. But he is showing remorse, and he even said that in his interview straight away, right moments afterwards. He felt he was really remorseful. So you got to weigh it, whether or not you like it or not. You have to weigh that, and do you believe him? It's up to the judge to decide. But at least he's saying it. He's not saying it. So in the grand scheme of things, you have to weigh that. That's the mitigating circumstances versus aggravating factors. So I thought he was pretty smart too. That's why I was surprised that he has an average IQ. I thought he'd be skewing a little bit towards higher IQ, but I was kind of surprised at that as well. So let's see what else. I took the shears to my wig over the weekend. Good vibes. He is conflating true crime community with I can't even hybristophiliacs. Hybristophilics. Hybridophilia is a psychological condition where a person feels romantic attraction to individuals who commit terrible crimes. Oh, okay. Good one. Iowa, your personality online is snarky. Excuse me. And silly, and but out in the community, you're quiet. Joy, how are you? Good morning. Wasn't sure when the trial started. We started pretty much an hour ago. Yeah, pretty much about an hour ago. Kathy, I don't believe remorse, but he is very smart. Horse Welfare, thank you for the thumbs up, Jules. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, let's see if we. Oh, we're over 200 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 210. Again, if you can hear my voice and you're just hanging out, chilling out, doing whatever, working, doing whatever it is that you do on a Monday while you listen to us, please take a moment and let's see if we're at 205 likes. Let's see if we can get to 210 before they come back. 210 likes. Let's see if we can do that. And Kimbers is coming back and joining us. Welcome back, Kimbers. Your invisibility cloak must have run out of batteries. All right, let's see if we can get to 210 likes. We're at 206. So if you guys could just take a moment and hit the like button before the judge comes back from his break. Ooh, 212. Awesome. Good job, guys. Thank you for getting us over. Thank you for getting us over. Hellrider says, unfortunately, Colt had no guidance and he seemed to turn to Cruz for his obsession because no one was caring. So that's the evidence that's coming out. That's the evidence that's coming out. So that's true. Jane, I've been saying for years this is so bad for children to stay off computers. I believe kids' brains are corrupted and identities confused. I think there has to be a balance. I'm okay with kids being on computers because that's just reality. I mean, in every walk of life, they're going to have to be on a computer. So I don't mind them being on computers. I just think there has to be a balance. Hey, Debbie, thank you so much for the 5 Child TV Live gifted memberships. Let's see, Chrissy, Shine Girl, Jean Murphy, Pauline, and Cecilia. Come on down. And thank Debbie for the all right, go to that.
Your Honor, before we get, it's okay to do this without Mr. Gray, but can we have the computer on our side?
Yes, ma'am. All right. For the record, we're all present. Mr. Smith?
I'm Dr. Richards. I'm Brad Smith. I'm the District Attorney's Office.
Good morning.
Ask a few things here. So the resources you relied on were Colt's medical records, law enforcement files, video footage of the shooting, and then various interviews with Colt, Colin, Marcy, and other people. Is that correct?
That was the bulk of it. I mean, I had like I said, I had a hard drive with a lot of stuff on it, but I think those were the highlights. Yeah.
How much time and energy did you put into each of those things?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't break it down that way.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
But would it be safe to say that most of the information you had came from either Colt or Marcy?
In terms of information I gathered myself, yes. You know, it was from him and his mom as a collateral.
Okay. And even like a lot of the secondary sources with interviews and stuff from law enforcement, it's what they are telling law enforcement.
Of course.
And like even the Discord records is Colt saying stuff on Discord.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Marcy, Colt's mother, you would consider her an unreliable source?
I would say she is reliable to an extent.
Okay.
She certainly has an angle.
Yeah. And you were aware that she had, in the few years leading up to this incident, she had limited contact with Colt.
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. In fact, in November 2nd of 2022, Marcy leaves the house that Colt lives in and goes down to Fitzgerald.
Right.
Okay. And it wasn't until August 11th, 2023, almost a year later, that Colt goes down to stay with her from August 11th, 23 to October 4th of 23.
That sounds about right.
So about 2 months that they lived together.
Yeah, they didn't have a lot of contact.
And then he leaves in October because Marcy tests positive for drugs. And she comes up to stay with him the next year, July 6, 2024 to August 16th of 2024.
That sounds about right.
It's about 1 month.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she said it was about 5 weeks.
So in the 2 years leading up to the shooting, she was with him about 3 months.
Yeah, not very much time.
Okay. And during that time, she had serious intoxication issues.
She did.
Tested positive for drugs.
She did.
And that was a lot of the reason that he was removed from her and she left.
Yes.
Sort of things. In fact, she was in rehab for about 6 months with no contact, wasn't she?
I believe you're right.
Okay. And she had her own criminal justice issues.
She did.
Okay. And she had psychiatric issues on top of the intoxication.
Yes.
Okay. Were you also aware that Colt and her, even when they were separate, did not speak to each other very much.
It didn't seem like he had a lot of contact with her. There was a brief period of time not long before the shooting when she was living up there in Winder, but for a lot of the time before that, especially when her issues with the drugs and so forth happened, the contact was really limited.
Okay. In fact, they mostly just texted with each other.
I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. Now, your first interview with Colt was May 16th of 2025.
That sounds right.
Okay, and that was 8 months after the shooting.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to go into Colt a little bit. Were you noticing that Colt likes to mimic other people, and especially like the other shooters and things of that like that?
There was some stuff, like some photographs that he took of himself, and I think the dyeing his hair orange was a manifestation of that. There were some things that I had in the records where it would be, I think one of them was James Holmes. There was another one, I think was Christian Bale from a movie where he was making a particular face, and he would mimic those things, and I guess post them. They were in his they were in the materials that I got.
And when you were reviewing his Discord, that's when he's talking to members of this TCC community.
Correct.
Okay. Did you notice in his interactions with these people that he was very quick to, yeah, me too? They would say, I do this, or I experienced this, and he'd be like, yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think so. There was an element of that, certainly.
Did you notice where he would, even within the conversation, say one thing and then change it to accommodate and be more like the person he was talking to?
I can remember times when that happened, sure.
Well, I'm going to show you a couple of them to go through this phenomenon. First one's on Discord.
You want TV Live?
Is it going to pop up here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it should.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. So this is him talking to the Mandy.
Right.
And Mandy's in the light green. Can you tell the color difference on your monitor?
I can tell who's who. It also has their names.
And Colt is occasional murder.
Right.
And he is in the blue. And this is August 29th of 2024, so a few days before the shooting. And they're talking about Nicholas Cruz and their obsession with Nicholas Cruz, correct?
That was what they talked mostly about.
Okay. And Mandy asked him, have you put a cookie in your sub yet? And he writes back, cookie in my sub, question mark.
Okay.
Okay, so this isn't them talking, this is them writing and reading each other's writing, correct?
Yeah, I think that's what it I don't know if they ever actually talked. I think it was all these text messages on Discord.
So when he types in cookie in my sub, question mark, he doesn't know what she's talking about, does he?
Either he doesn't know or didn't remember. I mean, clearly he asked her for clarification.
Okay. And then she says he would put a chocolate chip cookie in his sub sandwiches, referring to Nicholas Cruz.
Right.
And then Colt immediately says, oh yeah, multiple times.
I see that.
And then him kind of like, first he doesn't even know what she's talking about, but then, oh yeah, I do that all the time.
Yeah, I think there were probably times that he did that. And, I mean, again, I reviewed between Caitlin and Mandy like 50,000 messages. So, I mean, there were times when he did this.
But that's an example of Colt changing his answers about things to fit in with these people.
I think that's not an unfair characterization. I think he was very invested in trying to fit in with this unusual community. So, I mean, it seemed like he had plenty of his own independent information, but certainly this is an example of a time where he accommodated based on what somebody else said.
And if, let's say, for example, putting cookies on your sub sandwich was a sign of psychosis, this would be him kind of malingering, exaggerating that symptom.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it is, but
right.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, it could be that. It's hard to know because we're looking again at a small sample. But certainly, I would agree with you that he was interested in being perceived as somebody that did this same thing that Nicholas Cruz did. Yeah. If he actually puts cookies in his subs.
Let's put another example that's a little more pertinent.
Sure.
This is also in the Discord with Mandy, and again.
Okay.
So, this is... this is another person. This is not me. So
Can I ask, are these, is there an exhibit number?
Your Honor, I'm going to need a little indulgence. Our next witness is going to put all of these in. I believe the Discord is in.
It's in the Foreign Business Record section.
It was entered earlier. I would say the one I showed earlier was page 13 of the occasional burner account. There's an occasional burner account and there's an F-bomb account. This is page 59 of the occasional burner account.
And the exhibit number? I'm sorry, I missed
I
that.
put it on record shortly.
Okay.
So, get this right quick. In this one, genderless black hole at the very top there says, I'm on 6 different meds, and they really don't do anything but make me stoned ASF. I took Zoloft before. I hope it actually works for you. And then he says, they did the same for me, like it made the room spin. Now, she's talking about 6 different meds, and he says they did the same for me. But he was never on 6 different meds or multiple meds. He was only on Zoloft.
That's the only one I'm aware of. Yeah, it was just the Zoloft his mom was giving him.
So the they, to try and make it sound like more, he's trying to, again, fit in with this genderless black hole. He's changing the amount or types of medicine he's taking. Correct?
Yeah, you could read it that way. I mean, he could be referring to meds as they, but the only one he was on is Zoloft. That's true.
Okay.
He wasn't on 6 different meds.
He skipped down a little bit into the middle of the green there.
Okay.
Genderless black hole says, the worst side effects I've had were with hallucinations. But that wasn't on Zoloft, thankfully. And then she says, still get hallucinations somewhat, though. And then he says, mine are auditory. Correct?
Yes.
And that means he hears voices.
Right. That would be hearing things that aren't really there.
And then he says, although it may be schizophrenia, who knows?
Right.
And then she says, oh my God, same twinsies. I have visible ones too. And he says, same.
Right.
So when they talk about hallucinations, he first says, I have auditory hallucinations. Full stop.
Right.
And it's not until she says, well, I have visible ones. And then he changes it and says same.
Yeah, I agree. That's what he
Again,
did.
him changing, talking about his mental state, what he says his mental state is, he changes it to fit in with this group.
Right. He adds onto it.
Okay. And then let's go to page 61. In this case, you have them talking about drinking a lot. This is another person he's talking to. I do not know the gender of this person. But they're talking about getting blackout drunk.
Right.
And Colt is talking about how often he gets blackout drunk. Is that correct?
It looks like it.
Okay. And then at the very bottom, the next to last one, Colt says, I literally just steal it from my dad.
I see that.
Okay. Did you listen to Colin's interview about his home life?
A long time ago.
And do you remember him saying that he didn't drink and he didn't allow alcohol in the house at all?
That rings a bell. Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember Marcy's interview where she says the same thing?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he says, literally, I steal it from my dad. That's not true.
No, it's not what he told me either.
Okay.
So.
And then he says, sometimes I'll ask some random dude to walk in and get me some. Again, I never followed Colt around. I'm sure you did. But based on your understanding of how often he actually got outside his house, does that sound like something he would do?
Seems unlikely.
That's what I was thinking. Okay. And then we move to page 62. And same person that he's talking to, now they're moved on. Man, just do some DXM, bruh. Colt says real. And I'll ask you to drop the method whenever I'm up to it. He says, do you even know what that is? And he says, yeah, that's over-the-counter stuff. They're talking about Benadryl?
Right.
Next call out. I think that's on the next call out. Yes, and then he says Benadryl. Colt does.
Right.
And then he comes down a little bit and says, you just got to pull through the tiredness. After that, it's pretty much schizophrenia simulator.
I see that.
So Colt's saying that when he takes Benadryl to excess, he'll get schizophrenia simulator. Colt talks about a lot about schizophrenia, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. And then PK Waffle Fest says, that's not the worst part. It's the anxiety and the dread and seeing spiders. I'm terrified of bugs. So he's the one that first talks about hallucinations when he's on this and refers to bugs.
Right.
And then he says in the next one, the highest... Go back up to the first one. I'm sorry. All right. So then PK Waffle Fest says, the highest I've ever gone is 450 milligrams. And Colt says, 725 here. It appears he's trying to one-up PK Waffle Fest.
Looks like it.
Okay. Again, exaggerating for attention.
To fit in, yeah.
To fit in.
No, I agree.
Okay. And then the last one, PK Waffle Fest asks him, what kind of hallucinations do you experience? Colt says, knocking, beating on walls, it's weird, and then bugs.
Right.
Which is exactly the same hallucination that PK Waffle Fest had.
Right. He was just talking about spiders, so yeah, same thing.
So now Colt is changing his hallucinations to fit this other person's hallucinations.
Right.
Okay. Because Colt lies a lot to get attention on Discord, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He created an entire other personas, lied about his age, name, location, so.
And Colt studies and emulates prior mass shooters. I think we talked about earlier.
Yeah, he was kind of obsessed with that group of folks.
I think the main one timeline-wise was Adam Lanza, and that was the Sandy Hook elementary shooter.
That was the first one that he identified becoming obsessed, quote unquote, but then said that he wasn't so interested because there wasn't that much information to find about him. In my perception was that Nicholas Cruz was the one he got most focused on, and then also I think it's James Holmes, the Aurora, Colorado. Those were the two that he was most focused on, although there had been a period of time. And the young woman, Caitlin, he was speaking with, she was an Adam Lanza person. That was her obsession. So they talked about that when he was talking to her.
Well, I want to pull up the other Discord. This would have been the F-bomb 703, Your Honor. And this is going to be page 9 of that exhibit that Ms. Daniel will get you the number for.
It's 266.
266, Your Honor. Thank you. And then this one, the F-bomb is now Colt. This was back in 2023,
Okay.
2 years before the shooting. Are you familiar with the date of May 18th and the significance of that date? Not the specific date, but that time frame, middle of May.
I mean, my guess is that this was the other threat that he made.
Right.
Yeah, the
So
one
this-
from 2023.
So you may not remember, but you did look at the things when they came out. That would have been May 21st.
That sounds about right.
So this is right before they came out to.
Right, I think Discord flagged this, and then they figured out who it was, and then they went and talked to Colt.
Right. And then he says, God, I've spent hours researching Adam. That's the third line down.
Right.
Okay.
And that would track. I think it was around 22, 23 when he got, and then he said Adam Lanza was the first one. So I would guess about that time he was focused more on him.
And then at the bottom, he's asking what the other person's target would be to commit a mass shooting. He says, I'll probably kill my dad, then go to my local elementary school. He says, but I might move to Connecticut and shoot up the new one for laughs.
Right.
And then on page 12 He says, I already have an outfit for if I commit a mass shooting. He got Adam's exact outfit, same shoes, same hat, even has a vest.
I see that.
And in the very bottom, he says, apparently Adam even wore sunglasses during the shooting.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, that's the kind of micro detail that these folks were interested in.
Yeah, they get down into every little thing about that shooter, how they dressed, what they said, what they did, everything.
Yeah, it seemed like it was so deep. It was like any piece of information they could find and put out there was kind of what they were after. And even like I said, Colt said his frustration about Adam Lanza is there wasn't enough information. There wasn't enough to find out about him, but clearly there was, some things. So.
Now, Colt destroyed the hard drive of his computer the morning of the shooting before he left school.
Yeah, he said the way he described it to me is they were more like SD card storage units. It wasn't like a physical hard drive or a solid state drive. They were little SD cards.
Okay. So he didn't tell you that he destroyed the actual hard drive the morning of?
He did say that he destroyed a hard drive, and then I asked him, and he talked about the SD drives, and it sounded, I think when he talked to Investigator Smith, that's what he said. But there's also photographs of him disassembling his computer. It's like in pieces in the house. And it appeared, I'm not a computer expert, but it appeared as though, it could have been that he removed a drive. And he certainly did refer to it as that in the messages.
And Colt told you that he did this because he was being surveilled by a government agency.
By somebody. He said it might be the government, but he thought he was infiltrated. And then he got this idea that there were government agents driving by the house, and is what he told me.
Yeah, I think Colt reported he believed he was being watched or followed both in person and online. He said he believed he had seen large black vehicles passing by his residence that he believed were from a government agency.
Right.
He stated he was unsure why this type of surveillance would have been happening, but took actions to protect himself, including destroying data storage items from his computer and changing usernames frequently to avoid being tracked or followed.
Right.
Okay. And you thought that was significant for Colt.
I thought the idea that he was paranoid and felt like somebody was paying attention to him was significant, and I thought the fact that he followed through and did something in response to that belief, I think some of the story about government agents and SUVs, I don't know about that. I mean, I think he was paranoid. I think he felt somebody was watching him. I think some of the other stuff was embellished a bit.
So you believed it was signs of like delusional thinking?
I think it was signs of paranoia. Again, it's when you're trying to decide whether something is delusional, one of the things you can think about is whether somebody will change their behavior in response to it. So if you're paranoid and you think somebody is looking at you online and then you destroy media storage, that's doing a behavior in response to kind of a paranoid idea. Again, the elaboration with the SUVs and the guys with sunglasses and stuff, I don't know about all that, but I think there was some level of paranoia. I think some of the specific stuff was probably embellished a bit.
Okay. And that was based on destroying the SD drive?
Again, it was the idea that he was paranoid. I don't think he has a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. I don't think he's, but I do think he had paranoia that was part of his mood disorder that was impacting his thinking.
But didn't in May of 2023, didn't he do something on his computer that caused the FBI to call the sheriff's office to come to his house?
Yes, they did.
And that would be a logical reason, if you're going to continue doing those things on your computer, to destroy your SD cards.
Sure, that would be another way to explain it.
And that wouldn't be delusional or paranoia, would it?
No, that would be reality-based.
Okay. Did you do any research yourself on any of these other school shooters that Colt had?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I maybe looked at Wikipedia just to orient myself,
okay.
But I didn't go down the rabbit hole or anything. I was just kind of making sure I understood who we were talking about.
I kept waiting for the FBI to show up at my door with all of my searches.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Did you know that Adam Lanza destroyed the hard drive of his computer?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you know he also did it on the morning before he went and did the shooting?
No, I wasn't aware of that. I didn't.
Did you know that he left it in the middle of his bedroom floor exactly like Colt did?
No, like I said, I don't know, but I did see the photo that Colt did that.
Would it surprise you to know that Colt did know that?
No, not at all.
Were you given his phone calls that he made after he was arrested from the RYDC?
I did receive some. I did not listen to all of them.
Okay.
But I listened to a couple.
I'm going to bring your attention to a phone call made on October 12th, 2024.
Okay.
At 11:38 a.m. in the morning. I guess that's what AM means. And Your Honor, this is not in evidence yet. I asked for some indulgence. That was our next witness is going to be introducing these into evidence. And we had to take this doctor out of order.
I understand. What exhibit number will it be?
That's a good question.
So the jail calls are being introduced as exhibits 267 through 335, and they are labeled by date. So on the thumb drive that we'll give you, it'll be within that range, and it'll have the date of October 12th on there at 11:38.
All right, thank you.
So this is going to be October 12th, 11:38 in the morning. It's a phone call between Colt and his mother, Marcy Gray. And we're going to play the clip part from 8 minutes, 34 seconds to 8 minutes and 53 seconds.
Okay.
Next comment, how could anyone look at this kid twice and think that he was just like Lanza? In quotes. I guess.
So what they're doing is they're looking through posts on the internet, and people on the internet are comparing Colt to Adam Lanza.
I got you.
That's what they're talking about.
Okay, thanks.
If people have been saying that.
My roommate can get really connected to the computer on the floor.
So she says that people on the internet, and this is just a month after the shooting,
Right.
people on the internet are comparing him to Adam Lanza. And he says, wait till my room pictures get released and they see the computer on the floor.
Right.
That's a lot of forethought on his part.
Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, again, there was a lot of forethought.
So before the shooting, he's anticipating the crime scene photos being released onto the internet.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. Did you know that Colt didn't just destroy his computer like Adam Lanza did, that he staged it to look exactly like Adam Lanza's looked?
I was not aware of that, but I don't find it surprising.
But you had interpreted it as paranoid delusions.
Again, I think it's important to note that I believed he was paranoid and anxious at the time, but I didn't believe that and I believe he thought that there was some people talking about him. But at the end of the day, I don't believe that's why he did what he did.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that those things were coexisting and impacting his insight and his judgment. But I don't think he was driven by hallucinations or delusions to do what he did. I think he planned it out, and the kind of stuff that you're telling me, I don't find it surprising at all.
Yeah, so this is more him destroying his computer, not so much a sign of delusions or paranoia. It's actually like an Easter egg for other Adam Lanza fans to discover.
I think it could be both, but I can see where it would, I mean, particularly like staging a computer like that certainly would be an example of that.
Okay. Let's go to Nicholas Cruz. Now we've moved on to the summer of 2024. He's moved on from Adam Lanza. Now he's fixating on Nicholas Cruz.
Right.
I want to show, this is Discord, Your Honor, this is back to the occasional burner. It's going to be on page 18. And he says there, Nick's bad, by the way. the image there, if you click on it, is just an image of Nicholas Cruz. And then Colt posts the image of Nicholas Cruz and says, Nick's bad, by the way. The way he says, holy shit, while being arrested, it's so funny. Okay. So, he has watched Nicholas Cruz's arrest based on this, correct?
I'm sure he has.
Okay. And he thinks it's funny that Nick Cruz said, holy shit, when he was arrested.
Right, that's what he says here. He and Mandy were both pretty obsessed with Nicholas Cruz.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Mandy brings up that Nicholas Cruz mentioned voices.
Right.
And then Colt says, and he mentioned demons. Demons, man. See that?
Yeah, I'm tracking, I'm following you.
And then voices, words of noises. And then WTF,
Right.
what the fuck? And then where TH am I? Holy shit, what happened?
Right.
Okay. So he's making fun of Nick's arrest, thinks it's funny, and he knows that when Nick was arrested, he heard voices.
Right.
Or he said he heard voices.
Right.
He knows that when Nick was arrested, he said he saw hallucinations, these demons.
Yep.
And he knows that Nick claimed that he had blacked out during, like, holy shit, where am I? What happened?
Right.
Okay. Now, you listened to Colt's interview, right?
Correct.
Okay. And he said basically the same things.
That he didn't remember.
He was arrested.
Yeah, that he didn't really remember.
Well, that he heard voices, hallucinations, and he didn't remember.
Right.
So basically exactly what Nick Cruz said when he was arrested that Colt knows about, Colt said the same thing when he was arrested.
Right.
Okay. Now, did you watch the Nicholas Cruz trial, or did you look into that at all?
No.
Okay. And did you know that there was a doctor that looked at Cruz similar to what you did with Colt?
I mean, I'm sure there was, but I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole.
And it was Dr. Charles Scott. You ever heard of him or know him?
I don't think I know him.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you do know he testified in that trial.
Pardon me?
He testified in that trial.
Okay. Yeah, I'm following.
And Colt has seen all of that trial, hasn't he?
Yeah, he said he used to fall asleep watching it. He's watched it numerous times.
I think he told you he watched it 3 times.
At least 3, yeah. I mean, but he did. He said he used, like he said, he used to fall asleep watching it.
And during Colt's interview with law enforcement the day of the shooting, he told them that Nick was notorious for faking his schizophrenia in his interrogation.
Yes, he did.
So he's watched that and he knows that.
He does.
Okay. Now, when Colt's talking to you at y'all's interview in May of next year, he tells you that the reason he watched the Nick Cruz trial was because he felt terrible for the victims and he wanted to know their stories.
Yeah, he did say that.
Okay. He said a lot of his looking up stuff with Nick told you was because he wanted to know more about the victims because he felt bad for them.
He did say that. I mean, clearly there's way more to it, but he did say that.
And he told investigators the same thing that day.
Right.
Okay. Now, did you corroborate that statement with Colt's Discord at the time?
The statement about
that he was looking into Nick and watched the trial of Nick because he was feeling bad for the victims and wanted to know more about the victims, Nick's victims.
No, but I mean, I didn't think that was the only reason he watched it.
Okay. Well, let's go to the Occasional Burner Discord account. This is on page 9.
Okay.
And this is Mandy. She's talking about when I watched the impact statements, I had so many panic attacks because, like, why do they feel the need to be so hateful? So these are the victims at Nick Cruz's sentencing giving their victim impact statements.
Right.
Sort of like our victims did in this case. I don't think you were here for
No, I wasn't here for that, but I mean, I'm sure that happened.
And then Colt says, if it wasn't for Nick, I would have blown my brains out months ago. And then he responds to her, I know, right? So inhumane. talking about the victims talking mean to Nick.
At sentencing, yeah.
And then she says, like, begging for him to get raped and killed. And he says, and people say Nick's the monster.
Right.
So that doesn't sound like he's identifying with the victims. It sounds like he's identifying to Nick, and he's mad at the victims for being mean to Nick.
Yeah, like I said, I was reporting what he told me. It was clear, if you read the messages with Mandy, there was way more to it. I mean, it was a whole deep, intense, obsessed, even sexual thing. And the idea that he may have looked at researched the victims was always part of the kind of the TCC thing. I don't want to give the impression that I think that's all he was doing.
No, I'm just saying this is what I'm showing you is complete opposite of what he told you.
Right, but not surprising based on his obsession.
In fact, continuing on with the same conversation, this is just the next thing down.
Okay.
She says, some made me sad. That, to be honest, I had, like Nick, so I just had a hard time with empathy. I only feel real empathy towards Nick. And then he says, God, I hated the black-haired bitch. Sam, I think. Did you know he's referring to Samantha Fuentes, one of the victims that survived the shooting apartment?
No, but that sounds right.
She testified that she had still had the shrapnel in her eye.
Right, okay.
And then he goes on to say, Nick should have blown your fucking brains out, Sam. It's okay, though. 4chan leaked her shit. This is the exact opposite. He's telling you he's remorseful. He's telling you that I was just looking at this stuff because the victims, I cared about the victims. And then he's actually saying this stuff.
Right, well, I read these messages as well. And again, I don't want to give the impression that I thought that's all he was doing. The obsession was clearly way beyond that. But in this TCC, kind of researching the shooter and researching the victims is part of the thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is all pretty hateful.
Okay. And then the next page, the next line on page 10, let's jump her. Again. Now I want to go to page 16. That was just one of the victims.
Okay.
At the very bottom. He says, one of the teachers across from Scott mentioned she locked eyes with Nick before he shot Scott and injured her. Now he's referring to Stacy Lipple. She was one of the teachers that was standing outside with Scott Beagle. They were both teachers. Scott Beagle was shot by Nicholas Cruz while he was standing next to Stacy Lipple.
Okay.
She testified to this. And he says, LMAO, which you understand means laughing my ass off.
That's my understanding as well.
So not sympathy there.
No, I mean, again, I'm agreeing with you. This is, in addition, there was a lot of really bizarre, distressing stuff that was going on in this TCC in all of those messages that I read.
Yeah, let's go to page 31. Now, you click on the first image, an obituary will come up.
Okay.
Oh, let's get down to the obituary. And that is Michael Schoolman. It was his obituary that Colt has found on the internet.
Right, I remember seeing that.
Okay. So Colt went looking for this, found this man's obituary, and he is the adoptive father of Parkland victim Scott Beagle. Scott Beagle is the teacher we just talked about.
You were just talking about.
He was, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, he's passed away. So
right.
He puts that image into the Discord, and Mandy says, "Is that him?" and clicks a video or attaches a video. Now that video is of Michael Schumann testifying at Nick Cruz's sentencing.
Right.
Okay. And Colt says, yep. And then she says, I hate that guy, and Colt posts a video. Did Did you click on that to see what that video was?
I don't know, because what is it?
That is the school surveillance video of Colt shooting that man's son.
Of Cruz?
Cruz, I'm sorry, yes, Cruz shooting that man's son.
There was a...
Colt puts the obituary of Mr. Michael Schoolman,
right,
who's the father of Scott Beagle.
Right.
And then post the video of Nicholas Cruz shooting his son, Scott Beagle.
I saw several videos that appeared to be of Nick Cruz in the school and shooting, but I couldn't tell who he was shooting at. But there certainly were. If that's what it was, then I'm sure I saw it, because there were a number of videos of him in the school with the weapon, and in some of them he was firing the weapon, but I couldn't tell who he was shooting at.
So he has no sympathy for Scott Beagle or his father, Michael Schoolman?
No, again, no, clearly not here. No,
okay.
No.
And then he goes on down. Every time I watch this, the way I want to pin him down and stick a blade in his chest multiple times.
Right.
And then he says, same for that fucking Borges guy.
Right.
Do you know who he's referring to there?
No.
That was Anthony Borges. He was also a victim who survived.
Okay.
Fucking Nick should have come back around to double tap him. Now, Mandy, actually, according to Mandy, I don't know if she's telling the truth, but Mandy says she lives in that area of Parkland.
I think, yeah.
And knows Borges.
Okay.
And then she's like, I can't believe I was friends with him. I swear he had a crush on me when I was 13. And Colt says, dox him. And Biden says, I'll kill him for you.
Right.
So when Colt tells you this, that he has sympathy, the reason he was looking for this because he has sympathy for the victims, he is lying to you.
If I believe that was the only reason, yeah, but no, that's clearly not
I'm not asking
I'm
what you believed.
Yeah.
I'm asking what he said.
That is what he said. Yeah.
And that is him lying to you.
It would appear so.
Okay. Now let's move on to James Holmes. That's the Aurora theater shooter, the Batman movie.
Yeah.
He went to the Batman screen. Colt researched him and started idolizing. Well, he researched him for a long time, but he started idolizing him almost right up to the shooting, and then even after the shooting.
That sounds right.
His Colt shooting.
No, I knew what you meant. Yeah.
Now, for James Holmes, he was, the people in your position for him were Dr. Jeffrey Metzner and Dr. William Reed. Do you know either of them?
I'm not sure.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But they were the ones that evaluated James Holmes and testified at the trial.
Right.
And did you know that with the Dr. William Reed, they actually tendered video of Holmes's psychiatric evaluation into evidence?
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. So where like when you met with Colt and did all your stuff with Colt,
right,
they actually videotaped it.
Okay.
When Dr. Reed did it, and that tape was put in the trial.
Okay.
Okay.
Tracking.
Did you know that Colt watched all of it?
Not surprised.
Okay. Did you know it was 15 episodes long, 8 hours each, according to him?
Yeah, and again, it's consistent with this obsessive fixation. So yeah, I'm not surprised that he would have done that.
Okay. In fact, he talked about that with his mom on the jail calls. Your Honor, this is on November 16th, 2024 at 11:23 a.m. This is from the 10:05 minute mark to the 11:18 minute. Thank you.
So Galen, the house is the usual email reviews and stuff like that. And I'm excited to develop on the patient responses compared to that.
Okay.
And that I've really been fixating on James Holmes, and I think it's looking into him that he should find a lot that was correlated to me. Amen.
Okay. I don't know anything really about him.
Oh yeah, every mental health person I've met with is like studying James Holmes because he will images me into the it's so effective in general mental things that
Okay, I'll read up on them. I wonder if there's a documentary on.
There's some that are really good watches. It's 15 episodes long, and they're like 8 hours each. Recording of him and the psychiatrist. They pretty much going with the questions.
Okay. I can probably find some stuff on YouTube or something.
So remember, please says how to get a book about him on Amazon.
Yes, I will. I got written down.
So this is Colt talking with his mother, Marcy. And these are the two people you interviewed. These are your two sources.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're talking about this, and this is, well, months before they met with you. So this is October. This is November of 2024.
Yes, so it would have been months before, correct?
Okay. And he is actually watching and asked his mother to watch. A psychiatrist asked James Holmes questions, and James Holmes' response to that psychiatrist.
Right.
Wouldn't that kind of taint what you're going to do later on?
It could, potentially.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, Holmes was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. Did you know that?
Yeah, I was aware that he had schizophrenia spectrum disorder.
And Colt told you that's what he had.
He said that's what they had diagnosed him with, but I didn't find that in the records, actually.
You didn't find that anywhere in the records?
No, they diagnosed him with psychotic symptoms, but as part of a mood disorder, not schizoaffective disorder.
And Colt said that Dr. Singleton was who diagnosed him with schizoaffective disorder.
Right, he said that, but that clearly wasn't true.
And did you see any mention of a Dr. Singleton in his reports?
I didn't go through all of them, but so I don't know if there was a Dr. Singleton in there or not.
So Colt is telling you that he was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder.
Right.
The same one James Holmes had.
Yeah.
But according to his medical records, that's not true.
No, and I don't think I don't think he has schizoaffective disorder either. So.
Did Colt tell you that he researched the evaluations and diagnoses of Cruz and Holmes?
I don't remember talking to him about that.
Okay, so he never volunteered to you that he had looked at their diagnoses and evaluations and that sort of stuff?
No, but again, knowing what I know about the level of obsession, it wouldn't have surprised me to find that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he tell you he also coordinated those things with Marcy?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play you 4 more calls. The first one's going to be on 10/25, October 25th. So this is just about a month and a half after the shooting.
Okay.
Not guilty is a definitely a good stance, but I would at least like to know.
So what's going on here is they just found in the news that Colt's original attorney had sent in a waiver of arraignment and a not guilty thing. So it happened outside of court. Colt wasn't there, didn't know this had happened. So he's finding out from his mother that his attorney had entered a not guilty plea on his behalf.
Got it.
That's what they're talking about.
Okay.
Calling, because that's something, I mean, you need to keep me updated on that kind of shit. I mean, I'm supportive of it, but I just need to know what his intentions are. I mean, is he going to claim insanity, temporary insanity, because that's really the only way, that's the only way that should be getting not guilty,
Sure. But how do we hope now, thinking about it?
Yeah, after all that was, hell yeah. I mean, that was my first thought anyway.
Because if they're pushing for not guilty, that means they're going full on with the insanity, which I can definitely stand up for.
Yep, and, with you seeing this doctor and her wanting to try, some medicine for schizophrenia, that's just even more to back it up.
I'm going to need medicine for when it's possible, it's there.
Do what? No, I
You don't need medicine when you possibly have to.
That's not what I was saying.
So that's them talking about using mental illness as a chance to get a not guilty.
Right.
Okay. And that a doctor would really help that.
Right.
Okay. And that's on October 25th. Go to the next day, October 26th.
So because we've already got not guilty, which is actually like people have told me that's like usually when they're going for something along the lines of like insanity and stuff, and temporary insanity is also a thing that actually exists in law.
Oh, it is.
And that, along with them saying like putting everything on, dad, like the deterioration stuff, and getting second-degree murder and stuff, like what my things will be. Like, I genuinely wonder if they'll like truly see, like I'll be medicated soon and like I'll be completely changed and out of that hole.
That's exactly what I told Mary. And what I told her is that, like a temporary insanity could that in the midst of like a psychotic manic state, which is, it's the classic description of temporary insanity, when you're under the influence of some type of extreme mental distress.
And it's literally the definition of mania, maybe as the manic state going forward.
Exactly.
That's where you have these bursts of manic, and it switched from manic to feeling very happy and euphoric, like saying, just feeling like on top of the world.
Yes, that's exactly right. Almost like you're high on.
Yeah.
And so, if that plea is accepted by a jury, which, it's likely that it would be, of course, I'm going to cry regardless. I'll either cry from happiness or sadness, one or the other.
So that's them talking about the possibility of not guilty by temporary insanity. Colt seems to know a lot about manic psychosis and psychotic and things of that nature.
Yeah, he even talked about that with Investigator Smith right after. He was using words like schizophrenia and
he's
mania.
telling his mother the symptoms of that.
Right.
And this is the person you use to corroborate those symptoms.
That I used to corroborate some things. I never believed he was manic. I never believed he had schizophrenia. I never believed he was anywhere near the neighborhood for an insanity defense. It was never on the table.
But these people are talking about it.
Of course they are. And I talked about it with him too and told him that was not something that was feasible, and never, I think I even wrote in my report, they can talk about insanity all they want, but my evaluation of him didn't reveal any actual mania, and didn't reveal a diagnosis of schizophrenia, and didn't reveal sufficient symptoms to warrant an insanity, temporary or otherwise, finding. They're talking about it. They can talk about it until the cows come home, but there was no evidence for it.
And then on the next month, November 24th, they talk again.
I also started looking through James Holmes' case because I think you can find a lot of correlations. Can you look into his case? Oh yeah, I got it. I want to recommend to you. It's by a guy named Ape Huncho. His channel is Ape Huncho. H-U-N-C-H-O. Huncho. Ape Huncho. Like the guy. You should probably understand. No?
So is he a serial killer or what is he?
James Holmes, a mass shooter, serial horror shooter guy.
So it's Huncho.
The channel made it.
I didn't hear you say that. I've never heard of that channel. Hey, Huncho. Is it online? I thought you were saying it was like Netflix sort of thing. Okay. So that's a good James Holmes.
James Holmes, Ape Huncho.
Okay, got it.
Something about a fever in the title.
Yeah, okay.
Anytime you come to like it, I think if you notice where it's being and kind of suffering from the same thing.
I always thought that was kind of a very interesting story when that happened.
He really is a really smart guy. you know, like going into college and stuff, and then when you have to get those shit caught up with and, you know, dropped out and caught up with either.
When it first happened, I read a bunch about it, but it's been a long time. I feel like since I read anything about it.
Like I said earlier, like he's like a stereotypical, like, schizophrenic man with a gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so here he's now telling his mom to watch videos of James Holmes, looking for the similarities between Colt's mental state and James Holmes.
That's what it appears.
Okay. And again, the next month, on December 5th.
All phone calls are subject to monitoring and recording. You have $47.14. Thank you for using Amtel. You have $47.14. Sorry. Yes, you do. So we were watching it last night. I ended up falling asleep, but I'm going to finish the parts that I didn't see. Let me watch it with you yet.
It looks like you're right, the British guy.
Huh?
The British guy, right? The narrator?
Yeah. So she watched that one, and then, like I said, I fell asleep, so I'm going to have to rewatch it. But then she stayed up till like 3 o'clock in the morning watching all these documentaries about shooters and stuff. She watched one on the Aurora shooter. She watched one on the Parkland, on Nick Cruz. Yes, she was like binging until 3 o'clock in the morning. Well,
I think you should look into those guys and James and mix up the ones that I correlated most to myself.
Well, I've read a ton about especially Nick, but I never see the documentaries. And she watched one other one. I can't remember what the other one was. But she literally just got up. She still can't 11 o'clock today because she was up so late watching it.
Well, what did you think of James Holmes one?
Well, honestly, I didn't really watch enough. I don't feel like to get any additional knowledge other than what I already had. But, maybe. Mama.
Yeah, I'll fall asleep again, sure, but it's annoying.
Well, we didn't put watching for one, didn't we? Colt was there when she thought of the documentary. It was good that clearly, and it was very informative. I did see some things
What did she say?
to my nothing. So she was right there to think of what he She said that it was very informative. It sounded like she was doing a book report. So it was very informative, and I saw a few things that were similar to Colt, but not a lot. No, that's my news.
Are you aware that Mamu is his grandmother, Deborah?
That's what I guessed.
Now, all of these calls were before any of them talked to you.
Right.
Okay. In fact, you talked to Colt on May 16th for the first time of 2025.
That's it, yeah.
So months after the shooting.
Right.
Okay. And he'd been in the RYDC the entire time.
Yes.
And was being treated by them.
Yes.
And Colt is telling you all these symptoms that he has.
Right.
Psychotic symptoms.
Right.
Okay. And you find out he hasn't told the people that are treating him these things.
That's what he told me, yeah.
Okay. Now, is that telling you one thing but not having told his treatment providers, is that a symptom of malingering?
That's a symptom of malingering. No, because if you're hiding symptoms, that's different than malingering. But again...
Well, no, I'm saying malingering to you. Not malingering to them. I'm not saying he's lying to them.
Let me make sure I understand your question.
What I'm saying is when he's telling you he's had psychotic symptoms,
Right.
but he hadn't told anybody treating him for months about it,
Right.
isn't that a symptom that he's malingering to you?
It's possible.
Now, malingering is generally to avoid punishment.
Right. Or to get something.
There can be other secondary motivations.
Correct.
Okay. And hallucinations and delusions are the most common symptoms to be malingered.
Right. That's
There's no like brain scans for that.
Right. That's what usually people will try and do. They'll talk about seeing or hearing things or having delusions.
And were you weary of this possibility?
Was I wary of it? Oh, yeah. I mean, again, the way that he reported the hallucinations that he said he had was not really consistent with how hallucinations work.
Right.
And, the idea of schizophrenia or schizoaffective, you never really reported any symptoms consistent with those. And even though Mom used the word mania quite a bit, she never really described a manic episode. So, I mean, they're talking about these things, but this is the thing when people don't really have a particular diagnosis, but then they try and manufacture it, is they don't really know how to do it right. And so, I didn't believe that it was hallucinations that caused him to do what he did. I believe the paranoia impacted his judgment and his thinking. But again, I didn't, never thought he was even close on insanity. Never thought he had schizophrenia. Never thought he had bipolar disorder. So if he was trying to convince me he had them, he did a poor job, because I didn't see any evidence for it.
Okay. If that would be the motivation.
If it would be the motivation. Yeah, well, I think, as I said, I think I said in the report that there can be symptoms and exaggeration at the same time, and I think that's what was going on. I think he does exaggerate his symptoms.
Similar to how he anticipated the crime scene photo of his room getting out, the one where he destroyed his computer like Atlanta.
Right.
He anticipated that getting out.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Like I said, I'm not saying I think...
And would it be possible, we talked about that probably being like an Easter egg for other Adam Lanza fans.
Sure.
Would it be possible that he also anticipated you or someone like you would be testifying at his trial or sentence?
I'm sure he did.
And would it be possible that he would like to plant other Easter eggs for people watching on TV and other James Holmes fans to discover?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you gave him the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Adolescent Edition in restructured form.
Correct.
And that has validity scales in it.
It does.
Okay. And the first test, the validity scales test for things like malingering.
Yeah, well, they call it underreporting or overreporting, but yeah, basically.
Okay. And the first test suggests a significant overreporting of symptoms.
Correct. To the point that it invalidated the test.
Invalidated.
Yeah, correct. You're right.
And that was on May 16th. You gave him another test 9 months later in February of 26.
Right.
And that one still said possible overreporting.
Yep.
Which is malingering.
Not necessarily. The way that we talk about malingering is a specific kind of overreporting. The test can only get to overreporting. The test doesn't know why you're doing it.
Okay. So you looked at his psychological or his mental health records from RYDC.
Correct.
Okay. Now, he was seen by his first psychiatrist was Dr. Simone Dupree.
That name sounds familiar.
Dupree.
I don't know her, but...
Okay. I was going to assume it was a woman also, so I'm glad you...
Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
Glad you did go with that hypothesis.
Sounds like a woman's name.
So she, or Dr. Dupree, interviewed or met with Colt on September 10th, 2024. This would have been 6 days after the shooting.
Right.
Okay. And she stated that Colt denied suicidal and homicidal ideations as well as psychotic symptoms.
Right.
And those psychotic symptoms would include hallucinations and delusions.
Right.
Okay. So on September 10th, he's denying that.
Right.
Okay. And she also puts in her report, patient did not display any remorse for his actions.
Okay.
And he's not put on any medications at that point.
Right.
Okay. Now, the next day, September 11th, 2024, he meets with a psychologist, which is Christopher Ackerman. Do you know Christopher Ackerman?
I don't know him, but that name is familiar.
Okay. And he says that Colt reports occasional auditory and visual hallucinations.
Okay.
The last time being 3 days ago. So 3 days prior to September 11th was when he was having auditory and visual hallucinations. 3 days ago. But 1 day ago, he told Dr. Dupree he has none of those.
Right.
So that's inconsistent, right?
Yes, it is.
And then Christopher Ackerman actually puts in his notes that the youth endorses symptoms on malingering screening. And he says malingering of psychosis appears evident.
Okay.
Now then, on September 24th of 2024, Dr. Dupree sees him again. And she writes that he denied suicidal, homicidal ideations as well as psychotic symptoms. So now he's back to denying them again.
Right.
I don't see or hear things. And she writes, currently there are no symptoms for me to intervene pharmacologically. And gives him no medication.
Right.
Okay. The next month, he says, Dr. Dupree sees him again. This is October 22nd. Now he's saying, I hear voices telling me to see what you have done. It's all your fault. At times I see black shadows. And she notes that the patient's mother will be contacted regarding symptoms reported. No medication. So this is on October 22nd.
Right.
He tells the doctor that he hears voices. So it's the first time he's told this doctor that.
Sounds like, yeah.
And she says, I'm going to contact his mom and tell him about this. That's on October 22nd.
Okay.
Now the phone calls between Marcy and Colt were 3 days later, October 25th and October 26th, discussing not guilty by reason of insanity.
Right.
So the first time he tells his doctor, I'm hearing voices, I'm seeing things. 3 days later, he's on the phone with his mom talking about getting not guilty by reason of insanity.
Right.
On November 12th, so the next month, Dr. Dupree sees him again. He says, something happened yesterday. I felt that everything was muffled. I felt that I was like in a tunnel, heard whispers berating me. But he denied psychotic symptoms. And she writes, youth endorses symptoms on malingering screening.
What's that last word?
Malingering screening. Screening.
Oh, screening. I'm sorry.
Test.
Yeah, I don't hear well.
They gave him a test to test for malingering.
Yeah.
And he indicated they had symptoms of that.
Okay.
And still don't give him any medication.
Okay.
The next month, is December 9th. Dr. Dupree meets with him again. And he tells her, I see frogs in my room, Tuesdays and Wednesdays mostly. I close my eyes and they disappear. They don't come on other days. And she writes, one does not hallucinate on specific days and be free from them on other days.
Right, that's a good example. Yeah, and that's a good example of someone that doesn't know how hallucinations work.
Right, so he's lying to Dr. Dupree about
Sounds like, yeah. And again, I feel like I need to coming back. I was clear in my report. I think he makes things up.
Right.
I think there's some level of paranoia, but then some of the more outlandish stuff, I never really believed. So, the thing about some of the things that he said he was hallucinating and some of the magnitude of the psychotic symptoms, I didn't think were actually genuine, and I didn't think they were the reason that the way that he explained it to Investigator Smith, that it was because of voices, and I never thought that was the reason.
Now, on January 6th, they meet, still no medication.
Right. February
4th, they meet, still no medication, because he's not telling them things for them to medicate them, correct?
Right.
Okay. February 5th, of 2025, he's actually transferred back to Christopher Ackerman, the psychologist, because they're not using medication.
Okay.
They actually say transferred to him as patient because he's not prescribed meds. And youth is stable, doing well behaviorally and emotionally.
Right.
Then on April 11th, Colt claims to Dr. Ackerman, that he claims to smell gunpowder and sees shadows in his peripheral vision occasionally. And Dr. Ackerman says that the youth endorsed a high number of malingering items on SIRS, S-I-R-S, a few months ago. And that's the structured interview of reported symptoms test.
Right.
Okay, and that's another test for malingering.
That's exactly what that test is for.
And he has no medications.
Right. Okay.
And that's on April 11th. You then meet with him on May 16th for the first interview.
Yes.
Okay. 12 days later, on May 28th, that's when he goes to Christopher Ackerman and reports increased anxiety, would like to be considered for possible med referral. So after he's met with you, he then goes, like you told him to, goes to Dr. Ackerman and says that he has increased anxiety.
Right. I think that's something he actually did have.
Right. But Christopher Ackerman, Dr. Ackerman says that his speech was normal tone rate, his thought process was clear and goal directed.
Right.
He did not appear visibly distressed.
Okay.
Put that in his notes.
Okay.
No psychomotor agitation. Effect was neutral, calm.
Right.
So he's saying, the child's telling me this anxiety stuff, but I'm not seeing any physical manifestations of it.
Okay.
And he goes on to say, exacerbation of anxiety symptoms. He believes he needs medication to help cope with since he's overwhelmed.
Right.
But again, no medications.
Okay.
Then you meet with him again on June 19th for 2 hours.
Sounds right.
Okay. So a few weeks after that.
Right.
And then it's in July 16th to 25 is when he meets with Dr. Ackerman again. And now he says, patient does not appear distressed, but complains of persisting anxiety and recent depression. So again, the doctor's pointing out in his notes that the kid is telling me one thing, but he's not showing manifestations of those things.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was looking for. I mean, a lot of people that tell you they're depressed or anxious don't look acutely depressed or anxious when you're speaking with them. But, that is what it is. I mean, the anxiety and depression and things that I think were there, he comes across as kind of, or did with me at least, as kind of flat most of the time anyway. But that's, that's what, I wasn't there.
Right.
So that's what he observed.
And then he says in there that the Colt endorses delusions but suspect malingering.
Right.
Okay. So again, they don't believe what Colt's telling them.
Right.
So now he goes to another psychiatrist. So he leaves Dr. Ackerman, the psychologist, and goes to Dr. James Freeman, who's a psychiatrist.
Right.
Do you know Dr. Freeman?
I don't know Dr. Freeman, but I recognize his name from...
Okay. And he says, youth notes mood swings, anger issues, some paranoia, but notes FB. I don't know what that means. FB/NM of incident. Flashbacks.
That sounds right.
Now notes flashbacks.
What's the other one? NM.
Anyway, of incidents that led to his being detained. So we're now getting flashbacks of the shooting. Some paranoid ideation, possible, maybe anxiety rather than psychosis. And then he writes, there's a history of probable malingering.
Right.
Then in October of that year, October 1st, he meets with Dr. Freeman again. Patient now states he sees a figure. However, affect is euthymic. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, euthymic just means like normal mood.
Like calm.
Yeah, just stable, normal, like you and I right now talking to one another.
So he says, the patient now states he hears and sees a figure. However, he's calm when claiming this.
Right.
Okay. Suspect some malingering.
Yeah, I think people can be calm and report hallucinations, but I think they were responding more to what the content he was claiming to see, because those don't sound like real hallucinations.
Yeah, and then 2 weeks later, they meet again on October 15th. He says some continued issues, a bit vague on symptoms. And being vague on symptoms is a sign of malingering also.
It can be, yeah, it can be. Well, and again, the mistake people make most of the time when they try and malinger is that they don't really know how the disorder they're trying to malinger works, so they don't do it right.
On December 4th, 2025, Hughes states he hears and sees his father. Some other AV hallucinations as well, though less defined. And then he puts significant degree of embellishing symptoms likely.
Yep.
In fact, the doctor actually put embellishing symptoms in all caps.
Right. I saw that a few places in the records.
That'd be significant, wouldn't it, that they put some words in all caps?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was right. So.
Again, on December 29th, 2 weeks later, again, Dr. Freeman likely embellishing and or malingering of psychotic symptoms.
Right.
Keeps trucking on through the next year. We're now into 2026. Again, now this is March 14th, 2026 with Dr. Freeman. At this point, he says, when event briefly discussed, so I guess they're talking about the shooting.
That would be my guess.
When event briefly discussed, youth did not express remorse or seem emotional. And then he wrote, if 18 would likely meet criteria for antisocial personality disorder.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, malingering doesn't make you antisocial, but okay.
I don't think he's saying it's because he's malingering. He just says that 18 would likely meet criteria for
yeah, I'm not sure where he's getting that, but okay.
And I think you testified earlier with personality disorders, they're too young at that age to actually diagnose with somebody.
Right. Because the personality is not really finished. It's not all the way done yet.
But apparently Dr. Freeman is seeing signs of that at this age, but can't diagnose him because he's not 18 yet.
That's what he's saying. Yeah. I mean, that's what I believe he's saying is that I think he's saying if he was older, he would diagnose him with that.
And someone with antisocial personality disorder is also a higher risk for malingering, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, other signs of malingering. So now we have both of your scales say he's malingering, and all three of his treating physicians believed he was malingering.
Yeah.
Correct.
Great.
Other signs of malingering are inconsistencies and contradictions, correct?
Can be.
Okay. When you watched Colt's interviews from the day of the shooting, did you check them for signs of malingering?
Did I check them for signs of malingering? Yeah. A lot of the stuff it didn't seem. Again, I keep coming back to the idea that I know that's what he said on the day of the shooting, but that didn't. The way he was talking about psychosis and schizophrenia is like not how they work.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And so I've never thought he did the shooting because he was hallucinating things. And so if he was telling investigator Smith that, then I don't think that was true.
Okay. Now, one of the things he said, he tells the investigators that his dad had hid the gun from him.
Right.
Okay. Now, this is the interview he gave at the school.
Right.
And are you aware of the time frame of that interview to when the actual shooting happened?
I think the first one happened like in a classroom in school, and then the next one was, I think it was later that day at CID.
Like, this is like 30 some odd minutes after the shooting.
The one where he was all hysterical, yeah, that was in a classroom, and my impression was that it actually started, the way it sounded is that it started in the hall and then moved into a classroom.
Right, but this is after he's been arrested, and he's giving that first interview.
Right, yeah, like right immediately after everything happened.
Play a clip from that.
Okay.
I heard yesterday, Your Honor, this is going to be the clip from the Apalachee at the school, and it's from 6:09 to 6:26.
Thank you.
I told him to hide his guns, and he did, but I don't know if I found them.
Your dad hid the guns?
Yes, he already ordered a gun safe. I mean, this is one of those situations where like each of them is like a police.
Now, this is 6 minutes into that interview.
Right.
And a lot of the interview is him reading his rights. So this is early on into what happened.
Right.
Okay. And Colt volunteers that I told my dad to hide the guns, and he did.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And that's without being questioned on it.
Right.
He volunteered that.
Yeah, I think that was spontaneous. I don't think anybody
At
asked
the
him.
onset.
Right, sure.
In your review of the materials that you sent about the case, were you aware that that's not true?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, in the emotion, with him crying, right then and there, he has the ability to make up a complete lie to this officer.
About where the gun was, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the father did not hide the guns.
No.
In fact, he testified at trial under oath that he did not hide the guns.
No, it was in Colt's room.
In fact, Colt goes into pretty elaborate steps to describe what he went through to get the guns. Let me play a couple more clips. Your Honor, the first one's at 1745 to 1854.
Okay, so you said you looked for a while for the gun today.
Yes, sir, because he hid it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't his fault because
Where did he normally keep it?
in his room.
Do you know where in his room?
I think it is his closet, but when I found it, I think it was in his toolbox. I can't remember. He definitely tried his hardest. I know he did.
Okay, but you told your dad. When did you tell your dad to move it? You said was it months ago?
It was like a month ago. I've definitely been fighting this off for so long. Oh my God, this is so dramatic. I know for all of you, I'm so sorry.
And you said you think it was in his toolbox?
I think it was, yes. It was somewhere really well hidden.
Okay, where is his toolbox?
In his truck. And you know, like trucks they have.
Okay, so you found it in his truck?
It was either a truck in his truck toolbox or some kind of case that he had locked up.
In his truck?
Yes, sir.
When did you get the gun?
I got it like right before I left.
So, he's saying that it was in his dad's truck, and he got it right before he left.
Right.
And this is immediately after his first interview.
Yeah, it seemed like he was trying to protect his dad.
Yeah. And then, but we know that's not true, right?
Right.
Because the dad actually left in the truck before Colt came out.
Right, so
That's physically impossible.
that wouldn't have worked.
That wouldn't
No.
have worked.
Well, I mean, it wasn't
And
true,
Colt
so.
realizes that by the time he gets to the second interview later that day.
Right.
Okay, and he gives a different version to them.
Right.
And this is going to be the interview at the CID, Your Honor, and that's going to be from 3610 to 3753.
Cool. All right, so we're talking about grabs and mags. The gun was in a box?
Yes, sir. Covered in clothes. He had some clothes over it, which I guess was another, last resort, to hide it.
All right, so that's my next question. To you, is that hidden, or is that somewhere where you know to go find it?
No, that's hidden. I looked for it for a good while. That was a really good, that's not him just half-assing, I'm going to hide this. He knew at this point, something was definitely very off, and he was going to give me the help that I need.
Does he go to work before you go to school or something?
Yes, sir.
All right, so when you're going to school, you're alone?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get up this morning?
I didn't get up this morning. I've been awake for
So you just stayed up all night? Okay. So
it was just that was most of that just stemmed from the sheer fight of just trying to fight off this urge and this bad.
So once your dad left for work, is that when you started looking for the gun?
Yes, sir.
What other, I guess, preparations did you make?
That was pretty much about. I remember just grabbing whatever thing I saw that could somehow conceal it, which at that point was just horrible because somebody was thinking along those lines. Which in this case, I'm assuming was paper from what I can recall vividly. Paper, a poster maybe was wrapped around it.
Where'd you get the poster from?
I think it was just lying around.
It had pink stuff on it.
Yeah, it's just in my house. I just picked it up.
Is something like your sister made?
I don't know. I didn't look at it. I just wrapped it around because the outside was white. And I didn't see that.
You did that.
So now he's changing it from, you realize now it's inside the house.
Right.
Found it hidden under clothes.
Right.
So the day of the shooting, immediately after, he's not being forthcoming about it. He's lying.
Right, like I said, I think he was trying to protect his dad because he never represented anything to me other than that he was always in possession of it. It was a different story than what he told the investigator.
Now, Colt told you, we talked about this, about the computers, destroying his computer.
Right.
And he told you that government agencies were surveilling it.
Yeah, that's what he thought. He suspected.
Clothes in the hallway where he was laying down.
Sorry about that. But he told investigators that the teachers had somehow gotten into his computer.
Okay.
He made no mention of government agencies to the
No, he didn't. No.
Okay. Go ahead and play the clip at the bottom of the page. Now, this is going to be the interview at the investigations, 432 to 547.
In the 4 or 5 Discord accounts that you've had, do you have any other social media?
Not that I know of.
You don't have a Facebook account?
No, as far as chat, social media, no. I've never used those.
Okay, no Instagram, Snapchat.
Any account that I've had previously is probably wiped, deleted. Okay. But not recently, no.
Why did you wipe and delete your accounts?
I'm talking months ago, and honestly, I don't know. I mean, that's just a habit. I mean, that's making new emails, thinking.
How many different emails do you think you've had?
It's only limited for phone numbers, so 6.
Okay. What's your current email address?
I have 3, I think.
That you know of?
Yeah.
What are your 3 email addresses?
They're at Gmail, but I know 2 of them I can't remember, but I know the other one was more of a burner. I think it was Declivity Decentralized, and I can't remember the set of numbers.
Okay. Declivity?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It just shows really unique words.
So you said that Colt told you that the reason he changed his passwords and usernames frequently was because of government surveillance.
Yeah, or somebody tracking him.
And do you use that as another example of him having delusions?
Yeah, I think he was paranoid. Yeah.
But that's not what he told them is why he did it. He told them it's just a habit he does, like changing his emails.
Okay.
In fact, all the time, all his delusions with the investigators was that it was students and teachers out to get him. He never mentions the government at all.
No, and the government, again, was to do with speculating, because I even asked him, why would the government want to track you? And he said he didn't know. And he talked about students and teachers as well, and that's what he talked to Mandy about, and I guess his mom too. So.
But in over 3 hours of interviews with the investigators, he never mentions the government. He always mentions teachers and students.
Okay.
And it's not until he talks to you that the government comes in.
Okay.
And he told you the FBI was following him?
Yeah.
Did Did you know that James Holmes also said the FBI was following him?
Yeah, I didn't believe the FBI was following him, but it doesn't surprise me that James Holmes would say something like that.
Right. And it was in the video that Colt had watched.
Right. Yeah.
So now, with you, the person he anticipates will probably testify.
Right.
He is saying something similar to what James Holmes said.
Right.
He's planning another Easter egg.
I suppose so.
Now, Colt told investigators he was wearing purple gloves.
Right.
Okay. Are you aware that that's not true?
I only saw a little...
You may not, because I don't know.
Yeah, I only saw a tiny clip, and it was when he was being arrested, so I didn't know whether that was true or not.
Okay. Well, let's play the clip.
I remember him saying it when he was talking to the investigator, but I didn't have any... I didn't know.
Right. Your Honor, this is from the one at the school, and it's 2447 to 2521.
I went to the bathroom. I guess I would assume I just got ready. I don't know.
Help me understand how you got ready.
I guess just putting gloves on.
Okay, so you put gloves on. What kind of gloves did you put on?
I think they're out there. I don't know. I think they're purple. I can't remember.
Like the little rubber ones? Like the little thin ones?
No, I don't. I think so. Maybe I think they were purplish. Like, purplish. They were fully purplish. I know.
Okay.
I think.
So you put gloves on.
Okay. So Colt tells them 4 times he uses the word purple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They were actually just the standard yellowish tan work gloves.
Okay.
Okay, just your generic work gloves.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does purple sound distinctive to you?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the gloves that like EMTs use.
And he was insistent that it was purple.
Right.
Which was not true.
Not true.
Okay. Did you know that Kyle Rittenhouse wore purple gloves?
No.
You know who Kyle Rittenhouse is?
I do. That never came up in my conversations, and I didn't see it in any of the discords, but I'm aware of who that is.
You know that Colt also researched Kyle Rittenhouse?
I did not.
And then when he's telling these investigators something that's not true, it's another Easter egg for fans of Kyle Rittenhouse to see.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Did you talk to him about last September 4th?
No.
Did you hear on his interview why he told the investigators September 4th?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember him telling them it was because voices were telling him that the teachers were going to strike on that day or the next?
That sounds about right. He told me when he went to the school, he believed something was going to happen that day.
Okay.
But it wasn't. He didn't tell it to me the same way he told it to the investigators. He just said he had a feeling something was going to happen.
So he had to do it that day because he thought something was happening that day.
Yeah, I mean, when he talked to me, and then when I read the Discord messages, the way he represented it to me was that he believed something was going to happen at the school that day. I was not as clear at how focused he was on the 4th until I saw the messages with Mandy.
Right.
Yeah.
So his version, it almost sounded like a preemptive self-defense against these voices that were going to do something to him.
Potentially, although it was clear it was clear from the messages with Mandy that he was going to do something on September 4th, but he never said what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you look at his Discord to see what his actual motivations were for September 4th?
For that specific date, I didn't know that there was any specific significance to that date. I mean, I think, again, my formulation for how the whole thing happened was this obsession and getting lost in the true crime community and all of the things that get you cred and get you, noticed in that group, kind of just disappearing into that subculture where different things are valued. I mean, I never thought it was because of psychosis, but
So let's go to the Discord. This is going to be the occasional burner Discord account. This is going to be page 32.
Okay.
In Colt's occasional burner, Mandy says, Colt says, also September 4th, can you be awake like at around 8:30ish, 9ish in the morning?
Right.
And this is August 31st.
Right. I mean, he clearly knows he's going to do something on the 4th. Yeah. I mean, in retrospect now, we can...
5 days.
Right. We know.
5 days before.
Sure.
And she says, what's happening on the 4th? He says, I don't know.
Right.
Something I have for Nick.
Right.
That's not anything about voices, teachers, students out to get me. It is something I have for Nick.
Right. I think that's
his motivation.
Right.
5 days before.
Right.
Okay.
I think that's probably right.
So on the next one, this is going to be page 33, Your Honor. So they're upset because Mandy and Colt have sent messages to Nick and he's not responding.
Yeah.
And they're upset about it.
Right.
So like how the fuck are they not responding? Like it's just a slow ass company saying how, whatever those words are.
Something better to do.
Because like if I'm in prison, I'm writing back every single one of them.
Right.
And then the next thing he says is, I'll fix this. All of this, just give me a few days.
Right.
How? I'll surprise you. And at the bottom of that page, he says, sorry if I seem distant. I had to clean up a few things. The 4th is indeed approaching quickly.
Right.
So he's upset that Nick Cruz is not responding to him.
Right.
He's upset too. And he says, I'll fix this in a couple of days.
Right.
Then on page 34, he says, again, this is the September 2nd, so now we're 2 days out. Mandy, I can't wait. 3 days, Nick is going to be in love with us. Surprise. LMKAO, laughing my something ass off.
Yeah, I don't know what the K is for.
So again, this is so Nick will be in love with him.
Right.
No mention about people at the school conspiring against him, teachers are going to get him on that day. It is all to get Nick Cruz's attention.
Right. You and I have been agreeing about this for about an hour
Yes,
now.
sir.
Okay. I'm just saying.
I'm just piling on.
I know, you are. I get that. But I'm just saying, you realize we're agreeing over and over and over
Absolutely.
again. Okay.
Page 36. My love for Nick has formed into something in which I can find no other resort that can prove my love and affection towards him. I mean, that's pretty much it right there, isn't it?
Yep.
But why the 4th? Let's go to page 40. Mandy says, also, I don't mean to pry, but why did you pick September 4th to do something? And he says, 4. Nick chose the 14th. Because the shooting at Parkland was on February 14th.
Okay. I vaguely remember that.
And then on page 41, he says, he showed a clip of somebody running. He says, me as running away from the police on the 4th. And he says, fun fact, September 4th is a Wednesday, same weekday that was on February 14th.
Right.
The day Nick Cruz did it.
Yep.
Did you remember Colt telling investigators that he called a suicide hotline in the bathroom immediately before the shooting?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
No.
You wouldn't know this. I don't think you do. Did you get a copy of his phone records?
I don't. I don't think I did. There was some texts that were encrypted, and then the Discord, but I don't know if I had the phone records.
And even if you did, those things are so voluminous already.
They're hard to read. Yeah.
Just to let you know, did you know that that's a lie? He never called the suicide hotline while he was in the bathroom.
Yeah, he never told me he did, so I didn't remember. Right, I didn't remember he told investigators that, but I have no reason to doubt that he did if you say he did.
Did you know that James Holmes did that?
No.
That he went out to his car right before he came back he went into the theater, then went back out to his car to get ready and go back in, and while he was out there, he called a suicide hotline. Did you know that?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Colt did know that?
I'm sure he did.
Okay. Just pull up, Your Honor, this is going to be the same Discord, page 24. So he says he's talking about James Holmes, dude, toward the bottom, dude, he's like the forgotten mass shooter. He called a hotline right before he did it, too. Okay. So Colt knows that about James Holmes.
Yeah, not surprising.
When Colt is being interviewed by the investigators the day of the shooting, he has the mental wherewithal to lie. Tell them he did the same thing James Holmes did that he actually didn't do.
Right.
Again, another Easter egg for fans of James Holmes to discover.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Again, since I didn't go down that rabbit hole, I mean, I wouldn't have known these things. But the way that you're framing it and characterizing it, I mean, it makes sense.
And it makes sense with what you know about the TCC community.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We'll talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah,
sure. We'll go through a few more of these things.
Okay.
Now, Colt told investigators he blacked out for the actual shooting.
Right.
Okay. Did he tell you that?
I don't recall specifically. I mean, people do, when they do something like that, it's not unusual for their memory to be spotty about it, but I don't remember him specifically telling me he blacked out.
Okay. Because you made no mention of it in your report.
Yeah, I don't think I put too much detail about what he told me about the actual shooting. But
that doesn't seem to be a big deal about if he blacked out or not. When you're talking about his mental state.
Again, I've talked to lots of people who've done terrible things, and it's not unusual for them to say that they blacked out or don't remember parts of it. So if he had told me that, I would not find that to be inconsistent or particularly noteworthy.
Okay. So you don't think it's noteworthy?
It wouldn't have been surprising, again, because it's not uncommon for people who have done things that are problematic like this to not remember pieces of it. So if he had said that, I wouldn't have put too much into it.
Okay. Now, when he describes it, he uses some strange words for a 14-year-old.
Right.
I want to play. This is going to be at the school, 8:11 to 8:27.
Okay.
Where's the bathroom that your book bag was in?
I think it's down there. I completely just became decentralized through all of it. I came back and hooked something up the floor.
I completely just became decentralized through all of it.
Yeah.
That's a strange word.
It's an odd word to use. Yeah.
Did you know he used that word before?
I was not aware of that.
In fact, he tells investigators that his email is decentralized declivity.
Right, I did remember that, yeah. Or declivity decentralized, I think it was the other way around. But so they asked him what declivity meant, and he said he didn't know.
He says he blacked out during the shooting. He uses the word decentralized.
Right.
But he had the wherewithal and the forethought to, before the shooting ever happened, to make an email account with that same word in it.
Yes.
It's almost like he can predict the future. And by I'm not talking about predicting the shooting because we know he was planning that.
Right.
Predicting the blacking out part.
Potentially, again, Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he knows what the word means, but...
I think he goes on throughout his interviews and says phrases, transformed into a state of psychosis.
Right.
Says that twice.
Yeah.
Almost a blackout state of mania psychosis. He says that once.
Right, that's not a thing.
And one time he says, like psychosis state of blackout, because that's an actual thing that people can have. Sounds kind of pretty thought out, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he's clearly, there's no question that he's researched mental disorders.
But it seems like he already has those things ready to say.
Yeah. But again, whatever the blackout mania psychosis, I mean, that's not a term I would ever use, so I'm not sure what he was referring to. But you're right. I mean, it seems as though that was teed up.
Yeah. And again, that's the same thing that Cruz said when he was arrested. We've already shown that Discord.
Okay.
So he's now setting up the blackout Nick Cruz Easter egg.
Right.
To do right after.
Yeah. And, again, since I didn't go down the rabbit hole with them, it's interesting when you think, but I think you're probably right. And again, not surprising the way that he had disappeared into this true crime community. It seems like something somebody would do.
Yeah. So you do know the basic synopsis of the shooting. He's in a bathroom.
Right.
He comes out of the bathroom, goes to one door, it's locked, goes to the next door, goes in, shoots the room, runs back down the hallway, shoots some people going down the hallway, and he's arrested at the end of the hallway.
Right. Law enforcement had put together a PowerPoint timeline that was really helpful for me to kind of orient. I didn't realize how quickly it all went down until I watched that.
And he tells investigators that he was in the bathroom, he blacks out, and when he comes to, he's on the floor in custody.
Right.
He doesn't remember anything in the middle.
Right.
And that's what he describes to them.
Right.
But that's not what he says on jail calls the next month with his mom. And this is going to be on October 21st, 8:24 p.m. from 10 minute 10 second to 12 minute 14 second.
Article from ABC News. Do you want me to read this? Okay. It says, in a tragic incident that unfolded on September 4th, Colt Gray is accused of fatally shooting 2 students and 2 teachers. The GBI testified in court on states detailing surveillance footage that revealed Gray's unsettling tactics as he concealed a long gun he was in a poster board resembling a school project operating the school bus. The GDI agent recanted that on the morning of the shooting, Colt Gray rode the bus with a weapon hidden from view. After arriving at school, he was sort of possessed a notebook on his math desk that outlined the plan for the shooting. Just like you said the other day, including estimated casualty counts and sketching of the classroom layout. Gray then proceeded to the restroom, emerged through the gloves on and the poster board covering the AR-15 style rifle, which was allegedly trying to conceal. As he attempted to re-enter the classroom, a classmate spotted him through the door's window, prompting her to alert the teacher and initiate a lockdown. So apparently they talked about how you left that notebook out on your desk. So that's crazy to me how you were just like putting it out there and everybody was just something oblivious, you know? Yeah. Okay, and the rest of stuff in there is just talking about the shooting part.
Okay, well, that part I can account for. It's one of the first things I told you left here wasn't a student. It was the teacher was standing through the window. And the door was open, it could easily enter, but I just turned and...
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were locked out.
Seems to me he now has a pretty clear memory of what happened.
Right.
Okay. And there's another call the next month on November 11th. This is 8:25 p.m. from 8:53 to 9:46.
You want me to do the post first?
Yeah.
Because there's a bunch.
I only know the article, yeah.
You do the article? Okay.
You coming Tuesday again?
Duh.
Yeah.
You know it. Okay, first one. One second. It says Apalachee survivor recounts the moment that shooting suspect came banging frantically on the classroom door. What?
No, that's bullshit.
What the fuck? Ashland Dosa. You heard the one called Ashland?
No, but I did not. I know for sure I didn't bang on that fucking door. That was the gunshots in the other room.
Probably.
Again, he does have memory of that. He did not black out.
Right, he never represented to me that he had blacked out. When we discussed the incident, there was never any indication that he didn't remember.
No, he told investigators.
Yeah. I'm just pointing out that
and
that's
it's
not
Gray for Nick Cruz fans.
Sure. Okay. It seems like, yeah.
So let's go into the TCC a little bit.
Sure.
You're familiar with it, heard about it from Colt? Did he tell you about it?
He told me about his involvement in it, and then I did a little poking around to it.
So you also looked into it?
Yeah, I wanted to know something about it. And
what did you look at? What did you find?
There were some things online. CNN did a thing about it recently. I watched that. There was actually an article, I think, that the state provided.
The one about Peter Smith?
Yeah, that one. So that was interesting. And then just kind of poking around online, trying to find out what I could about what this was. And
so basically help the judge understand it's an internet subculture?
Yeah, it's a group, mostly teenagers and young adults, who are obsessed with these school shooters to the point that it becomes, obsessed is the best word, but it becomes kind of all engrossing, even sexualized at times. It's pretty disturbing.
What are some of the activities that
They do a lot of research. They do a lot of trying to find information and media that have to do. You can obtain a certain level of credibility by having information other people don't have. The people in the community tend to focus on one or another person. Sometimes they'll shift, like Colt did. And then, he was speaking with Caitlin. Caitlin was obsessed with Adam Lanza. Mandy was clearly obsessed with Nick Cruz, as was he. And that's kind of typical for how it goes. But again, the relationships become, there's an idealization of the shooters. There's a minimization of the impact on the community and on the victims. And then there's almost like I can't think of a good way to describe it, but almost like wanting to be similar, sort of a joining or wanting to be, with the person or recognized by the person. As I said, even sometimes it became sexualized in some of the texts. I think I put this in the report between Mandy and Colt. They even talked about doing various sex acts with Nick Cruz if they ever got there. And that's kind of the level of obsession and intensity that you see. And in the messages with Caitlin, it was very similar. Those were the two sets that I focused on.
And they also they create like fan art.
Oh yeah, they create art. They make like little clips. Like if you look at the attachments in Discord, there's a lot of like short videos. There's this one of Nick Cruz like running into the school that's there over and over again. They tend to repeat, but then there's also like memes and fan art and animations and stuff like that people will make, including like they'll take a photo that's available in the media and then make a meme out of it.
Does, on a psychological level, does participating in this community, does it give the people in it like a sense of social connectedness?
Yeah, I think it does. It's dysfunctional, right? But I think there's a piece of it where people kind of are drawn to it. It's mostly kind of disaffected, damaged people. I don't think there's any super high functioning people that are spending their time doing this, and the people that are in it are doing it I think Colt talked about one person he was speaking with where he'd spent like 30 hours at a time online. He said he was up for 3 days before the incident talking to Mandy, and they were talking about Nick Cruz, and so that level of, it almost substitutes. I think one of the things that I said in the report is that his entire social world was happening on Discord. It wasn't happening out here with us. It was happening in this internet space where the things that these attributes that these school shooters have are valued and idolized, and people get these really kind of twisted connections to these people, and sometimes I think probably in the vast majority of them, because there's hundreds of thousands of people on this, and most of them are not doing school shootings. But there are a significant number that have come out of the true crime community who have done things, and there are examples. I think Mr. Smith had some examples in his article as well. So it does happen. It is something that happens as a result of the fixation and obsession that these people have that are involved in the true crime community.
Okay. And there's not only with the emotional appeal, there's an aesthetic appeal that these things are edgy and cool, and that's kind of what appeals people to for young kids to it.
I think sometimes it starts as and it's because there's no shortage of interest in true crime. I think Headline News runs Forensic Files 24 hours a day, so there's people out there watching this stuff. But there's people that have kind of an interest in it because they're actually interested in kind of how people's minds work, and then there's people that kind of go at next level and start to identify as opposed to just being interested. Someone like myself, I'm in the forensic psychology business, and so I'm interested in why people do things the way that they do, but I don't get obsessed with them or want to emulate them. So there's a difference between people that are out there in the community that are just interested in this and people that kind of maybe start there, but then kind of go into this online space, and particularly if you're somebody who's already kind of an outcast, already kind of disaffected, already kind of functioning not at a great level, to be drawn into this and then to be able to kind of become a different person in there and get credibility and get admiration and get friends to talk to. I think there's some value in that. Again, the danger is, and it is danger, is that something like this would happen. So, but I think that, I don't claim to be an expert on the GCC, but that's how, I needed to understand what was going on.
We have Peter Smith's going to testify.
Yeah, okay, yes, so you're set. No, but I needed to be able to understand kind of what was going on. It's one of the reasons I tried to get in touch with, I had phone numbers for Mandy and Caitlin, and I tried to reach out to both of them because I wanted to talk to somebody else that was in there, just to kind of hear what they had to say, but neither one of them talked to me. So,
do they, members of this community, do they have inside jokes, associated hashtags?
Oh, yeah.
And do they assign significance to certain numbers, symbols, emojis, things like that?
Yeah, there's all kinds of their own sort of modes of communication, hashtags and stuff like that they use.
And these obscure symbols and imagery, they're usually only understood by them, not for the outside world.
Yeah, if you were to just go and read the messages, there would be some things that you probably wouldn't get. And then there'd be, there's some that's pretty clear. Okay. So.
And is some of the content, it's a dark subject, but is some of it kind of on face cute? Cute little things that they would do.
I think that's what they're shooting for, because there are things they referred. Cute is a word that Mandy and Colt both used to describe Nick Cruz repeatedly. So, and I guess there are pictures out there of him smiling or whatever, and those are some of the ones that got memed. So,
have you ever heard the phrase mimetic participatory violence?
I have, but yeah, I've heard that. I'm blocking on what it means, but
we've got this community,
right?
And the members research the memes of past shooters,
right.
Okay, and then they participate and commit their own shooting. But when they do, they leave behind that same meme content from other shooters.
Right, mimetic meaning based on memes, which is based on the things that were going. Yeah, it's coming back. So
they research, they find out all this stuff about the people in the true crime community, the TCC, generate in the door.
Right.
And then when they're doing their own act of violence, they put these Easter eggs in for those members of the community will then see them.
Right.
Okay. And by that way, they can gain fame and status within the community.
Right.
Okay. And I think we talked about malingering earlier. Most people talk about malingering, the primary motivation being to get out of trouble. But we talked about secondary motivations.
Right.
And some of these lies and the malingering, if they're Easter eggs, that would be the secondary motivation to gain status within TCC community.
Right. If anyone ever decided to start researching him, they might put those things together.
Right. Let's go back to Discord. We're going to go back to, this is the F-bomb one from 2023.
Okay.
I'm going to do page 22 and 23. So this is him. He's talking to Sniggles again from earlier. And again, this is 2 years before. And they're talking about, God, I wish we could commit it together. And the next, let's see what I'm looking for. Okay, there it is. Okay. So God, I wish we could commit it together. God, people making edits of us would be fucking strange. So he's already thinking that.
Right.
Way back 2 years before the shooting, he's thinking, do the shooting so that we can get the edits.
Seems like.
And then on page 23, I want to make history. To put it short, I want people to remember the pain I caused and research me for hours.
Yep.
So, if this is his primary motivation,
Right.
Nick's love, fame, research edits within the TCC community.
Right.
Fame within them.
Sure.
Okay. He laid those Easter eggs, a lot of them, the blacking out like Nick, calling the hotline like James Holmes, purple gloves like
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Thank you. All of these things that he said, there were lies, that he said in his interview after the shooting was laying of these Easter eggs.
It seems like.
So if his ultimate goal is fame within the TCC, the shooting wasn't the final step in that plan. Because he continued the plan after the shooting.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, it seems like.
No further questions?
Redirect. I'd like to get the witness done before we take our lunch break.
Okay, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, Colt was involved very much in his social media with Discord, right?
Clearly.
Okay. How does that relate directly to the issues that he's facing and his diagnostic issues, his depressive issues, PTSD? How does interaction with that community relate to his mental health issues?
Well, I think, people that have those kinds of issues, that have the, I guess could be depression, anxiety, but more like have that kind of history, feeling disaffected, isolated, are the exact people that end up in there. And so I think it's not surprising that he ended up in there, given the issues that he had. People with those issues don't end up in there sometimes too, but I think if you wanted to make a connection, it would be because of the way that he was in the world, and kind of his prior experiences that had kind of isolated him to this point where he then goes into the computer and then his whole world is in there. And that's what I think happened.
Do children his age have a tendency to mimic those around them in the community they want to be a part of?
They can, sure.
When they're 13, 12, 13, and 14, how reasonable is it to assume they want to be accepted?
Well, I think most people do. I think teenagers and early adolescents, I think that's a period of time where kids are real sensitive to that kind of thing.
Well, it's fair to say that Colt, for a lot of years, felt as though he wasn't accepted and a part of his family because of the way the troubles and the chaos went.
I think that's a fair characterization.
And I believe when you were talking earlier, you said that when he dug down into this community, he kind of put himself in his own world.
Right.
Can you describe a bit of the world that he was creating from what you've been over with Mr. Smith and what you've interviewed with him and structure in your analysis from both his mother's information, from his background, his development, and what he has given you in the sort of 4 meetings that you had with him, plus what's been discussed with his interaction with this court with Mr. Smith? Can you kind of give us an overview of how all that fits together in his personality and his development?
I can try. I think, again, if you look at somebody's lifespan, if you look at their development, you look at the experiences they've had, and you're trying to get a sense of how somebody came to be where they are at a certain point in time. I think when I started when I started evaluating, Colt, and started kind of listening to things that he was saying and looking at aspects of his history, looking at his online presence, then eventually, and the thing that was most useful talking to his mom was, she talked a little bit about his symptoms. I got some of his, background history, certainly her slant on it. But it's not surprising, because I think people that are, maybe kind of disaffected, isolated with, poor supports, not much interaction in the world, in the community, who are a little odd to begin with, and he's been an odd kid, and then developed these kind of depressive and anxiety symptoms. I think to get into a community like that, where you're with a bunch of other people that are similarly kind of disaffected, outcasts, kind of lonely people, and you can get a certain amount of credibility in there, I think it kind of draws you in, because in that world you can be somebody that's not lonely and disaffected and isolated. You can be somebody who's connected, and you can be somebody who's got a social world and who has sources of self-esteem. I mean, it's extraordinarily dysfunctional, but it makes sense, quotes added, that somebody of his kind of psychological makeup at his age might end up in that space.
Is it possible that somebody jumping on the bandwagon of following through the analysis of school shooters can join in the conversation, can present themselves as being a part of this without ever really having a plan to do anything?
Well, I think, again, there are thousands of people in this, and not all of them are doing shootings. So, yeah, it's possible. It's not what happened in this case, but certainly, not everybody that's involved in the true crime community ends up doing something like this.
We've got a significant period of time from 2023 and 2024, and we're looking at the separate accounts, F-bomb and occasional crime. In 2023, at that point, when he was making the interchange with F-bomb with another friend, Was he in a position to actually formulate a plan, or is it possible that, or more probable at that stage, that this was more of an interaction, just being a part of the community?
That's the way he characterized it. I mean, I don't know what his capabilities were at that time. I don't know if he had access to weapons or, was enrolled in a school or could have reasonably done something like that. Certainly he was at least fantasizing about it and talking about it and trying to use it to get attention from people in that community.
And he was getting significant attention response, possibly.
Seems like.
Now, if someone is on the cusp of developing a paranoia syndrome, like we've been discussing before,
right?
Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that once, say, the FBI contacted him, that would heighten his paranoid response, and that's why he would take down accounts, destroy accounts, and do other steps? Not necessarily that he was planning something, but the paranoia was triggering, and he was responding to the circumstances around him.
It could be an element of it. Certainly, if you had had an experience with the FBI, being worried about having another one, that has a certain realistic aspect to it. It doesn't mean it can't also be, paranoid and unreasonable, but if the FBI has already visited your house, to be concerned that they might visit again if they saw similar material is not really delusional.
Now, you indicated that you really didn't believe the delusional comments that he made about the black vans watching anything but that.
Right, yeah.
How does paranoia manifest if it's not in delusional suspicions like that?
Again, I think he conflates paranoia and anxiety. I think he's anxious. He's an anxious kid who spends a lot of time worrying about things. Some of the time when he was saying paranoia, and I pointed this out a few times in the report, he was really conflating it with anxiety. What he was talking about was not paranoia. I think there were elements of paranoia. I don't think it was the primary thing that was going on with him. I think the anxiety and the depression were the primary things that were going on with him. I think there was some level of paranoia. I don't necessarily think he was hallucinating the way that he's described it. But I think the paranoia, again, could have directed some of his behavior. But again, there was a realistic basis for it as well.
And the fact of the anxiety related to the FBI visit to his home, that would have an impact on his behavior, right?
Well, one would think it would. One would think it would change one's behavior, but it would also make somebody a little more alert, being aware that people are monitoring, and might be paying attention to what you're actually saying. On Discord, he didn't seem to be, because these Discord messages are available, he wasn't destroying those. I'm not sure what was on these SD cards that he was destroying, because we have the messages and we have all the stuff that he said on the messages, so he wasn't covering his footprint that well.
Is it possible he didn't actually destroy it?
It's possible, yeah. I didn't see him do it, and I don't believe they found any crushed up SD cards.
Children, when they're growing up, oftentimes have heroes, don't they?
Sure.
Is that a normal developmental manifestation?
Yes.
And generally, parents are able to guide children as to what kind of heroes they look at and follow, right?
Right.
Did that happen in this case? Did he get guidance from his family?
Didn't seem like, no. It seemed like he was pretty much on his own, in his own little world from a pretty young age.
So when he gets into these discord in the true crime community, is he looking at some way to not only fit in but have a hero?
It seems like, it was at least that, again, because it tipped over into, obsession. But looking up to, it seems odd that this is who you would pick to look up to. It makes sense that you would feel a certain kinship with somebody else who was disaffected and lonely, but there's lots of disaffected and lonely people that don't do these things. I think the explanation for getting into the true crime community is it kind of gets merged. I think maybe sometimes people start innocently just really actually being interested interested, and then they get into this community, and then they find this place where they can be accepted, and then they start talking about, fantasizing about these things or glorifying the things. That's a major piece of it, is the kind of glorifying and idealizing the shooters and minimizing the impact on the victims and minimizing the aftermath, and then, idolizing them in a way. Again, it probably doesn't make sense to the average person, but I think if you're looking for a way to belong, you can end up in a healthy way to belong, or you can end up in an extraordinarily dysfunctional way to belong. And I think that's what happens to the people that get, mired in this true crime community. I think Colt even had an inkling that it was unhealthy, because he mentioned two people he used to talk to, and he talked about them getting better. He said, well, Caitlin got better. She got therapy, and she doesn't do this anymore. And Calvin was the other one, got therapy and got better. And I think Calvin was even trying to get him to quit, being in there, recognizing it was dysfunctional.
And during your testing and talking to Colt, would you say that he was emotionally appropriately developed for a 14-year-old, 15-year-old when you were talking to him?
No, he didn't seem to be. I think his emotional development was really problematic. I mean, he was missing a lot of the things that kids get when they're growing up in terms of, attachments and stability and peer relationships and all of those things, and, healthy parents that are nurturing and present and not having a lot of their own issues and not neglecting them and not abusing them. So there was a lot of things that occurred in his childhood that were abnormal, or that were not normal, not usual, and stunted his development kind of emotionally and interpersonally. And I think that, kind of, again, when you think of it that way, the idea that he would have found himself kind of immersed in this true crime community and overvaluing these other disaffected people, even though they had done these horrible things, I don't want to say it makes sense, but you can kind of see how one got from point A to point B.
The similarities to some of the other shooters that Mr. Smith was alluding to, how does that play in his trying to feel a part of the community, if that was the goal, or how does that play into satisfying whatever hole he had in him in creating this world?
Well, again, you've created now kind of a mythology around yourself, because you've done this thing and you've, shown a similarity to these other people, and then, it creates a certain amount of status for you in again, an extraordinarily dysfunctional way. But again, it's this, I'm going to do something that's going to, stand out. I'm going to do something that people are going to notice. I'm going to do something that Nick's going to notice. As kind of twisted as that is, it is an attempt to belong in an extraordinarily problematic way.
Is it safe to say that it did fill a hole that he's been trying to fill?
I think so.
Does that mean that he is at a point that he can't be treated and brought back to some level of normalcy?
Well, I mean, as I was saying earlier, when you're talking about kids that are teens and adolescents, even when they get themselves into problematic places, the fact that their brains aren't fully developed and their personalities and characters are not fully developed, clearly he was immersed in this, clearly he was obsessed with this, and clearly he was guiding a lot of his behavior at getting attention and credibility in this community. But the idea that you could, at age 14, 15, 16, that you would kind of say there's nothing you can do with somebody whose brain and personality and character are still in a state of flux, are still developing, and also if they haven't had, kind of a realistic shot at treatment. I think to just say at this age we know it's pointless kind of ignores how development works.
And with Colt were exposed to something other than this community or taken out of this community, how do you think that would impact his emotional growth going forward?
Well, I mean, if he could really get himself extricated from it and really kind of work on pro-social interpersonal interactions and learn how to cope with things in a healthy way and learn how to manage the feelings that he has, and process the things that he understands, certainly you could find a different way of relating.
Tell me a little bit about antisocial disorder and why you think that you may not be applicable.
Again, he's doing a lot of things in the aftermath. There's doing a lot of lying and the malingering, but those are not necessarily indicative of an antisocial personality organization. I mean, certainly he does some things that could certainly lead to that. I mean, he's clearly been able to do things that disregard the rights of others. He's clearly been able to do things that had an extremely adverse impact on the lives of others, and appears maybe remorseful, maybe not. I can see how that would make people think he was on a trajectory like that, but there was not a lot of other kinds of things that you usually see with conduct disorder and so forth kind of developing, forward. I think if you, look at the things that he did in this instance, I don't know that it necessarily captures the entirety of his personality. Again, I can't say. Certainly there was a lot of problematic stuff, but to say that there's absolutely nothing you could do, or you shouldn't give it a try, or we're just going to give up now, knowing again what I know about brain and personality and character development, seems like it's certainly one way to go, but it seems like it ignores what we know about people's ability to make change, particularly at a period when they're still developing. I mean, if we were talking about somebody that was 27, 28, 29 or older, I would be much less optimistic.
There's been some comment about his blank effect, the fact that he doesn't seem to be overly emotional and showing remorse. Is it possible that someone who has not been in a normal social environment may not know the nonverbal cues to trigger that so others will understand what they're feeling?
I suppose so, but again, it's, there's a certain amount of social stuff that you get from modeling, and there's a certain amount of stuff that's just kind of how you're wired up. If you're not wired up to be a particularly emotional person, then that's the way you're going to come across. I think it's hard to tell with him. I mean, I think there's, again, evidence to suggest that he did know, and when he communicated remorse, maybe he was or was not remorseful, and it was hard to tell. I couldn't speculate, to be honest with you. I know I just talked around in circles a bit there, but it's hard to know.
Were you aware that he wrote the apology notes?
I did. I saw them.
At this point, given everything you and Mr. Smith have discussed, do you still maintain your recommendation in your report?
I still think there's, if you look at him, certainly the exposition from the state and all of the problematic stuff he was doing, I was aware of all the problematic stuff he was doing in the true crime community. I think it would be, clinically, I would want to get him out of that milieu and see if you could address things to kind of maybe restructure his personality in a more healthy, better coping sort of way. It's going to be a big job, but I think it's not something that at age 14, 15, 16 you can say, well, there's no point.
Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Is there any recross?
Just a second. Good question, John.
All right. Witness may be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll go ahead and take a lunch recess, 1:45.
Your Honor, we do have 2 o'clock city witness.
Okay.
We can start to get ready.
Is there anything to do between 1:45 and 2?
Yeah, that would be enough time.
We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock.
Ooh, long break. So they have the state has a 2 o'clock witness, or the witness won't be available until 2. So they're going to break until 2 o'clock now. So let me just put that. Here we go. So 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock. All right. Be a long time for kiddies. We get along. Life court is at lunch until 2. All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and read back some of this testimony. I got to tell you, my opinion has changed. My opinion has changed. Just listening to him, on Friday and that interview, I was like, oh wow, man, this kid's definitely going through something. And then now looking at all or hearing all of this talk between him and Mandy and his not feeling let me try and put this into words. The whole Parkland thing that he was talking about, saying Nick should have done this to this person and he was going to stab this survivor. I mean, he definitely had no remorse for the survivors and or victims. So sounds like he's just manipulating everybody and anything. But let me just go through. Let me go through some of this. Okay, so the cross by Brad Smith. So he talks about James Holmes a lot. So James Holmes was Aurora, which was Colorado. He walked into a movie theater and took out 12 people, I think, injured 70 people. So that was another one of these people that Colt obviously is idolizing and wants to be like. And let's see. All right, so Colt's trying to fit into a world. Colt trying to fit in, he would accommodate and he would change the other person's thoughts and actions. So if he's in the middle of talking and they showed these messages between he and Mandy, he would change right in the middle of the sentence or middle of this message. So he's saying minor auditory, meaning his hallucinations, although it might be schizophrenia, who knows? Mandy's like, I have visible ones too. And then Colt's like, yep, same. So he changes his answer from having auditory to having visual. And then he talks about being blackout drunk. He said, I literally would just steal it from my dad. But we know from Colin and and Marcy's testimony, there was no alcohol in the house. Let's see, pretty much, so Benadryl is pretty much a schizophrenia simulator. He asked what hallucinations Colt would experience. He answers knocking, beating on walls, and bugs. Then he changes his handle to F-bomb. F-B-O-M, and let's see, he said, I've spent hours researching Adam, meaning Adam Lanza, Sandy Hook. So what's your target if you commit this? Probably take out my dad, then go to my local elementary school. I already have an outfit for it if I do commit a mass deletion. Adam wore sunglasses, so that shows the detail the community would get into. So this true crime community that apparently he says is teenagers and adolescents are trying to provide as much information as they can because that increases their credibility and their status within the community. He destroyed these SD cards the morning of. Colt left a computer on the floor, just like Nicholas Cruz. So he's leaving these Easter eggs for these people in this true crime community. So he's trying to emulate all these different people that committed these crimes. Then there's a phone call between Colt and Marcy. Marcy's his mother, October 12th. They were looking at posts on the internet, and people were comparing him to Adam Lanza. And then he says, wait till my room pictures get released and they see the computer on my floor. Colt is anticipating photos being released after this happens. The computer on the floor, it's like an Easter egg for other Adam Lanza followers to find. Then he talks, and there's some more messages. The way he says holy when he gets arrested, meaning Cruz. He heard voices, demons, he didn't remember. That's what Nick Cruz said. And then that's what Colt says while he's crying hysterically, theoretically crying or whatever, allegedly crying, that he was saying the same things. He was saying the same things as Nick Cruz. So he's basically just following in the footsteps. Colt says he watched Cruz's trial at least 3 times. He would fall asleep watching it. And then he's saying that, at his sentencing or at his sentencing, people were, being, saying hopefully Nick gets attacked and assaulted in prison. And he's saying, and people say Nick's the monster. He's like, God, I hate that black-haired person. Sam, I think, and Samantha Fuentes was one of the survivors. Nick should have taken her out. So he's just not showing any remorse. He agrees with The doctor agrees with Brad Smith that Colt was not really caring about the victims. So he can say all he wants that he cares about these victims, and I'm so sorry. He was crying to law enforcement. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, he didn't. He really didn't. So he cites other examples of Colt not being sympathetic to the victims. It's Michael Schulman. I think that's how his last name is, Skolman or Schulman. Colt found his obituary online. Every time I watch this, I want to pin him down and stick a blade in his chest multiple times. Again, not showing any remorse or any compassion whatsoever. And as we're going through this, like, I'm just thinking, like, think of Carlos, right? Think of Carlos Dominguez. We spent a lot of time on Carlos, heard a lot of experts. Just kind of compare him and what he did, which was terrible and horrific, of course, but then compare that. Oh, court audio. Sorry, guys. Sorry. All right. Thanks, Aaron. Just kind of compare what Carlos did and what the experts said he was experiencing. Full-blown schizophrenic, psychotic break, and doesn't alleviate what he did. It just says he was truly going through this. Whereas I think at least 4 times his doctor said he did not have schizophrenia. And we'll keep getting to that. Then Manny. Okay, so then here we get into this Borges guy. He's another survivor. Nick should have come back around and double tap him. Manny, I lived near him and had a crush on him when I was 13. Colt says, dox him. I'll take him out for you. And again, I think they're just trying to do this to fit in, and I get that. But you know what? Here's the other thing I was thinking about. I hope that one of his things for sentencing, and I said this the same thing with the Charles Jones guys, is that I hope one of his sentencing is that he has to tell everybody on Discord, not that he's going to have access to Discord because they don't have access to the internet per se, but tell people this is wrong. This is not right. Do not do this. You're going to end up in jail, and it's not worth it. It's not right. Somehow get rid of this whole concept of idolization and copycatting, and it's cool. It's not cool. It's not cool to do this at all. So I hope somehow that's part of the sentencing, is that he is forced to tell these people, don't do this. Don't do this. It's wrong. We'll see. So let's see. The phone call between Colt and Marcy about James. He asked his mom to watch a psychiatrist that testified in the Holmes trial. Holmes said he had schizoaffective disorders, and that's what Colt said he had. Then there's another phone call. So he's using mental illness to get a not guilty. A doctor would really help. That's what Marcy is saying. So Marcy's right in with this too. There's another phone call, the 26th. That was the 25th, 26th of October. So basically like a month and then 6 weeks after, 5-6 weeks after. Used temporary insanity to get not guilty. Schizophrenia was never on the table for the defense. So the doctor comes right out and says, I told them schizophrenia is not on the table. You don't have it. NGRI, it's not going to happen. So that's why they didn't. He said not guilty, but he never said not guilty by reason of insanity. So that's why I was really interested to, again, we've watched a lot of trials where they are going for that NGRI. And I was really surprised. I'm like, why are you not going? I mean, if you truly are, and I didn't know, I knew he was being evaluated, but I didn't know what the evaluation came back with. So I was really interested to hear from these experts, these doctors that evaluated him. And guess what? You don't have what you claim you have, because no schizophrenic says, I've got schizophrenia. No, you don't. That's just not the way it works. So let's see. So then, we go. They were trying to manufacture a diagnosis, but they weren't able to. So between Marcy and Colt, this doctor's saying, yeah, they were trying to make things up. They were trying to manufacture a disorder and a diagnosis, and they just weren't able to because they didn't understand it. He never thought Colt had bipolar disorders or schizophrenia. So that's twice he says no schizophrenia. Colt did a poor job in convincing the doctor he had those disorders. September 11th, he meets with a psychologist, and he reports auditory and visible hallucinations. But then he tells Dr. Dupree a few days earlier that he doesn't, so malingering appears evident, but Dr. Dupree notes that Colt isn't hallucinating, so she prescribes no meds. So he's kind of going back and forth with these doctors, just kind of playing everybody. And then on October 22nd, he tells Dr. Dupree, I hear voices. Thank you, Horse Welfare, for the 10 floating hearts. Appreciate that. Here, and then Brat, here's the thing. November 12th, if you're listening, Brat, he says, something happened. I heard whispers berating me. I see frogs in my room, Tuesdays and Thursdays mostly. And Dr. Dupree writes, one doesn't hallucinate on certain days. So I thought you'd appreciate that one, Brat. It shows he does. Oh, and then this doctor says it shows he doesn't know about hallucinations and how they work. So he's like, he's trying to play the system, and he just doesn't understand how it works. So he gets transferred back because he's not being prescribed meds. He reports increased anxiety in May after he meets with this doctor. So he meets with this doctor, I think, like on the 18th, and then on the 23rd he reports, increased anxiety. Colt's hallucinations don't appear to be real. Then they play a little clip from the school, where he's hysterical and all that stuff. Colt says, I never told my dad to hide the weapons. I'm sorry, I told my dad to hide them, but as we found out, Colin never hit him. Or he put him up on the top shelf and he put some clothes over him. Colt made up a complete lie. He changed his story from finding the weapons in the truck, then it was to finding it inside the house. The doctor believes he was trying to protect his dad, Colin, which I thought as well when we were listening to them. Like, yeah, it's multiple times, like 3 or 4 times. Seemed like he was trying to protect his dad. Colt only brings in the government when talking to this doctor, so he never talked about being chased by the government, being hunted down by the FBI. The FBI is following him. That came from James Holmes. James Holmes said the same thing. So again, he's just picking all these, well, at least 2 of these people, and he's like taking what he wants and he's regurgitating it. Colt tells law enforcement about these purple gloves. Purple gloves came from Kyle Rittenhouse. He wore purple gloves, so that's another Easter egg. So he's like dropping all these Easter eggs. God, I hope there's not somebody out there that's going to do the same thing. This is just wrong. Then these messages to Mandy. Can you be awake September 4th around 8:30 or 9ish? That was a message on August 31st. Something I have for Nick. He's upset that Nick isn't responding to him and says, I'll fix this. In 3 days, Nick is going to be in love with us. Surprise. Mandy asks why the 4th, because Nick chose the 14th. It was Valentine's Day. Colt tells law enforcement that he called the hotline, the self-deletion hotline. The doctor did not know that. Phone records show he did not actually do that. So, but James Holmes did, apparently. James Holmes did call the hotline right before. Colt says, I hate every mass deleter except Nick and James. He called the hotline right before he did it too. He says, I became decentralized through all of this. And they said, that's an odd word to use. He says he never told the doctor that he blacked out or he didn't remember what was happening, but that, of course, is what he told law enforcement. Let's see. Colt's told law enforcement they did. The community of teens that are obsessed with this, and it's pretty disturbing because they sexualize it. Information and knowledge is key to this group, to this community, because it feeds into their status. Raises up their status. The more you know, the more people are like, oh yeah, you know about that. How do you know all this stuff? They make videos and art, memes glorifying these people. It provides a connection because it is dysfunctional. There's no shortage of interest in true crime. I like that. Then there's people who people that go to the next level, and again, they do it all for credibility and recognition. He had the phone numbers. This kind of surprised me. He had the phone numbers to Mandy and Caitlin, and he actually tried to reach out and contact them and talk with them, because one of you guys, I forget, we were talking a little bit in chat about are we going to hear from Mandy? Will the state call in Mandy? And sorry, I'm just reading some chat here. And he did not get a hold of Mandy and Caitlin, so I don't know. I guess the state won't call them either. Oh, and then this is kind of the final straw. It was like, I want to make history. To put it short, I just want people to remember the pain I caused and research me for hours. Well, the only way that society can send a message to people trying to do this is to put him life without parole, send him away, and that's it. You know, do not glorify this. Put him away. If you do this, you're going to be gone forever. Is that the way you want to spend the rest of your life? I suppose, or DP. You know, if you're old enough, you would get the DP. So, under redirect, how will this affect his growth moving forward? He says, well, he'll have to learn how to cope and manage his feelings. People can make a change, especially at Colt's age. We'd like to have Colt be in an environment that would help him get rehabilitated. So, Mandy has not been identified only as Mandy. That's. Let me put myself down here. Only as Mandy. That's there's a Mandy and a Caitlin. So he can. Okay, so here's the story with that, Laura. Don't give him an iPad. Give him books. It's like Aaron researched it while we were just a few minutes ago. They have limited access to. They don't have access to the internet. It's like a secured system that they can, you can talk to them, but it has to go. It's like being on a phone. I mean, everything is monitored. They're just not on Discord. They're not like, you just can't all of a sudden start talking to somebody in prison. It just doesn't work that way. So, there's like you can send an email, but it has to be monitored. It has to be looked at. It's very what's the word? I want to say monitored, but very, like they just don't have, in prison, you do not have access to Discord. Let me just put it that way. Debbie, thank you so much for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. And Rita, I think you are in chat, right? Rita with us? I think Rita's in chat. Who else do we have? Spanky, C, Tina Sue, and Tina Nolan. Awesome. Let's see, and ignore him for the rest of his life. Yeah, I mean that's the only message that you're going to send. I'm sure there's somebody out there. That's watching this case that's thinking the same thing that he thought about Nick Cruz. So, Debbie, they need to investigate that girl he was talking to. She's a bad apple too. It sounds like they have her phone number. So if they have her phone number, then I have a feeling she's being investigated. So. Send him away and forget him. Yeah, that's why a lot of people they don't say Cruz's name. I get that, It's like Beetlejuice, don't say his name, or else he'll just, it's forever keeping him in the conversation, Diane, hello from Michigan. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, their electronic communication is tightly controlled, just like phones. Just like a phone, you can't... you have certain times. It's very heavily monitored, heavily controlled, all of that stuff. They do not have access to. In other words, they're not on Discord. They can't just call up YouTube, and just start watching stuff. So, William says, "Great catch." There are a few people in here already. Awesome. Spanky Ham Bam. Come on. I said your name. Are you with us, Spanky? Is Spanky with us? 302. Good job, guys. Thank you for 302 thumbs ups. Really appreciate that. Ladybugs, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Appreciate that. We've got Sensationally Social with Beth. We got Matt Fisher. We have Amber, Donna, cancer survivor. Welcome in, guys. If you are out there, please come on in and thank Ladybugs and Debbie and yeah, I love it. Thank you, guys. All right, let's see. I'm going to get some kitty cam going. We'll get some kitty cam going for you guys. So they're breaking until 2:00, and it's almost 1. All right, so I'll be back in like 45 minutes or so. So, Robin says, I really appreciate when you summarize the last session. Very helpful. Thank you. You're welcome, and thank you. Yep. I also have notes. If you guys are members, I have notes too. Everything that I summarize, I have notes, and it's for dial-up and Cablevision. We give that to some of our higher tiered members every day after court. I release my notes. So if you ever want to do that, consider that. That would be dial-up and Cablevision. What the Healer? How are you? Turn it up. Thank you for that. Oh, that's the cat. Cat scratching. I love it. Cat scratching. All right. Gordon, smuggling phones into prison is a big business. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me, right? Doesn't surprise me. All right. Thank you, Jenny, for that. I do my best. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Camilla. Appreciate that as well. So yeah, so if you guys want to, if you have any desire to read my notes, they are available for members. All right, so with that, let's get some music going and get our soundtrack cranking, and we will see you guys. See you guys in about an hour.
change for the better. It's not like you'd even care. You go and bother him, he's gonna leave you blue. The echoes of the past will come right back to you. You think you're always in the right. Oh, you could never do no wrong. One day you'll feel the hurt and pain, an end to what you thought was strong. You go and bother him, he's gonna leave you blue. The echoes of the past will come right back to you. Secrets don't keep so easy, lies hurt so tough. I'm glad that it's all over if there's no trust. You were meant to be together, think you'll make the perfect pair. It won't be happy ever after. You're gonna get just what is fair. You go and bother him, he's gonna leave you blue. The echoes of the past will come right back to you.
let the bellows blow. Let the fire grow. My edges are worn, my steel runs thin. It's been way too long since I felt your kiss. The cold is overtaking me. You know it's slowly breaking me. So take me, darling, to the edge of hell, 'cause I need your touch, that heavenly spell. You know that I still believe. You burn away the shame in me. The bellows blow, swing the heavy sledge, temper me with pain. Forge me in your holy flames. The weight of the world has hardened this heart, and I need you, girl, to twist me apart. Your burning embers call to me, like I'm the only one you need. The bellows blow, swing the heavy sledge, temper me with pain. Forge me in your holy flames.
right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Court is going to kick in about 20 minutes. So, top of the hour, 2 o'clock Eastern. Sorry, I got hair in my mouth. Got about 20 minutes or so before court comes back. Hope you guys had a good break. If you were getting yourself some lunch or some dinner or some breakfast, hope you guys had a good break. We have about 15 minutes to go or so. Yeah, Jenny Lynn, imagine that. Especially when they walk right by me. Especially when one walks right by me. Linda, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Hey, Tina. Welcome in, Tina Powers. Good to see you. CJ Sunshine, I wish I could share my pizza with you. Oh, I wish you could too. But we got pizza on Saturday. I was going shopping and my car battery died. So we had to order, I couldn't go to the store. So we had some food to eat, but we were going to get pizza. And so we ended up calling our pizza guy and said, my car broke down, can you deliver pizza? So we had pizza as well. Elaine, thank you for the kitty cam. Awesome. Debbie likes watching, yeah, they're so much fun. They really like to engage. It's funny, each one enjoys a certain style of play. Like Polly, she just thoroughly enjoys playing with that little snake toy thingy. She just loves that. And the other ones, some like a bottle cap, literally just a bottle cap or a little ball. Also the couple toys, that just kind of emulate like a fly buzzing around. It's really funny how they all have their own specific things they like. Did you ever end up getting a new car? Yes, that's the new car. Yeah, I got a new car. It's 2017, but it's new to me. And the battery was all corroded. The tow truck guy came over and see, I didn't think the battery was dead because I was able to lock the car. The radios would go on, like everything was going on, but when I hit ignition, it would just go like that. I'm like, oh, is it the alternator? Is it the battery? I don't know. So I should have just looked at the battery, because when the tow truck guy came, he looked at the battery and it was all corroded. I'm like, I could have done that. But I needed a new battery, one way or the other. So I had him tow it in to the dealer. They replaced it for free, thankfully, because on the Carfax it said they did the oil, they did brand new oil, brand new tires, brand new brakes, and in the Carfax it said battery is corroded, may cause problems, and then underneath that it said battery. So I thought they replaced the battery too. I'm like, sweet, I got a new battery as well. Was not the case. They did not replace the battery in April. I bought it in June, last month. So I said, I haven't even made a payment yet on this car. I literally have not made a payment on this car yet. And yeah, Stacy, they're going to be at lunch for about another 15 minutes. So you get to hear me rambling on about my my troubles and woes this weekend with my car. So yeah, I hadn't even made a payment yet. Today was the first payment. So I was bitching and complaining about that. I'm like, you guys sold me a lemon to the one salesperson I was not kind to, but she was not kind to me either. But anyway, I ended up sorting it out. I went in Sunday, picked it up, but then the AC wasn't working. So I'm going in back in on Saturday and have them look at the AC, because it was fine. The AC was cranking. And now it's not. So it's a Nissan Maxima, Sherry. Nissan Maxima. Yes, it was like almost $500. It was like $4 and change, $450, something like that. Yeah. Well, I figured a battery alone was going to be like $300, and then for their time, which makes sense. It was like $450. But now the AC doesn't work. So you dumped $6,500 into yours 2 weeks ago. Not gonna lie. Wow. Yeah, that stinks. Yes. Horse Welfare saying welcome back. 2 p.m. we start. Top of the hour for those in another other than the Eastern time zone. Top of the hour. No, Debbie, I have to go to the post office. I go every Saturday. Just so you guys know, I go every Saturday to the post office. So I won't get there until Saturday. So I did not. It doesn't come here. It goes to the post office. So I go to the post office every Saturday. I did not go this past Saturday because I had to go in a different direction. So no. Laura, you have decided, although you are going on vacation tomorrow, you're going to bring us all with you. Awesome. I'm going to watch replay though. Cool. I know and it was like 98 coming home. It was like 97. It was like 96, 97 yesterday when I was driving home. I'm like, oh, no. I called as soon as I got home. I'm like, you guys fixed the battery. That's awesome. But now my AC doesn't work. So I need that fixed straight away. Jerry, you have the Altima, but it's so low it's hard to get in. Oh, gotcha. Car woes suck. They do. Especially, I haven't even made a payment. Today was the first day I actually made a payment on the car, and I was not happy on the weekend. I'm like, are you kidding me? Why didn't you just fix the battery? Why didn't you just fix it? Your technician saw that it was corroded. Just fix it. Slap a new battery in. I was not happy. Anyway, and then now I'm especially not happy because now the AC doesn't work. So I don't know if it was something to do with, clearly it was something to do with what they did with the battery, because it was fine. I'd get in and within, excuse me, I would say within a half a mile of, you start the car up, I don't even let it warm up. I let it warm up for like 30 seconds. So, buckle in and then go. And by the time I'm like a half a mile down the road, I have it set for 70, and it's like, it's great. And it kicks in within a minute. It's AC is cranking. So I know the AC works. So they did something, clearly something happened. I'm hoping it's just a quick little, because it's all electronic. Obviously, everything's so electronic these days with these cars, even a 2017. I'm just hoping it's a little switch that they just gotta, or something. They just have to do a quick little switch. And that it shouldn't cost me anything because it was fine until they replaced the battery. Let's see. Yes, typically electronic glitch, blown fuse, maybe due to power spike. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's just it works. It works, but it took like almost 20 minutes for it to, 15 minutes before it started to kind of, maybe I'm exaggerating. I'd say it took a good 10 minutes, solid 10 minutes before it even remotely got cool. It wasn't even cold. It was cool. And I cranked it down to like 62. Still didn't work. And it was, yeah, it was, it definitely, it's working, but it's not, it's like maybe it was going like maybe 80 or 82 or something. And I had it set at 70, then I took it down to 62 just to see. I was just kind of playing with it. I was doing the, it coming in from the engine, coming in, circulating from the inside. I was trying everything. Erin, even when I got home, Erin got in and we sat in the car for a few minutes and she was playing with buttons too, because it's dual. You can have it, you know, one for the driver, one for the passenger. So Erin was playing with it for a few minutes, and it clearly is something happened. So I'm hoping it's, yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's just a little electronic, maybe a fuse, like you said, a fuse blew. Hopefully that's something like that. Sherry, we'll have to fix that. I hope so. I certainly hope so. Laura's taking us with her on your vacation. Gonna watch replays though. Very cool. John, I know how you feel. Some days it pays to drive a horse. I know. I specifically got. I had to get a new car because the car I was driving was basically a death trap. I didn't have AC, which was easily fixable. The window was starting to crack. The front windshield was starting to crack. Actually, when I took Paulie to the Chinese vet, when I was coming home, I noticed there was a little crack, and then it just got more and more and more. Luckily, it wasn't going up. It went up and then back down again. I'm like, oh no, I got. And then I'm not going to tell you everything else about. Oh, there was a parasitic leak in the battery, so I'd have to unplug the battery every time I drove it. But there was one other thing I'm not going to tell you about because you guys will just kill me if you find out that I was still driving the car in that condition. So I was not. So it had reached the point that I needed a new car for many reasons. That was, I told the salesperson, the dealership, I said, I need a new car. I told him everything that was wrong with my VW. And I said, I just want a car with four tires, a wheel, and AC. A steering wheel, 4 tires, and AC. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about Sirius XM. I don't care about GPS tracking. I don't care about, I don't even care if the seat reclines. I don't care. I just want AC, a steering wheel, and 4 wheels. So they knew going into this that I needed AC. So I have a feeling they didn't check the AC after he replaced the battery. He probably didn't even check the AC. So I have to just let them know that the AC needs to be corrected. So Crunchy Frog, most insurance companies would replace the cracked windshield. It was time to let it go. Let me just put it that way. It was time. It was from 2007. I got it December of 2006. So it was time to let it go. It was getting the top the top of it was. Are they coming back? Oh, they're not. Okay, here it is. The roof was getting all sun damaged. The roof was brutal. Yeah, those cars. You guys live in any kind of sunny environment. You see those cars driving around. The roof is all sunburned. That was my car. I am a simple man. I truly am. I do not care about all the electronics that come into this car. I enjoy it. I feel like I'm like in Starship. I'm in the Enterprise. I feel like I'm in Star Trek. But it's a wonderful car. I absolutely love this car. I just need it to to work now. Like when they sold it to me, it was beautiful. When I first drove it off the lot and everything, I was like, oh, I love this car. The new car. So yeah, no, it's essential. Especially it was, like I said, it was 90. My thermometer was reading 97 or 98 as I was driving home. Yeah, it was hot. It was hot outside yesterday. I think temperature, it was like 96, 97. It was pretty toasty. And you cannot, it's like being up north. You have to have heat in the winter. You have to have AC. You just, and I drove around all last year too without AC. And one of those things. But I would only go food shopping, or anyway, I was able to survive but then now once we had the kittens and we had to take them to get, to the vet and get fixed, and Polly getting bit by snakes, it just became I have to have AC. Camilla, do you like to have a radio in your car? I can't drive without music. I do. I love having music, and I would always play my CDs and or audiobooks. But I just kind of got used to not having a radio because, that broke down as well. So I kind of got used to it. Yeah, like I said, it was one of those cars, you guys. It was truly a beater. It was a beater car. This July in Florida has been brutal, John says. It's pretty hot. It's pretty hot all over. It is pretty hot all over. But yeah, for sure. It's I think it's what is it right now? Oh, we're at 90. It's only 92. That's not too bad. Yeah, the last couple of days have been like I said, 96, 97. It's been pretty bad. Pretty bad. Horse welfare. I like as little electronics as possible for cars and appliances. I do too. Elaine, do you name your cars in the U.S. like some of us crazies here in the U.K.? You call yours Daisy. Some do. This car originated from New Jersey, and then it made its way down to Orlando, and then it made its way to me. So at first I was calling it Christopher. I was calling it Christopher. But I think I've landed on Shadowfax. I think I'm going to call it Shadowfax. Christopher. Dragonflies, I listen to audiobooks all the time. Love them. Yes. Sherry, like that song, Simple Man. Laura, everyone has had a brutal, I agree. Everyone has had a brutal. It's been hot. Even in isn't France, Bordeaux, they're having like major wildfires right now. Of course, Canada's just been ablaze. I know Wimbledon, there was a heat. There was a lot of heat in England. I think during Roland Garros. I think in May. I think Paris. They experienced some issues. Jersey girl. That would be good. At work, the guy that was on the other side of my wall, like, Christopher. And of course, we're rewatching The Sopranos right now, so it kind of made sense. Christopher. It's always a good. It's always fun to rewatch The Sopranos. I'm just reading something that somebody just sent us. Not to mention all the trials I've watched, something for me to think about. What if one day I get dementia and start confessing to crimes I didn't commit because I watched too many crime shows and documentaries? Then there's that. That's a good one. Pisano, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Bam, I've noticed most vehicles are referred to as he, she. Isn't she a beauty? Yeah, I've never gotten into that. Like some people say, have you ever named your guitars? Never really got into that. Tour de France was brutal. Yeah, I missed that. I didn't say that. Laura loves The Sopranos. Yeah. Do you guys say Sopranos or Sopranos? We noticed that they say both. Sometimes they say Tony Soprano. Sometimes they say Tony Soprano. So we've noticed that they say both soprano and soprano. I think I go with Sopranos. I think I say Sopranos more than soprano. Ladybugs says your ex from the Navy bought a car down in Chesapeake, Virginia, and when I went down there to visit him 20 years later, he had a vehicle that was sold in the town that I grew up in, New Jersey. Interesting. Have I watched Jinx? I think so. But that reminds me of Robert Durst. That's not anything to do with Robert Durst, is it? Is that the Robert Durst one? If so, then yes, we have watched that. All right, sounds like they're coming back. All right, court is coming back.
call present, state and call its next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is on Zoom. Would you like me to do it at the podium, or would you like me to do it here at the podium and stay seated at the desk?
I'm okay with either as long as the witness can hear you. Are you able to hear Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, are you able to hear Brad Smith, the DA?
I will say that was a little garbled.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I think this will probably work, Your Honor.
All right. And this is Peter Smith, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Do we need to turn the video on?
Yeah, I suppose we do. All right, so Mr. Smith, if there's any issue that comes up with you being able to hear or see us adequately, just do something to get my attention and we'll address that. Otherwise, I'll assume everything's working correctly. All right, everybody ready for the witness? Mr. Allen, we good?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, before we start, if you could raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you'll give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can put your hand down. And if you could introduce yourself for the court.
Yes, my name is Peter Nolan Smith. I'm an extremist researcher and journalist living in Canada.
And how long have you been a researcher on extremism?
Probably the last 6 or 7 years. It's been full time.
And how did you get involved in this?
Initially, was a beat journalist. I'd run a few projects in college where I would look at kind of harmful and pernicious cults, and then I started to apply that to my work. And now, I'm generally out of journalism, but work for a variety of NGOs or private companies, providing information about extremist movements, particularly the far right, the Islamic State in Kurdistan province, and more recently, nihilistic violent extremism, which includes the true crime community.
Okay. So how did you get to be involved looking at the true crime community?
It started to intersect with extremely violent neo-Nazi movements, participants who were part of online spaces that we would call part of the true crime community, or TCC. We're also parts of kind of online collectives or communities that would have similar kind of worship or lionization of mass killers.
Have you done any writings on your research?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
Have you done any writings about your research?
Yes, sir. I've been published by a variety, like I said, of NGOs, particularly one that focuses on Canada, the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, and then multiple news publications, as well as the U.S. Army's Counterterrorism Center, their academic journal called the CDC Sentinel, specifically on the subject of the true crime.
All right, this time I tender him as an expert on the true crime community.
Mr. Allen.
Have you had any, if I could,
Yeah, you can go on here.
have you had any special education or training with respect to extremism and any kind of relationship to psychological behavior?
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, you may have.
Have you had any special education or training with respect to extremism and the impacts on psychological behavior?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any educational background with regard to the sociology of extremism and its impact on communities?
No, sir. I was a political science.
Okay. And in your studies as political science, what did you concentrate on?
International relations, security, but yeah, predominantly international.
And you had indicated that you worked with anti-hate group in Canada, is that right?
Yes, an NGO that monitors and tracks the far right.
Okay, and they are an advocacy organization, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in most of your publications that you have listed, they have been related to advocacy, is that correct?
I mean, many of the publications relate to research, monitoring, propaganda analysis. I wouldn't say a majority of my work has been related to Athens.
Okay. What other training have you had with regard to international relations and or the extremism community related to the TCC?
I'm an investigator. I've taken courses in open source investigation, but if we're talking about training specifically related to the TCC, no.
Judge, I'm not sure that he meets the qualifications under OCGA's 7702, I believe, is the section related to expert testimony, Judge. I know he's written some documents, but that's more of a chronicler more than it is somebody who has an expertise. I think if the court wants to accept his information as a lay opinion, that would be appropriate under 701, but I don't think he qualifies as an expert, Judge.
I would disagree, Your Honor. As far as an expert, he just has knowledge about something that the average layperson wouldn't have that knowledge of to help the fact finder in their decision-making process. I would also note that the expert that the defense called used him as a resource for his own opinions about the TCC. So he was actually used as a resource by their expert because that expert did not have enough knowledge about the subject, and he used him as a basis for that knowledge as he testified.
Do you want to take a minute to elicit from him how much time he has spent researching the true crime community, how he went going about that?
Tell us about your research of the true crime community specifically.
Yes, sir. Again, like I said, initially it started when we noticed that it was observed by researchers that mass casualty attackers, particularly ones who weren't expressing a distinct ideological motivation, were repeating instances, linking themselves in kind of a chain of different actors, repeating details, including their own, as well as references to various online communities within their manifestos, within the writings on their firearms, within their guns, or words written on the gun, for instance. There are numerous cases that get called back repeatedly, and this kind of led to a larger expanded project where we analyzed cases that had been linked to the TCC. This is for the paper that was written for the CTC Sentinel. When that was being done, we examined these cases. We found 21 TCC-linked cases and plots across 2024 and 2025 that showed some clear indications that people had been active within these communities. Since then, it is kind of a daily occurrence to spend time on social media, documenting the symbols, the language, the different social media platforms that these individuals kind of use and utilize to communicate with one another. It's not a unified group or a formal organization or even a political movement. It's a very large and broad social community that in very rare instances, but in prevalent instances, includes extremist violence.
How have you gone about studying them?
We do a large amount of logging, of kind of visual language, the words that are used, or the language that is used repeatedly, instances of manifesto analysis, post-attack. In the case of individuals who are interceded before plots take place, analyzing their online footprint. I think it's fair to say that there have been dozens of cases over the past 3 years, potentially more, where I have investigated those specifically, I've just spent the past kind of 3 years immersed specifically in the kind of nihilistic violence and true crime community ecosystem online.
All right. I'm I'm going to permit him to testify as an expert, and of course his experience or lack of it will just affect the credibility of what that testimony is.
First off, Mr. Smith, what is the true crime community?
So it's a diffuse and decentralized network. Is kind of at its core a social community that includes a large variety of interests, from people who just have a kind of passing interest in the subject and genre of true crime, but at its most extreme and violent, lionizes, glorifies, and encourages acts of mass violence, not for any particular political end, but for the notoriety, to resolve grievance, and as well as the social standing among the other members of the community that it can provide.
And who is it mostly comprised of? What type of people?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
Who is it mostly comprised of?
Oh, it skews quite young. It's international. We have a flurry of cases in Southeast Asia. Predominantly, though, it is a North American and Western Europe based phenomenon. And yeah, the participants skew particularly young, though there are outliers and exceptions to that.
And what platforms are they using for this community?
So it originated on a variety of websites and forums, particularly around the Columbine shooting, and then from there kind of evolved to include Tumblr, but now is so expansive that there's few social media and online spaces where there isn't some sort of presence. TikTok, Instagram are probably two kind of the largest at this point, but that's by way of both their popularity with youth as well as the editing tools that allow the creation of original content very easily.
Back in 2024, would Discord and Tumblr be used? Were you able to? Back in 2024, were the platforms Discord and Tumblr used?
Yes, absolutely. Until very recently, I mean still today, but until very recently, Tumblr was a kind of significant point of interest for the TCC. Discord as well, it's a private chat application. Individuals can create servers to talk about any subject that they choose, really. Many have been dedicated to the TCC and the creation of their community.
The phrase TCC, or True Crime Community, is that a label that outside people have put on it, or is this a moniker they have adopted themselves?
This is definitely a moniker that was adopted by the community. Initially, it was used for hashtags. Hashtag, you put the number symbol ahead of a word, and then on social media platforms, by accessing that, you can see all of the posts that include that hashtag or word. It initially developed around that hashtag, and then now that there have been moderation efforts against it, you see kind of alternative versions of it popping up.
What do the participants of the TCC do? What are their actions on this platform or on these platforms?
Yes. So, like, true crime is a spanning genre, and then it's like at its broadest overview includes individuals with a very kind of, for lack of a better term, innocent interest in crime and reporting about crime. The podcast documentaries technically count as part of this kind of big circle of true crime, and then as you move within, when we're talking about violent extremism, you have different layers of participation. So the first is the kind of broad one that we all interact with, whether we watch a Netflix documentary or read a book about it. The second tier, you start to have kind of parasocial identification, where individuals start to identify more with the attacker and potentially sympathy for that individual, as opposed to the crime itself or the victims. The second tier the third tier becomes more interested in encouraging the violence, and that supporting the act, and then the fourth and smallest kind of circle within these many circles are those who go out and commit violent acts themselves.
The ones that are specifically in Tier 2 and Tier 3, what kind of actions are they doing?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
The groups that are in Tier 2 and Tier 3 specifically, what kind of actions are they doing? How do they interact with each other?
Yeah, certainly in Tier 2, this is where you start to see fan art of an interest in images or photos of the perpetrators when they're very young. This is where the identification or the sympathy starts to come into play. In Tier 3 is where things start to get more extreme, where not only are the acts, something carried out by a desperate or kind of downtrodden individual, but something that is desirable or to be emulated. And we can see very blatantly on social media individuals encouraging others to go out and carry out attacks of their own.
In these Tier 2 and Tier 3s, do they do things like doodle their names in notebooks, dress like them? Do they dress like them?
Yes, yeah, that's one of the in the kind of like mimetic or like repeating chain of actions. Individuals will wear similar clothing to perpetrators. They'll listen to music. There's extensive fan art that is created in the same way that social communities support pop stars or sports teams. These individuals become very much kind of fans. Like it has been described by other researchers as fandom of the perpetrators of acts of mass violence.
And what makes it a community?
The connection through social spaces, aesthetic, the visual language or appearance that they use. There's an in-group language, specific terms that are common. In many cases, it is hard to tell on TikTok or Instagram if you're watching TCC content if you don't recognize that you're looking at the baby photos of a particular perpetrator. They're often dressed up in the same way that you see individuals become not obsessed, but become kind of infatuated with celebrities and kind of look for as much original information about them as they can. And the kind of more you're able to find, esoteric or like small unknown details about an individual, their life, their photos, their former online habits, more kind of social cachet is can buy you within those spaces.
You talked about a specific language and symbiology they have. Is that directed to the outside world or to themselves?
Oh, it's very much an inward focused thing. Without kind of understanding or like being in those spaces, just like you wouldn't understand slang or terms within other communities, it can be difficult at least to pick up on it within the TCC.
Can a particular participant gain status within the community?
Sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
Can a particular participant gain status within the community?
Yeah, certainly.
How would they do that? Go ahead.
Original research, like even at tier like 1 and 2, like original research information that's not available can be shared. Like that's one way to buy cachet. Creating media, whether that's video edits, which again relies often on the tools that are kind of ubiquitous on cell phones now, like TikTok. Any individual can take a few images and create something that you would have needed fairly expensive editing suites for just 10 years ago, and share that very quickly through social media. And then ultimately, beyond having information about perpetrators, perpetrators themselves kind of exist within a space where some are more popular than others. Even when we look at individuals who've committed acts over the past 3 years, some of them are supported or find that kind of notoriety within the community, while other ones are more or less forgotten. There's no like formula for that specifically, But yes, like status is obtained through original research, original content, and then ultimately the status of the perpetrators.
Okay. Does the TCC have a particular ideology? Like, are they white supremacist, anti-Semitic, anti-LGBTQ, conservative or progressive, anything like that?
Not typically. This is kind of where the difficulty of classification comes from, and we see multiple terms for referring to this type of violence in different countries, in different jurisdictions, by different researchers. The UK uses violence-fascinated individuals. Some people will say nihilistic violence. Others will say nihilistic violent extremism, or mixed ideology and motivation. The difficulty is that ideology is not typically the primary motivator. So if we look at the Christchurch attack in New Zealand against a mosque, the perpetrator had a very clear ideological motive, that it was to kill as many Muslim people as possible. In many of these attacks, the motivation is the attempt to kind of place themselves in this line of mass shooters. And Columbine is typically held up as the origin point to some degree. But no, you might have individuals who might say, oh, I'm a neo-Nazi, or oh, I'm like subscribe to whatever type of ideology in their target selection, in the motivations that they discuss in the attack, whether it's in their manifesto or if they survive during interrogation and trial. We find that there is not a distinct ideology among the community, and it remains ideologically. So it is not a political movement. It is not a group. It is a fandom. It is a social movement.
If someone in the TCC were to put like mimicking someone else's writings in their journal, or putting references on their rifle that other people had put on their rifles, and the original perpetrator had a racist or anti-Semitic or something like that ideology, does it automatically mean that that's what the second perpetrator meant by it?
No, typically not. Again, the notoriety that past killers have received, like Christchurch, is probably one of the best examples. Brennan Tarrant was very clearly motivated by a racist ideology. He wrote extensively about it over the many pages of his manifesto. But we do see, the impacts of that in the media and on culture were very widespread, and we see individuals who kind of ape or reproduce elements of that attack who don't seem to share the same ideology as Tarrant. It can be difficult to parse out. It is kind of it's often considered to be a novel form of extremism, but it exists within kind of a shared community, and the distinguishing factor is the lack of ideology, or at least the lack of ideology is a primary motive. Samantha Rucknow, who committed an attack in Wisconsin in 2004, I believe, she wrote very racist statements in her manifesto, but ultimately her target selection was just against random individuals at her school, including the teachers. There's very little indication that despite having this ideology, that was what motivated or prompted the attack, rather than her grievance and depression and desire for notoriety. So yeah, we would classify that as being within the space of nihilistic violence, as opposed to one that was motivated by a particular ideology.
What makes one mass killer more or less popular in the TCC than other mass killers?
That is a question that doesn't have a good answer at this time, unfortunately. There are a variety of factors that seem to count. Again, the impact on the culture, the media spectacle that gets created around it, the following analysis, and interest by researchers and the community, but and obviously the body count, very unfortunately, the amount of victims is a contributing factor, but not always. There are attempted attacks that exist within the TCC as great areas of interest, and there are successful attacks that they rarely talk about. There is no kind of silver bullet for understanding what is going to be significant in the space or not. But individuals who do carry out these attacks, do seem to understand the type of content that the community would be interested in, whether it be manifestos, they have social media history, or sometimes we've seen they kind of tailor what they're leaving behind, ostensibly for researchers and media to find. But yeah, there's no kind of firm formula for what gets turned into the subject of interest.
Would the amount of content available to the TCC affect their popularity?
It certainly seems to. But there are individuals who've made sure to leave very large amounts behind who just haven't been picked up. There's unfortunately not, like I said before, there's just not a clear formula for what they're going to pick up and what they're not.
Would additional content that came from the perpetrator after arrest, like continuing to feed content, would that affect their popularity?
Oh, absolutely. There's a big culture of not only digging up the past, but trying to initiate contact with perpetrators, writing them letters, and then sharing those kind of in these spaces. Yes, absolutely.
That's all the questions I have. I think the attorney would have some questions for you.
Mr. Allen Cross.
With regard to the research you've done, how many case studies with TCC turning into active shooters occurred? Oh, were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, within the research you've done, how many case studies have you come across where active shooters have come from the TCC community?
There's the case study I wrote for the CTC Sentinel. There's been reported by the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, who I believe has done a few reports. But it is a newer community, so there's not an extensive amount of literature on the subject.
And within that article, there were 21 people you identified within your case study?
Sorry, what was that?
Within that article, you're referring to the one for TCT, right? I mean, the CTC.
Yes.
Yeah. And that particular article, you were highlighting 21 cases, right?
Yes, sir. From 2024 to 2025, 21 TCC attacks.
Okay. And how many people are involved in the TCC community?
It is an expansive community. There's, I haven't seen what I would call an accurate estimate.
Within that, has there been any select control group study done to determine what kind of psychological impacts the various tiers you identified have on the community?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. And within those 21 individuals that you cite to, how many of them turned into active shooters?
I would have to consult my data to answer that question. I'm not 100%
sure. Do you recall any of the cases and what kind of materials or manifestos are left behind?
Oh, yeah, certainly. Like there's Samantha Ruppnow, which I already mentioned, and Solomon Henderson, Robin Westman. Sorry, just like I'm just listing off names. These are individuals who carried out attacks for lack of a better term, successfully, and then left behind online footprints or manifestos that connected them to the deceased.
And in identifying these, were they initially identified after the shooting, or were they tracked in any kind of manner before the shooting?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
In other words, how did you come upon them? Was it because of the shootings themselves? Is that how you determined which ones were in your analysis?
Yeah, they were either reported based on public arrests, or they had carried out their plans, and then had become the subject of report.
So then the way you derived your analysis was you started from the end and essentially backtracked to the beginning.
We started with the most recent, certainly, and then, yes, to a certain degree, like the community is fairly, well, the behavior has existed for a long time. Fandoms related to the Columbine shooters were emerging very shortly after the attacks. It is a fairly novel community that started, it was roughly estimated, a couple of years before 2020, like 2017, 2018, that it kind of solidified into what we think of the ecosystem as today.
And how does that compare to other fandoms, like, say, Star Wars fans, or other than the fact that sometimes at the end you have a shooter that you're identifying, but how do they compare to other fandom communities?
Well, the fact is that most people who are involved in TCC are non-violent. Even those who get very deep to, as far as tier 3, it might be a macabre, but it is a perfectly healthy interest to whatever degree, or at least a common one, to have an interest in true crime in particular cases. Most of the individuals who even talk about committing attacks, it's done in kind of a role-playing fashion. But there is a very clear problem of individuals who are parts of these communities to progress towards violence, or that encouraged by other individuals within it to carry out those acts, and ultimately do, and then leave behind signals, or signs or symbols or callbacks to whatever else to past attacks that do come from that community.
And in the specific studies that you did in the CTC Sentinel article, did you have any of that material reviewed through a psychological lens by a forensic psychologist or anything of that nature?
No, sir. It is a counterterrorism or counter-extremism journal. It's written for counter-extremism research.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Do we still need Zoom?
No, sir.
Not for today, Judge.
I think this time we're going back to Investigator Smith for cross-examination.
All right. Yes.
Are you ready for us to go straight into it, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Picking up sort of where all the testimony left off, we had just viewed the videos of your interview with Colt on both interviews. And In the context of your investigation, he was not the only person that you interviewed, was he?
No, sir.
Okay. Who else did you interview?
So I conducted interviews with Colt, with Colin. I reviewed or watched a forensic interview with Colin's daughter, Jenny Gray. Also conducted interviews with Marcy Gray, I believe Annie Paulhamus, Mr. Charles Paulhamus, and Miss Debbie Paulhamus.
Okay. And can you give me an idea as to what kind of time frame those interviews took you?
I would say within the first week to 10 days.
Okay, so not long after the shooting?
No, sir.
Okay. Prior to the shooting itself, did you have any reason to have any interest in the family?
I'm sorry?
Did you have any reason to have any interest in the family? Was there any kind of investigation or report that you knew about?
Previous to, I had heard about an incident involving Marcy Gray that occurred in Fitzgerald, Georgia.
Okay. But nothing out of Jackson County?
Not prior to, no.
Okay. And do you know whether or not the school knew anything about an incident that took place in Jackson County prior to the current school year where the shooting took place?
Prior to, no, sir.
Okay. So other than Marcy, you have no idea about any pending investigations or any investigations through Department of Family and Children's Service or anything with the family?
No, sir.
Okay. And you had indicated that you spoke with Colt Gray. That was the day after the shooting, was it not?
That's correct.
Okay. And during that time, you got a fair amount of information from him with regard to Colt in school, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, he indicated during some point in his interview that Colt had been bullied in his prior school.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he did not indicate that he did anything other than visit the school on that. Is that correct?
I think that's fair to state.
Okay. And as far as you know, he didn't seek counseling or anything for Colt as a result of the bullying?
That's correct.
Okay. And as part of his bonding with the child, that's when he bought the AR that was used in the shooting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall from his interrogation or his interview how long Colt was in the school in Jackson County?
How long Colt was in school in Jackson County? I would assume the entire time they lived there.
Okay. And during your investigation, did you get any school records with regard to his attendance?
I do not believe that I got those records. I think that fell to DFACS. I believe they obtained his records.
Okay. Now, when Coleman got the gun for Colt, he did not indicate to you that he had bought any kind of trigger locks, safety locks, or lock boxes for that gun, did he?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He did not indicate to you that he bought any kind of trigger locks, lock boxes, or anything of that nature for the gun?
We didn't discuss that during the interview.
Okay. There was some discrepancy in what he said was how the gun was kept. Is that correct?
There was discrepancy between what he said and what Colt said, yes.
And your investigation also turned out that neither one of them were being accurate with you, correct?
Correct.
Where ultimately did your investigation tell you the gun was stored on a regular basis prior to the shooting?
On a regular basis in Colt's bedroom.
Okay. And that was confirmed by...
Jenny Gray during her forensic interview, as well as portions of both Colt and Colin's interview.
Okay. And at Colin's interview was when you took him in custody. Was that correct?
At the end of, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during that interview, you also cited to him some information from Inspector Ward, or Special Agent Ward. Who was she?
She's a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And was she also one of those that confirmed that the weapon was not stored in any kind of locked facility?
Yes, sir. She had conducted an interview with Colin the prior day.
Okay. During your interview, Colin also indicated that he knew about Colt's self-harm.
Yes.
And what did he tell you he did about it?
He told me that after Colt had caused self-harm, after he cut himself, that he had taken Colt's knife.
Okay. And did he seek any kind of help for Colt?
No, sir.
Did he take him to a doctor to look at the cuts?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Shortly before school started, Marcy had moved back in with them. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And that didn't turn out well?
No, sir.
And were you aware that during that time that she was there, she had at one point threatened to harm Colt?
I believe that happened sometime prior.
Okay. So what is your understanding of that?
My understanding of that, and I think Colin touched on that during his interview, some time ago, and I'd have to refer back to my case file, but some time ago, prior to September 4th, or prior to even Marcy staying there, that she had threatened to cause harm to Colt. And I believe it was around the same time of the Fitzgerald incident, if I'm not mistaken. And during that, Colin relayed that information. That wasn't something that Marcy, that I'm aware of, told Colt personally. That was something that Colin shared with Colt.
And the Fitzgerald incident you're talking about happened with his grandmother, Debbie Polhamus.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And Debbie Polhamus is Marcy's mother. That
is correct.
And the incident you're referring to is when she was tied to a chair?
Yes.
After that threat, there was a brief altercation between Colt and Marcy?
There was.
And did Marcy have anything to do with the gun that Colt owned at that point?
What do you mean by do?
Did she attempt to take it?
Yes, she had indicated during my interview with her that she had intentions of removing the firearm from Colt's room.
Okay. Do you know whether she followed up with Colin to ask him to have that removed?
She did.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were any actions taken to secure the gun?
Colin said that he did. Colt said that he did, but the results of our investigation was that was not true.
Now, when Colt was first arrested, as we heard on Friday on the initial interview that you did with him, he said that the gun was in a toolbox in the truck, correct?
That's correct.
And then the second interview, it changed to being in the closet.
Yes, sir. After we kind of drilled down on the timeline of that morning and the fact that Colin would have left prior to Colt being able to get that firearm, he did change and state that it was somewhere else.
Good. And did you ever circle back to Colt to ask him why he didn't tell you what the actual facts were?
I'm sorry?
Did you ever circle back to Colt and ask him why he didn't tell you that he had the gun instead of his father?
No, sir, I don't believe we did.
Okay. You remember your interview with Ms. Polhamus, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that interview, she outlined a lot of facts behind the altercations between Marcy and Colin, right?
That is correct.
And she's expressed to you her concern about Colt.
She did.
Okay. Do you recall some of the things that she talked about with regard to Colt's and his reaction to the arguments that his parents were having?
If you could refresh my memory.
Okay. Did Colt withdraw when there were fights and arguments with his parents?
He did.
Okay. Did he go back into his computer and just play for hours?
He would.
Okay. At times he went down to live with her, didn't he?
In Fitzgerald, yes.
Okay. And when he was living in Fitzgerald, did she tell you anything about his being upset, being agitated because of the issues with his parents?
He did. She did.
Okay. Did she also confirm to you whether or not she asked the parents to get him some treatment?
She did.
Okay. Did she even take steps to get treatment?
Yes.
Do you recall the portion of the interview where she had gone up to Athens to set up for a crisis center appointment for Colt?
I believe that was a phone call interview, but she did reach out to a facility in Athens to get help for Colt.
And do you recall her telling you that the Saturday before the shooting, they had an appointment that Colin was supposed to take him to?
Correct. I believe the lady at the facility in Athens told Ms. Balhamus that Saturdays were a slow day and that they could just have a walk-in.
And she couldn't do it herself because she didn't have legal rights.
Correct.
So it had to be a parent that went with her.
That is correct.
Did she also tell you that Colin didn't take that appointment?
Yes.
To the best of your understanding, Colin did not ever take Colt into any psychologist or therapist, even though he was asking for it.
The only thing that I'm aware that Colin did for Colt was speak with the school counselor, and I believe that was the extent of his involvement for getting help with Colt.
And to your knowledge, the school counselor put it down in crisis management?
I know that they have tools available to get children help. As far as all the tools that are at their disposal, I'm not aware of.
But you don't know that Colin ever followed through on anything that he may have gotten from the counselor?
No, sir, I don't.
And you were not told by Colin what information or tools she recommended him to?
No, they mentioned that they were going to have an outside counselor come into the school, I believe is the conversation that they had.
Okay. Now, in your interview with Colt, when we first run into him, he's very hysterical, isn't he?
Yes, you can hear in the beginning of the interview where Colt sounds upset. I think that kind of comes and goes throughout that interview, and in my opinion, I believe that what you're hearing, and unfortunately you can't see, but what you're hearing is largely a performative interview. I believe there were portions of that interview where Colt did actually cry, and that was specifically, I noted, when he would discuss his father and his father's alleged involvement, and he also discussed his sister Jenny, at which time I did witness him cry and tears come from his eyes, but I believe a majority of that interview to be performative. You can tell when I'm asking him questions, there's portions of the interview where he is kind of breathless. I believe that is the best way to describe that interview. And then I'll ask him a question, and he will calm down very quickly and answer that question.
Were you aware he suffered from anxiety issues?
He did tell me that.
Okay. And at the time of your interview, as we heard, he never denied he was the actual shooter, right?
He did not.
Okay. And he did express some concern for some of the folks that he shot at, didn't he?
He did. More so during the second interview.
And during the second interview, that's where you saw evidence of his self-harm.
Yes.
When he was taken into custody, or was transferred back to, I guess, the jail at that time, the detention center?
Yes.
Okay. Were any referrals made with respect to psychological counseling because of the self-harm?
I'm not sure if it was made there or if it was an RYDC. I'm not sure which is the most. I believe RYDC would be the most appropriate place.
Okay. And do you recall how long he was in detention here at the detention center?
I do not know.
When Colt was speaking of voices, he also indicated to you that he had wanted to kill himself, right?
I don't recall him stating that.
But he did talk about the voices.
He did talk about the voices. He, in some cases, he would indicate that the voices were family members. In other cases, he would state they were teachers. And I believe at one point during the interview, he also referred to the voices as people in the government.
After being taken into custody, he wrote some notes to the family members, didn't he?
He did.
Do you know if they were ever sent?
Sent to the family member? I'm not sure.
Okay. But he did write all of the notes?
He did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Attorney redirect.
Yes, sir. Just briefly. As far as the letters that Mr. Allen was mentioning, were those prompted by law enforcement? the apology letters? Did y'all ask him?
Yes, we did.
And was that sort of an interrogation technique to get him to write the letters?
That is correct.
And the letters, were they, in your opinion, genuine?
I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Allen?
With regard to those letters, he never indicated they weren't genuine, did he?
So sometimes it's not always about what someone says, it's about what they don't say. And he discussed them at great lengths. He seemed very excited to write the letters. In my personal opinion, and again, that's all this is my personal opinion, it did not seem genuine.
But he didn't say that it wasn't genuine?
No, sir. There's a lot Colt said that wasn't true, and there's a lot Colt said that was true. But again, in my opinion, if you're asking for my opinion, I don't believe that they were genuine, no, sir. I believe they were for attention. Yes, sir.
All right, will he be excused?
Nothing further from the state.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Free to go.
And our next witness is investigator Ashley Gilliland, and it'll probably take us to the end of the day. Would it be possible to take a break now? Wait for her?
It is possible.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a 10 to 15 minute break.
So is there a disorder for wanting attention? Because it seems like that's all Colt wanted was attention. Is there a disorder for wanting attention? Let me see. Is there a disorder for wanting attention? No, attention seeking itself is not a mental disorder. Rather, it is a human behavior or personality trait that can sometimes be a symptom of underlying psychological conditions like histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, or narcissistic personality disorder. Because what I'm getting out of all this testimony is that Colt's doing all this for attention, right? Seems like he's doing all this for attention. Now, this Dr. Richards, he did say disorder. Hold on. He said there's no evidence of schizophrenia. So he definitely said he doesn't have schizophrenia. He said that 4 times. He did say that he's on antidepressants and antipsychotics, which is interesting. He's got mood disorder, depression with personality disorders, and he has PTSD. I wish they had gotten into that more. I guess I'm hoping that the defense brings some more. Let me see. Bring some more witnesses for. Well, I'm sure they will. It was weird because we had investigator Smith, and then they called that out of order. The defense called the out of order witness, and then we went back to the state, and then we went back to Inspector Smith getting cross-examined. All right, hold on. I know this is probably the exact wrong thing I should not be doing. Depressive mood disorder, commonly known as depression, is a serious mental health condition. All right, so it's just being sad, empty, loss of joy, ongoing sadness, feeling hopeless, crying easily, feeling irritable. So he's basically just saying he has depression. Yeah, he said he has PTSD too. PTSD from what? From taking the lives of 4 people? Yeah, I would hope he has PTSD from that. I'm going to say this always. I hope part of his sentencing is that he has to go on Discord and say no. Well, they wouldn't allow him on Discord. I just wish there was a way where he could say make a statement. This is wrong. I mean, he's trying to write these apologies, but it's not genuine. That's what came out. Jason Smith came back for cross. He did write apology notes, but the letters were prompted by law enforcement as part of a tactic, an interrogation tactic, but he doesn't think they were genuine. So I guess he could say, oh, don't copy me. This is wrong. You're going to end up in jail. It's terrible. Life stinks here. But how do we know he's genuinely saying that, Because there's people out there right now. Hey, Iowa, welcome back. Oops, hold on. Iowa backyard cam. Invisibility cloak must have run out of. Erica, this next witness is going to go to the end of the day. State just said this next witness is going to take till the end of the day, so she just wanted to break now. Yeah, it was about an hour. They came back at 2, and now it's 3. It's like an hour. They were back at it for about an hour. I know he's proud of what he did. That's what scares me, because there's other people out there. There's other it's going to happen. It's not a matter of when. It's just a matter of. I'm sorry. It's not a matter of if. It's just a matter of when somebody's going to do this again, and they're going to say Colt Gray. So how do we stop it? How do we stop it? Marianne, he's getting the attention now. Right apologies would give him more attention. I know. Yeah. Katrina, there's clearly something wrong with him because stable people don't do this. Whether it is what he seems to be trying to make them think it is, I doubt it. Yeah, that goes to my theory that any kind of anytime somebody, all these trials we watch, generally somebody loses their life, right? Because we do criminal trials. That's what we do here. And it's like, that's been my eternal theory, is that if you land up in court and we're watching you, something happened, right? And what was that? What caused that? Was it a heat of passion? Was it a psychosis? Was it a mental break? Was it lack of impulse control? What was it? So how come you're there and I'm here? How come I am able to say, no, I'm not going to do that, but you are not able to say that? What is it? What is it that makes somebody not be able to stop? So something is wrong with him, but what is it? And is it enough to get him life with parole? I don't know. Laura, this is what Ted Bundy's classmates said too. He didn't fit in. He was quiet. Katrina, I think the crying in the police audio was maybe shocked that he actually did it. Seemed genuine there, but his police interview afterwards says a lot. Marianne says, if there are people out there planning, then there is someone who has a piece of the puzzle that is being planned. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, if he took what Nick did and James and Adam and all these people, he's just added to the list. There's somebody else out there thinking this, Kaylee, but do you really think he could change those group members' mindset? I don't know. Then there's that. He could say, you're right. He could get on those forums and he could say it, or he could be the poster boy for don't do this, just say no, if you will. But will they actually believe it, or they'll be like, oh, you're a sellout. Then he becomes a sellout, or then he becomes whatever. You're right. Then there's that. Janice, you've been lurking. Very good. Horse welfare. In every incident I have watched, there were a ton of red flags. Bridget says, one helpful way to stop this is opening communication within the school and law enforcement and stop protecting students. John says, personality disorders are not mental illnesses. They are collections of negative personality traits. Bridget, he had red flags starting in first grade. Yeah, when did he, that's a good point. I have to go back to my notes. Let me check my notes again. He was writing, he's putting like swastikas and he was like swearing. I mean, he was a disaster. Was that Is that first grade or is that sixth grade? Hold on, let me try and find that. Oh, 2022, he wrote swastikas, FU, Nazi, Hitler. He wrote all these on the school calculator. So that was when he was in seventh grade. Sixth grade, seventh grade is when he did that. Seventh grade, he did FU graffiti on the bathroom stalls. So was it first grade? What did he do in first grade? First grade had individual education program. Colt was for behavior, hurts others. Oh. So in first grade, hurts others and hits and kicks them. So that was in first grade. He was hitting and kicking. Second grade, this is all Colin's testimony from his trial. He doesn't remember the teacher, wasn't involved with the kids back then. So it was sixth and seventh grade is when he started to get into the whole Nazi thing. Sixth grade, he wants to take out his parents. He has 3 suspensions. He missed 4 months of school in the sixth grade. Yikes. Seventh grade was the FU graffiti. So yeah, but first grade, you're right about that. I forgot that he got reprimanded, if you will, for his behavior. He was, I guess, hurting others. He was hitting and kicking other kids. Yeah, it does. It goes back. His issues go back. John, hello. Welcome in. And other John says, John 1, John 2, John O, and John Gary. He had major behavioral issues. Certainly sounds like it. Laura, I wanted to be a prosecutor, so bad to help victims and their families. Joe, out of surgery, watching from post-op recovery, no volume, so I can only chat. Glad that it went well, Joe. Good to see you, and speedy recovery to you. Hellrider, he was a kid out of control his entire life, sounds like it, with no one to seek him help. With this. Oh, wait. Sorry. He was a kid out of control his entire life, sounds like, and with no one to seek him help. This is the pain you end up with. Yeah. Yep. John, then he claims to have been bullied when he was a bully all his life. Isn't that the way it works, though? Don't the bullies usually complain that they're like the victim? That they're the ones that are, everybody's picking on them, and yet they're the ones that are actually doing all the bullying? Jane says, Attorney Brad Smith brought up all these issues from his school transcripts. Shelly Bean says, did any of us here have parents that would have allowed that behavior? No. I respected my parents. I don't know. I respected my parents too much to do stuff like that. But it is what it is. Simon says, yeah, no display from his mom and dad. You know right what he did. Okay, from Texas. Debbie, Kitty scared of your daughter. She only likes her mommy. Oh, nice. Yes, good vibes. Friendly reminder. Just misspell those words that will get us in trouble with YouTube. We don't want our channel to be taken down again. So you know the words. And when in doubt, just throw an asterisk in there. If you think it's going to be one of those words, just either be more clever, think of a clever way of saying it, or just throw an asterisk in there so we don't get in trouble. All right, Christine, I'm sorry, but what were his parents doing when he was kicking? Yeah, in first grade. What were they doing? Well, Colin says he wasn't really involved. He was working. Marcy was probably getting involved in substances at that point. We know she has a history. We know she's been in and out of rehab. So maybe she was, that's how, I don't know. Maybe she was starting to get involved with drinking, and I really don't know. But clearly, Colin said that he was working. He wasn't involved with the kids' lives back then. So. John, where can you find a list of sensitive words? It's just all of the ones. It's it's like the John Carlin. Or listen to me, George Carlin. John Carlin. George Carlin. Certainly those words. and Lenny Bruce get us kicked off the air. No, just think about all the words. There is no list per se, because YouTube updates them. They fall off, and they've come back on. They fall off this list. There is no list. Just think. If you think that it might get us in trouble, just put an asterisk. Kimbers, yes, we indeed have the best chat. We do. Kaylee, and this is an intelligent and clever chat. Yes, we are very intelligent and clever here. We like to force you to, if you're going to froth at the mouth, froth intelligently. So that's always one of my favorite things. We're not a torches and pitchfork kind of group here. We like to at least try to be somewhat clever. Aaron says we have no way to access the bad words list. We can add words, but there's no way to see what's on the list. So we can't show you the list per se. Stand for truth. Hi, everyone. Well, I was hacked last week. What? SIM card transfer, phone number, email, and Apple ID, a nightmare. Oh, man, that stinks. Well, welcome back. Yeah, CJ, another break, but they're coming back. This next witness is going to go to the end, so the state's attorney wanted a break.
If we could have like a couple more minutes, we're finishing up a last minute technical difficulty.
Okay.
We'll be ready very shortly.
All right.
Oh yes, I can go and do that. And Your Honor, this is just, we have an evidence list. I know you've been asking, so I put a court exhibit 2 on it so that you can have it. And I will.
We're all present for the record. While y'all are working on that, Mr. Smith, Mr. Allen, y'all want to approach?
So Patricia Brooks, that's the female state. She needs a few more minutes, I think, just to get her questioning ready. So this next witness is going to be, I'm not sure who this next witness is. It's a female, I know that. I didn't jot her name down. But this next witness is going to take till the end of the day, which is usually around 4:30.
I didn't have a sheet up here.
I said, how long did she send you? That's going to take
A couple minutes.
45 minutes. That's 120 days because she used that. That's cooking, and then everything she explained.
I'm going to...
Oh, I did, yeah.
All right, Your Honor, we are ready.
All right. Call your next witness.
The state calls Ashley Gilliland. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You have a seat. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, my name is Ashley Gilland, and I'm an investigator with the Barrow County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you worked with the Barrow County District Attorney's Office?
Almost 7 years.
And what are your job responsibilities with the Barrow County DA's office?
My responsibilities are to prepare cases for court hearings and or trial. That can be a plethora of things, from interviewing witnesses, serving subpoenas, writing search warrants for social media records, and then in turn compiling all that evidence into a summary format for court purposes.
And were you assigned to aid in the investigation into the Apalachee school shooting from September 4th?
I was.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
From day one, I was more in a support role. As evidence was coming in for that the day of, I was collecting that evidence, doing preservations on different social media accounts, and then in turn writing search warrants for certain accounts. And then as each piece of evidence came in, I kind of put it together and compiled it into a more readable format.
And as far as compiling it into a more readable format, can you tell us a little bit about what evidence you summarized and what evidence you reviewed with this case, and specifically in preparation for the sentencing hearing today?
So I reviewed and compiled together Discord records, which is a social media app, Google records, cell phone extractions, computer extractions, crime scene photos, and any other type of photos that were found.
As far as Discord records, whose Discord records did you summarize and look at?
They were the defendant's Discord records, one from back in 2023 during an investigation, and then also one during the investigation of Apalachee.
And those Discord records that you reviewed, are they on a jump drive that will be providing to the court with all the evidence?
They are.
And Your Honor, those Discord records are numbered State Exhibit 266, and we would like at this point to introduce them into evidence under the business record exception.
All right. Mr. Allen?
No objection, Judge.
All right, they're admitted.
In addition to Discord records, I think you mentioned Google records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whose Google records did you review?
The defendant's.
Okay. And Your Honor, we also have the Google records on the jump drive, and those are listed as State Exhibit 237. We would also like to introduce those into evidence under the business record exception.
Mr. Allen?
No objection, Judge.
They're admitted.
In addition to those records, since the defendant's arrest, have you been able to get calls that he has made while he's been in custody?
I did. And I did subpoena jail calls from while he was in different YDCs.
And have you also reviewed those calls as part of preparing for today?
I have, yes.
And Your Honor, this time I would like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 267 through 335 and 345. They are clips from certain jail calls between the defendant and his mother, Marcy Gray, that we would introduce under the business record exception.
Mr. Allen?
No objection, Judge.
All right, they're admitted.
Okay. And then the last, these, did you also obtain the defendant's medical records or psychiatric records from the youth detention centers as well?
I did.
And Your Honor, this time we would like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 336A and B, which are the medical records for Colt Gray from the various youth detention centers, and we would have them placed under seal as well.
Mr. Allen?
No objection, Judge.
All right, they're admitted and they'll be filed under seal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Specifically in preparing for today, was a PowerPoint created as part of your presentation?
It was, yes.
And does it summarize the digital evidence related to the defendant in this case?
It does.
Okay. Can you just briefly tell us what the purpose of the summary PowerPoint is?
Yes, so because there was a lot of digital evidence within this case, being from computer extraction records, cell phone extractions, all of the Google and Discord records, it was easier to formulate this PowerPoint for today's purposes in more of a categorical format, so it's based in categories instead of like a timeline.
And has that PowerPoint been marked as Exhibit 341?
Yes, it has.
And does that include the evidence that we just talked about? Google records, Discord records, phone records from the defendant, jail calls, those types of things?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, and have you had, I guess, Investigator Gillen, have you had an opportunity to review that PowerPoint?
Yes.
And it is the PowerPoint that is on the jump drive that we'll be providing to the court, is that the PowerPoint that was created in anticipation of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And Your Honor, at this time I'd like to introduce an evidence exhibit 341 so that we can go through that PowerPoint with the court today.
Mr. Allen?
No objection, Judge.
Submitted.
Okay. Can we have the TV? Okay. So we're going to start with page 1 of the PowerPoint. Can you kind of tell us what this shows us?
So like I said before, this was kind of put into categories. So if you'll see the folders that are in the middle of the screen, one's titled Idolizing Mass Shooters, the second one is Planning a Mass Shooting, and the third one is Motive Seeking Fame. So these are the type of kind of the overview of categories that we're going to talk about.
So sort of a roadmap for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're going to start with idolizing mass shooters. As far as idolizing mass shooters, was the defendant part of any online community that in itself idolized mass shooters?
He was.
And what was that?
True crime community.
And how do you know he was a member of that based on your review of the evidence in this case?
Prior to the shooting, there were a lot of Discord messages, Tumblr accounts, Google records that talked about TCC, the true crime community, as well as after the shooting, it was still referenced in a lot of the jail calls.
Did the defendant spend a lot of time researching mass shooters?
He did.
I'm going to pull up our next slide. Is this a list of the majority of the mass shooters that he researched?
Yes, this is just kind of an overview of all of the mass shooter research that was found on different pieces of digital evidence in relation to the defendant, and this list is 22 listed, but there were more than that.
These are the ones that he spent the most time on?
Yes.
And how are they identified on this page?
They're identified by physical location and incident location, and not via the shooter's name.
How did he research these people?
A lot of the research mainly was found in the Google records, and then also there was within the true crime community, there were photos shared, different clips shared, different pieces of evidence shared amongst members that was in relation to different mass shooters.
Did he save any of this information that he researched anywhere, like on his phone or his computer or within his Discord?
Yes, there were many different pieces of evidence saved on his phone, his Discord, and his computer extraction, with that being anything from photos, videos, incident reports, crime scene videos, lots of different pieces of evidence.
And when he's researching these people, is he also Googling things related to them?
Yes, he is.
Can you give us an example of some of the Google terms that he used to search for these mass shooters?
Yes, there were several different Google accounts, and within those, there's a search history, and so within the search history, there's a lot of different terms. So this is kind of just a short couple things that he Googled, the defendant Googled: shooter caught on police body cam, Dallas police ambush, unstable veteran opening fire in a crowded bar, soldiers of Christ torture during initiation. What's the other ones? Extended dash cam video of man plowing through parade, Uvalde school shooting video, how to get kicked out of a gun range, cell phone footage of the first shots fired at Route 91 Harvest Festival, 911 Sandy Hook calls, plea for help, Parkland shooter, I love to see the families suffer, and Maine gunman's body.
Okay, so you mentioned that he saved some of these some of this research on his phone or his computer, did that include saving pictures?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to move to the next slide and just kind of tell us what this is.
This is just a collection of photos that were found on his Discord and phone extraction, and this is just a kind of a compilation of all of the different mass shooters.
And I'm going to zoom in on one in particular. Can you tell us what this is?
So this is, it says your result on there with the name of one of the Columbine shooters. And this was a result of, he took a quiz called What True Crime Personality Are You? And that was taken on September 3rd, which was the day before the shooting. And this was the result that he got and saved to his phone.
Was September 3rd a school day?
It was, and this was saved at around 1 p.m., so it would have been during the school day.
And was he at school?
He was not.
Now, we just showed the court a list of all the different mass shooters that he researched. Were there 4 in particular that he researched the most?
There were.
Okay, and who were they?
The 3 that we talk about here the Parkland shooter, the Sandy Hook shooter, and then the Buffalo shooter.
Okay. And then do we also talk about the Aurora theater shooter?
We do.
Okay. So we're going to start with the first one that he researched extensively, which is the Parkland shooter. And just for clarification, what is the Parkland shooter's name?
Nicholas Cruz.
And how does he spell the Nicholas? Was it with a CK or with a K?
With a K.
Okay. What kind of type of evidence are we going to start with in talking about the defendant's idolization of the Parkland shooter?
The first category is listed evidence of obsession. So basically things that show or prove that he was obsessed essentially with the shooter, and that could range from different messages or photos or things that he saved.
And was this obsession with the Parkland shooter, was the time frame for that, did that lead up into the shooting on September 4th?
Yes.
All right, we're going to show this page. Tell us what this shows us.
This is just specifically from the defendant's Discord. So these are photographs of the Parkland shooter that were saved and shared specifically on the defendant's Discord account.
Okay. I know this is showing up as one page, but were these individual photos saved on the defendant's phone? I mean, saved on the defendant's Discord, and we just reproduced them in one page?
That's correct.
Okay. Was this all of the photos that he had of the Parkland shooter that he had on Discord?
No.
Okay. Were there a lot more?
There were a lot more.
And then tell us about this page.
These were ones that were specifically saved on the defendant's cell phone. And again, this is just a small collection of photos in comparison to the amount that he had on the cell phone.
Did he have over 2,000 pictures of the Parkland shooter saved on his phone?
Yes.
In addition to having these pictures on his phone and on his Discord, did he also have pictures of the Parkland shooter printed out at his house?
He did. There were 16 photographs that were printed out and on his bedroom wall.
And this time we're going to go ahead and show you that. And so can you just, this is going to be listed as Exhibit 343. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the collection of the 16 photographs that were on his wall, and this is actually an exact measurement of it displayed on his wall.
Are these the exact photos that were found on his wall?
They are the exact photos.
And then they were placed on this to show the exact placement of what his wall looked like the day of the shooting?
That's correct.
All right, next time I'd introduce the evidence, Exhibit 343.
Sure, Alan. Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Did he also take pictures of himself in front of the shrine?
He did.
And what did he do with those pictures?
He shared them on his Discord account.
Okay. When was the first photograph of the shrine taken?
It was the first photograph of the shrine with the defendant was taken August 9th of 2024, which was approximately 25 days before the shooting.
And based on your review of the digital evidence, did that shrine appear to remain on the wall from August 9th all the way up until September 4th?
It did.
So you mentioned that he took pictures and shared them on Discord. Is this one of the times he shared a photo on Discord?
Yes, this was shared on August 28th of 2024. And then you see to the left is an actual photo, the photo that he shared from his bedroom.
Okay, and this is, he shared it with Mandy. As far as what he told Mandy, can you tell us that about this photo?
Yes, so his Discord name was Occasional Burner, so he's the one in the blue at the bottom. He says, "My mom's in rehab, so it's just my dad, and he knows not to question what I do."
Okay, and then is this another photo that he took that he shared with Mandy?
Yes, this is another photo that he shared on Discord on September 3rd, the day before the shooting.
Okay. In addition to having all these photos saved and these photos printed out, what other evidence of the defendant's obsession with the Parkland shooter did you find?
Yes, there were lots of other research materials that were viewed and saved on his cell phone, Discord, and computer.
Okay. And so does this page show the different types of research that he did on his cell phone or on his Discord?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you just kind of read through what exactly he had either saved on his computer or that he researched?
Yes, on the left-hand side, investigative summary of shooters' cell phone contents and internet searches, surveillance videos of the Parkland shooting, visited website for shooters' police interrogations to view interrogations and took screenshots, saved a minimum of 2,664 photos of shooter. That was specifically from February of 2024 until the shooting. Watched each day of the shooter's sentencing trial that happened in October of 2023. Watched YouTube video titled Parkland Shooter Faked Psychiatric Symptoms After Shooting, Expert Says. And then on the right-hand side are what's in quotes is what he Googled, specifically Google searches. Nicholas Cruz faking psychiatric symptoms, Cruz's premeditated aggression and violence, autopsy photos for Parkland victims, Parkland shooter, I love to see the family suffer, Nicholas Cruz's love letters from jail, Nicholas Cruz's planned a mass murder, viewed article titled Psychiatrist Probes Parkland Shooter's Mind, watched documentary Behind the Madness about Parkland shooter and shooter's writings while in custody and during trial.
Okay, so as far as the investigative summary of the shooter's cell phone contents, the surveillance videos, are those the actual surveillance videos from the Parkland shooting that showed the shooting, and is that the actual investigative summary that law enforcement did regarding the Parkland shooter's cell phone contents?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You also have on there that he watched each day of the shooter's sentencing trial in October of 2023. How long did he watch it? Did he watch it from October of 2023 until a later date?
The evidence from the Google record showed every single day in October and then all the way up until February of 2024 at the very least.
And as far as the records that from his computer, what is kind of the first date of the records that we have from his computer?
I believe October of 2023.
Okay. So he's watching the trial essentially every day in October and then continues to watch it up until February of 2024?
Yes, that's correct.
What grade was the defendant in at this time?
He would have been in 8th grade.
And was he in school at all that year?
He was not.
Okay. And at that time, where was he living?
He was living with his father in Barrow County, and his father had sole custody of him at that time.
Now, in addition to all of this research, does he also talk about the Parkland shooter extensively on Discord.
Yes.
And what time frame do we have Discord records from?
These are from August 28th until the day before the shooting, September 3rd.
So this 2024 time frame is when his username is Occasional Burner. Who is he talking with about the Parkland shooter?
A user identified as Mandy.
Now, kind of what I'd like to do here is that you will identify the date and time of the Discord record, and if you want to read the defendant's Discord, and I can read Mandy's, so that we can kind of go through them for the court.
Sure. So on the left-hand side, you see the date with a timestamp. This timestamp also is in what's called UTC time, which is Universal Time Coordinated. It's a standard time used kind of to regulate clocks around the world. So almost all digital evidence comes in UTC, so we have to convert it to Eastern Standard Time, which is typically -4 during this time frame. So it's -4 hours. So for example, this would be August 20, the first one will be August 28, 2024 at 11:42 a.m.
And if you want to read those first two messages.
Yes, ma'am. If you don't have multiple pictures of him sprayed across your wall, a multitude of archives related to him, and not having him be the sole reason you're still alive, you're like fake as fuck. At least that's my quite diluted philosophy regarding the type of love you have to have towards Nick.
Okay. And then about 2 hours later, Mandy says, do you have any hobbies aside from games?
He responds, shooting, Nick, people watching. That's about it.
And it looks like about 5 hours after that, he makes another comment.
It seems like any inspiration/motivation I have always ties back to Nick.
And again, was this August 28th, the school day?
Yes, it was.
And was he at school that day or at home?
He was not at school that day.
Okay, we're going to move to, looks like more Discord from August 28th. Approximately what time is this?
This will be around 7:16 p.m.
Okay. And if you want to go ahead and start reading those records.
Like, it's weird, but I feel like they only see him for that and not for who he is as a person. I think a lot about him being forgotten and just a number, as the victim said. I've cried thinking about it. So I promised myself and him I'd never leave his side.
Yeah, when I watched the impact statements, I had so many panic attacks because, like, why do they feel the need to be so hateful?
If it wasn't for Nick, I would have blown my brains out months ago. I know, right? So inhumane.
Like begging for him to get raped and killed, WTF.
But I saw him and my heart just, and people say Nick's the monster.
Now we're moving to more records from August 29th. Around what time did these start?
So this actually would have been 11:46 p.m. or 11:45 p.m. on the 28th, going into the 29th. So
midnight. We start around midnight on August 29th.
Yes.
So, and Mandy starts with LMAO. How long have you liked him? I forgot.
For like almost a year now. I've known about him for years, but I had different hyperfixations at the time. But when I found Nick, literally everything connected, and I haven't left since. I'll say it, I've masturbated thinking about Nick.
And then it looks like we moved to later on in the day, on August 29th, and Mandy says, if you had to pick one person to be with and only them forever, who would it be?
Like killer-wise?
I mean, just in general, TBH. Like, if you had to pick one person in this world to be with forever.
I mean, Nick, of course. Who else?
And then now more messages from August 29th. And is this around midnight of the 30th?
It's around midnight of the 29th.
All right, it's going into the 30th.
Yes.
All right, and can you go ahead and read those messages?
Sent video. I cried making this, slightly.
Well, I just cried.
What?
That shit made me tear up.
Oh, I didn't think it would touch you like that.
Great edit, though.
It's hard for me to go back to it because it does the same to me. I need to make more like emotional edits of Nick. I like him.
As far as, so they're talking about making emotional edits of Nick. What is an edit?
Essentially, it's just taking a video and making it your own, whether that means adding photos to it, adding text messages to it, adding music to it, just any kind of thing that you can alter to make it your own.
And he talks about making an edit. Is there an edit that he sent related to this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And this time we're going to play that video edit that the defendant made.
Emergency.
Even though we barely know each other, it's still
I don't know what that music is. I just turned that down. I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube or copyright, so I'm not sure what this is, but I turned it down. Some kind of music. Oh, he created it?
Okay, now we're moving to September 2nd, which is 2 days before the shooting. Can you take us through these messages?
Yeah, so this started at 1:41 p.m. No one gets Nick. He shot up a school. Yeah, bitch, and did it finally, if that's a word.
Real. 17 out of 17 ratio is wild in GL.
Nah, for real. I think about that so much. And also with how autistic he was, how formal he looked doing it. I feel like your brain just goes autopilot. Nick gives me so much motivation to keep going.
In addition to these Discord records, did he also have some stuff on his phone that showed this obsession with Cruz?
Yes, he did.
So tell us about this.
So this is what's considered notes from a phone extraction. So these are notes that were created by the defendant on his phone.
And when did he create this?
This was created April 2nd of 2024.
And when was it modified?
It was modified on August 2nd of 2024.
And what does he say?
He says, Nick, I don't know how much longer I'll be around for or if I'll even go through with it, but please know I love you. You won't see this. In fact, I know you won't see this, but when we meet, run into my arms, hold me tight, don't let go. Love, Colt.
Did he also attempt, or did the defendant also attempt to write to Cruz while Cruz was in custody?
Yes, he did.
Did he, before actually sending him an email, did he send a draft of that email to anyone on Discord?
Yes, this was sent to Mandy, and like you said, it was a draft of what he was going to send.
And when did he send that to her?
On August 28th of 2024.
Can you tell us what was in the letter that he ultimately did send to Cruz?
He said, all right, I'm happy with this. I'm really nervous, I know. Odd introduction, right? Anyway, I'm a Colt, and I'm 18. I know you've gone through a lot mentally, so I'll keep it short. I don't. But just know I'm here, like genuinely. I really do care about you, Nick. I'm trying my best not to make it awkward. Sorry if I come off as such. I'll make sure to add a return stamp for every email I send you.
Not sure what happened to their audio.
When the defendant sent this email to Cruz in custody, did it actually ultimately get to him?
It did not.
And why not?
It was labeled as harassment and returned to the sender.
After the defendant attempted to send this letter or this email to Cruz, what happened?
So he began messaging someone that identified themselves as Cruz's cellmate.
And did Cruz's alleged cellmate reach out to the defendant after this email was sent?
Yes.
Okay. And do they have a rather lengthy conversation?
They do.
And is that on the defendant's cell phone?
It was, yes.
What's the time frame of that conversation?
I believe it was September 2nd until the early morning hours of the shooting.
And I'm going to start, and kind of as we've been doing, if you want to read what the defendant writes, and I can read what the alleged cellmate writes.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, kind of tell us what time does it start?
So this is September 2nd at 8:28 p.m. It says, honestly, went over everything related to Nick and wanted to reach out.
Yes, I mean, to be honest, what normal person would want to write him and get to know him on a romantic level, LOL. He even know that shit is insane. That's the funny part.
But honestly, I can relate to his trauma, but like romantically, I don't know, he doesn't want that. Honestly though, if you're up to it, let Nick know I'm not fake ASF, no pressure though. Wonder if he feels bad, like, about the shooting.
He does talk about that a lot. He is not proud of what he has done. That's not good, though, to like someone that did those horrible things.
I agree.
And not know him outside of that, I mean.
They did pretty well going through he life during the trial. Well, is he around? Sigh. Hey, y'all got news in there?
Yes.
Just making sure.
And about how long is this before the shooting?
This was around 9 p.m. on the 2nd, so a little over a day. Hope you can stay in contact until the 4th. Got something I want to show you, and Nikki, honestly. Yeah, gotta prepare for prison myself. Hey, can you and Nick be up around 8 to 9 a.m.?
And what time are we at now?
This is midnight, around midnight on the 4th, on the day of the shooting. I've got my surprise ready.
Is it still midnight the day of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'll have my tablet.
Well, I guess Nick will know either way. Has he said anything?
Oh yes, I said you were funny and seemed cool so far.
Thanks, dude. At least he's got my name.
What's the surprise mystery, man? LOL.
You'll see.
And ultimately, do we know who the person he was texting was?
No, there were search warrants done, and it just was someone using a fake number.
All right, so moving to our next slide, what's our next kind of type of evidence we're going to talk about related to the defendant's obsession of the Parkland shooter?
Evidence of mimicry.
What do you mean by evidence of mimicry?
Essentially copying someone else, whether that be mannerisms, with words, with movements, with any type of thing where you're imitating someone or trying to mirror someone else.
And in this context, is it specifically mimicry of other mass shooters?
It is, yes.
Within the TCC community, based on your research and your training and experience, what is the purpose of an individual mimicking another school shooter or mass shooter?
Based on my research, it could be one of two things. One, showing the specific mass shooter, their admiration or love for that person, and or the second thing, just gaining traction within TCC to get some sort of fame out of it.
What's kind of the first way that the defendant mimicked Cruz?
Through photographs.
All right, we're going to start with this first photograph. Tell us about this slide.
So this slide on the very top is from Discord from August 28th of 2024. He says, "Help, I forgot I took this. I tried to fucking replicate Nick's face thingy in the mirror." So on the bottom left-hand side is the Parkland shooter's photograph that was saved on the defendant's phone and computer and Discord. And the photograph on the right is a photo that the defendant created back in July of 2024. And these were shared with Mandy on Discord.
And as far as the picture on the left and the picture on the right, were those both shared with Mandy at the same time when he's talking about, I tried to replicate Nick's face thingy?
Yes.
Okay. And then is this another photo that he mimicked of Cruz?
Yes, again, the one on the left is the Parkland shooter, and that was saved on different places, and then the one on the right is one that was taken by the defendant on August 3rd of 2024.
All right, tell us about this slide.
This slide is on the left-hand side is the Parkland shooter, and this was actually from a specific Google search that was conducted. Parkland shooter tugs at collar, and then the picture on the right was a picture created by the defendant in the defendant's room on May 31st of 2024.
And was that something that Cruz specifically did during his sentencing hearing or his sentencing trial?
It was, yes.
And tell us about this photo.
So the very top one, there were a selection of prison writings that were collected by the defendant, saved to his cell phone and computer, and it was saved as a whole, but then also there were snips of specific sentences from those prison writings. So this one in particular was a snip that was saved on his phone just like that, like you see here, and it says, "I also like girls with red hair and a positive outlook on life," and that was saved on April 3rd of 2024, and then the bottom one is a photograph that the defendant took on August 3rd of 2024.
And is it him with red hair?
It is, appears to be.
Okay, so obviously we've talked a lot about the TCC today, specifically with baby photos. How is that something that's important within the TCC?
It seemed to me that they value the other mass shooters' lives, and so they will try to save a collection of photographs of them at different stages of life, starting with when they were younger. So the defendant not only had the Parkland shooter's baby photograph saved on his devices, but several other mass shooters saved on his devices. And the picture on the right is of the defendant and was saved to his cell phone and then shared with Mandy on Discord with a collection of photos on September 2nd, which was 2 days before. The collection of photos that he saved were selfies along with the baby picture, and told Mandy, just in case, I want you to have these just in case.
So essentially he sent these pictures to her 2 days before the shooting and was saying just in case.
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about how that you have, prior to today, listened to a lot of jail calls between the defendant and his mother. Kind of, is Marcy Gray who he talked to most in the months after the shooting?
Yes.
About how long did they talk?
I would say from the shooting up until February of 2025. Maybe there were a couple months here and there, but then I think after that, they started back for a few months, but then it was very limited after that.
And was it limited because she was essentially not allowed to talk to him at some point?
That's correct.
Okay. But mostly the defendant is calling her and talking to her in this 6 to 9 months after the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. When was their first call?
So their first call was October 1st of 2024, and we received all of these calls from YDC, and in the first call, it's kind of a lengthy call, but it talks about asking her to look up his name on Tumblr, Tumlook, and along with TCC, and they kind of talk about all the different mass shooters he's being compared to, and essentially every call after that is referencing that in some way, shape, or form.
And so we have October 1st here, and this is State's Exhibits 267 and 268. So he's talking to her, and you said that kind of the first conversation is him getting her to look up stuff about him online. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's go ahead and play that clip.
Huh?
Do you have any data?
Yes, we got it back today. You want to look anything up, please?
Yeah, thank you. And then go to the news section.
Okay.
And don't say these are recorded, so.
Oh, you're not. Okay, let's see.
Just block out the name or something.
Let's see. We'll say latest news. Let's see. Oh my God. Here's some latest news facts. He recently agreed to donate his brain to science.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah.
Let's see.
What's hard than anything pertaining to me because I have quite a few sessions with them, so.
I know. Well, now that I got the internet back, I'll do some deep digging.
Where's over my name, Mary?
Let's see.
You go to tumblr.com.
Yeah, come on.
TUMLOOK.com.
LOOK. Homework?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, homework.com.
You see the search bar?
Hang on. Say it again?
TUMLOOK.com.
Oh, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Okay. Search.
Okay. My name and then TCC at the end.
Your name?
Yeah, and then
TCC.
it's only TCC.
Oh, God. PCC?
Yeah, TCC.
PCC.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Okay.
They all post.
Okay, so the blogs at the top say Party F. Rocca.
Oh my gosh, yeah, read the post. I know her.
Sorry. Kip Tinkle with my blood. I know what I'm doing. Like shooting things. Some people put blood out as a thing. I don't know. Oh, yeah, there you are. Well, it's the hashtag. Oh, okay, here's the next one. Breaking news. Here's the latest on the investigation. And it's got a screenshot out of an article. And then it says, Dad got arrested probably because the gun was his and he was aware of what his son's past actions and comments were.
Okay, this keeps going. You on the blog, see the post.
I am. Let's see. Sorry, I'm reading through them. Could you repost the Colt drawing? Oh, they have a Colt drawing. Oh, it's got, this drawing is awesome. Fan art.
What is it? Is it me?
Oh my God, it looks so awesome.
I love this community so much.
Oh my God, I'll definitely print this out and bring it to you.
Okay, keep going.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to unpack that a little bit. So essentially, he is directing her where to go, and she's scrolling through articles. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And she's kind of telling him what she sees from what she searches. Is that what they essentially do every time they talk on the phone?
Yes.
And is it generally related to the defendant and him being a mass shooter?
Yes.
Okay. Is it related to how popular he is as a mass shooter?
Yes.
Okay. At the very end of that call, he gets very excited about the fact that there's fan art about him. What exactly is fan art?
Within the TCC, they can create different, like the edit we saw earlier in the video, create different edits like that, or create different visual representations of mass shooters in different drawings and different media.
And did he have on his phone fan art of other mass shooters as well?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So this is kind of the setup for how they talk on every call. And previously you mentioned that the defendant sent selfies to Mandy on Discord and said, just in case. Did those selfies ever get released by Mandy?
They did.
Okay. And does he talk about that in any of his jail calls?
Yes, he does.
And what was his attitude about those selfies being released?
He was excited.
What?
These some pictures of you.
What?
These see pictures of you posted online or something.
They told me?
Yes, there are a bunch of pictures.
Oops. Sorry. So he's excited about these selfies being released. That was from October 9th, so that's about a month and 5 days after the shooting, and that was Exhibit 272. Okay, in addition to this photo mimicry, was there other mimicry that he did related to the cruise?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And what's our next kind of evidence of mimicry?
Journal entries.
And are these journal entries the Parkland shooter and then also the defendant's journal entries?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's start with our first journal entry. Tell us what is here on the left.
On the left-hand side is a journal entry that was from the Parkland shooter. This was located on the defendant's computer on October 14th of 2023. And then on the right-hand side is a drawing from the defendant that was found in a yellow spiral notebook at his home address.
Okay, and as far as similarities, kind of tell us what is similar about these two, or that shows some mimicry between the defendant and the Parkland shooter.
So the first one, you see the red box around the stick drawing, a similar face, backwards hat, with essentially a gun in their hand. The second one is, you can see it's there clearly as a whole. There's the word school, there's the word teacher. So this is a school desk that was drawn with a student sitting at the desk.
And then moving to our next journal mimicry, tell us about this page.
Again, the one on the left is from the Parkland shooter located on the defendant's computer, October 14th of 2023. The one on the right, again, is found in the yellow spiral notebook at his house. And so there's a couple different similarities here. So the first red box is around a tactical vest. So it's drawn in a similar manner, just in general, talking about a vest. The second one is the words SS now, which is a Nazi reference. And then the third one is a round count, so like a ammunition round count.
And then here's our next journal entry, our final journal entry for Cruz and the defendant?
This particular one on the left-hand side was from the defendant's cell phone extraction. It was saved April 19th of 2024, and it says, pull the trigger. You will win, just don't be stupid and keep your mouth shut. And the one on the right was in that same yellow spiral notebook. At the top, it just says breathe, pull, reload, click. So they both reference pulling and talking about pulling the trigger.
And then our next piece of mimicry for the defendant and Cruz is what?
Phone notes that were found in the defendant's cell phone.
Okay. And kind of starting with the Cruz's phone note, you mentioned earlier that he had an investigative summary of the defendant's cell phone. Is that what this is?
It is, yes.
Okay, so this was saved on his phone, on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And what does this note say, and when was it written?
This note was written December 30th of 2017, and it was actually accessed by by the defendant on his cell phone as late as September 4th, the day of the shooting at 8:10 a.m. And it says, control your breathing and trigger pull. You're the one who sights in the rifle for yourself. Adjust the scope to your shooting ability. Keep that adjustment every time. You have to shoot to yourself only, to oneself. My trigger squeeze is my one's ability. Same thing every time. And the one on the left was accessed on September 4th. That's the latest time it was accessed, but it was still on his computer, extraction, and phone well before that. Okay. And then the note on the right, again, is from the cell phone extraction. It was created April 2nd of 2024, and it's titled Mantra, and it says, breathe in, pull, breathe out. If it jams, take the magazine out, cock it back, insert the magazine, repeat. So they both have similarities in breathing and then, again, pulling the trigger.
In phone notes, are they something that, for lack of a better term, gain traction within this TCC if they get released?
Yes.
All right, so our next piece of mimicry with the defendant is what?
Interviews.
And this is an interview that Cruz did along with the defendant's interview?
It is, yes.
Okay. So did the defendant talk about listening to Cruz's interview?
He did, on his Discord account.
So here we have Mandy, this is from August 29th of 2024. Mandy talks about how she's watched the interrogation 7 times, all 10 hours, and then rewatches it a few more times every year. And what does he say in response to that?
He says 7. I'm at like 8.5. I'm like halfway through on my 8th time at the moment. So real. It seems like I always catch something new.
And so he had sounds like a working knowledge of that interview. In reviewing the defendant's interview in conjunction with Cruz's interview, were there any similarities between the two?
Yes, there were several similarities.
Okay, and what's the first one that kind of stands out?
So this is kind of put into like a chart view. So on the left-hand side is the Parkland shooter interview, what was said, and on the right is the defendant's interview. And the first kind of category is voices. So on the Parkland shooter said, the voice is in me. And the defendant said, I just hear them sometimes inside. It's mostly kind of like whisper. It's always inside. The second one, the Parkland shooter says, just a voice with no name telling me what to do. And the defendant says, I don't even want to say fighting off these things, but it was more of like hoping that the facility and these brainwaves and stuff that are completely just making me do shit. I've said shit within the past month that I've never said. The Parkland shooter discussed the voice telling him to commit the school shooting throughout his interview. And then the defendant said, was asked what made it today, and he answers, I was told via waves. It was a multitude of people that it was going to be sometime soon. It was either going to be possibly today or tomorrow. In the Parkland shooter's interview, the question was, do you always obey what the voices tell you to do? And the Parkland shooter answered, I try not to. And the defendant was asked, when these voices are talking, do you ever agree with them? And his answer was no, not at all.
In addition to this kind of very similar discussion of voices, was there another similarity between the two interviews that jumped out?
Yes, and this one was titled Disassociation. So the Parkland shooter says it's blank when he asked how he got to the school. And the defendant said, I completely just became decentralized through all of it. I came back and I was on the fucking floor. And the Parkland shooter's interview, he said, I can't remember anything. And then when the defendant was asked, do you remember how many shots you fired? He answers, I can't remember. I'm sorry. Really, really anything.
And earlier today, Mr. Smith played some jail calls with the Dr. Richards. Did any of those jail calls show that the defendant was not disassociated?
Yes, there was a couple where his mother was reading an article about something that was said about the shooting, and he responds basically saying that's not true. I wasn't banging on the door, different situations like that.
And then that's our last piece of evidence in mimicry, and now we're going to move to kind of evidence of planning related to Cruz. Kind of tell us what we're going to talk about here.
So we're going to go through the Discord messages again and some jail calls and some phone notes in reference to showing the planning of the shooting.
Okay. And again, during the defendant's interview, he gives a reason for why he chose September 4th. And that was what?
In the interview?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall exactly what was said.
Related to voices telling him, is that accurate?
Yes.
And we'll play that clip real quick.
Over the past few months that you've been thinking about shooting up the school and killing people, what made it today?
Today, I was told via ways, I don't know, it was something that I know was, I heard, it was a multitude of people, that it was going to be sometime soon. It was.
So during your review of the evidence, did it appear there was a different reason why he chose September 4th other than the voices told him?
Yes, there was.
And what was that reason?
A surprise for Nick or for Nick's birthday.
Okay. And we've already kind of gone over some of these messages, but we have a few more that we didn't review with Mr. or Dr. Richards. From August 31st, can you tell us, are these kind of talking through why he chose September 4th?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll start with Mandy. This is around, looks like midnight. Do you ever do anything on Nick's B-Day? IDK, why I asked, but just curious.
Made a cake for him. I have plans this next time, though. It's so close, isn't it?
Yeah, 26 almost. My baby getting old. What you gonna do?
Like for his birthday, I want to make it special for him. I hope we're in contact by then.
And when is Cruz's birthday?
September 24th.
Okay. And what else does he say about this date of September 4th?
So these messages are on September 2nd.
And Mandy starts with, I'm worried that this is going to push you to do something on September 4th.
Meh, not really. Fun fact, September 4th is a Wednesday, the same weekday that was on February 14th. And February 14th was the date of the Parkland shooting.
Okay. I know previously in a message it talked about how September 4th is a Wednesday, and then also February 14th was a Wednesday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there was a message where this was a surprise for Nick.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then did he also have a phone note about sort of this September time frame?
He did.
And that was from when?
This was dated July 24th of 2024, and it says, if everything goes to shit, I'll probably take September as my exit. I'll use August to scope everything out. This shouldn't happen, but if I somehow end up doing it in September, just know this wasn't the date I had originally planned.
Based on the kind of Discord messages you reviewed, what was his original date that he intended to do this?
In February.
Was he trying to do it the same day that Cruz did his shooting?
Yes.
Okay, and so in terms of evidence of planning related to Cruz, kind of tell us about this phone note.
This note was titled Prison, and it was July 26th of 2024. It says, God, I hope they move me to the Wakulla facility in Florida whenever I'm 18. Hell, move me there now.
And who was at that facility?
The Parkland shooter.
Okay. Now, tell us why this is in the planning section. What does it show?
Because this was back in the end of July of 2024, and it's essentially showing that he's going to be going to prison or doing something that's going to cause him to be in prison.
Does it also indicate that he was planning on surviving whatever he did?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us about this.
So in terms of, we just talked about going to prison, there was also this edit that was shared with Mandy on Discord on August 29th of 2024, and it references also prison.
When he edited that ad, see soon Nick to that?
He did.
Okay, so that was the end of us talking about his idolization of the Parkland shooter. What's the next shooter that we're going to talk about that he idolized?
The Sandy Hook shooter.
Okay. And so again, we're going to kind of start with that evidence of obsession. What time frame was the defendant obsessed with the Sandy Hook shooter?
Going back as far as we have the record, so back from October of 2023 until the day of the shooting.
Okay. And did he also have photos of him on his Discord or on his phone?
He did.
Okay. And are these some of those photos?
Yes, just a short collection of them.
And then did he also research, and kind of the same way he did the Parkland shooter, items specifically related to the Sandy Hook shooting?
Yes.
And can you take us through the stuff that he researched?
Yes, so the Sandy Hook shooting 911 call, shooter's Discord chat logs, and these are things that he actually had saved, not just Googling it. These are items actually saved. Sandy Hook investigative report, video of search warrant execution of shooter's house, shooter's death certificate, shooter's daily schedule, Sandy Hook after action report, shooter's writings and school records, which was 1,448 pages, report of the Office of the Child Advocate for Sandy Hook, transcript of the shooter's audio recordings, shooter's spreadsheet that details mass shootings since the 1700s, timeline of the shooter's life, which was 34 pages, typed document authored by the shooter, which was 8 pages, and videos from the shooter's YouTube channel.
And again, is that the actual 911 call that was made by someone from Sandy Hook?
Yes, it was.
And then is that the actual investigative report that the law enforcement did after the investigation into Sandy Hook?
Yes, it was.
And then the search warrant execution of the shooter's house, is that a video of the shooter's residence after the crime was committed.
Yes, it appears as like a crime scene investigator took a video during the search warrant and going through all the evidence in the house.
Are there any jail calls where he talks about his obsession with the Sandy Hook shooter with his mother?
Yes, this next jail call is from October 13th of 2024.
Okay, and this is Exhibit 280, and we're going to go ahead and play that.
I tried from 6 hours ago, and it says, anonymous asked, can you saw Adam on couch telling Colt to go get him another beer? There's just like a pencil drawing of y'all, and it says, he's saying, go get him another beer, and it looks like you're crying.
You have to say that one, please. God, they find the Adam obsession, remember?
There's not any no comments yet on that one.
Do you ever think your son would be like drawn with like a fucking Adam land?
No, I've never imagined it in my life. I think I'm training out like all of these pictures because seriously they are extremely cute.
Okay, so this is approximately a month and a half after the shooting. And is it accurate that he appears to be excited that he got drawn with Adam Lanza?
Yes, he does.
Okay. So now we're going to move to evidence of mimicry between the defendant and the Sandy Hook shooter. Okay, so we're going to start with, again,
photographs.
Tell us about this one.
On the left-hand side, this was a photograph that was shared on Discord by the defendant on May 20th of 2023. And then the one on the right is a photograph that was found on the defendant's phone. I know that it was taken prior to July of 2024 because that's when his hair was dyed.
In addition to that, was there kind of a specific mimicry that the defendant did related to Lanza that he did not do with the Parkland shooter?
Yes, in reference to the crime scene.
Okay. And Mr. Smith talked about this a little bit with Dr. Richards, but kind of tell us what exactly he mimicked.
So on the left-hand side is the Sandy Hook shooter. These are screenshots that I took of the specific crime scene video that was on the defendant's computer. He accessed it November 19th of 2023, and it's a photograph of the Sandy Hook shooter's computer tower, and it was destroyed. The hard drive was destroyed, and then you can see on the right-hand side is a picture from the defendant's room the morning of the shooting. You can see that the hard drive was taken out and the tower was destroyed, and there's also screwdrivers laying out and tools just like in the Sandy Hook shooters.
Okay. And during his interview, the defendant indicated that he did that because he was paranoid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during jail calls, does there appear to be a different reason why he actually destroyed his computer?
Yes.
And what was that?
To be like Lanza.
And this is a jail call from October 12th. It states that at 279 between the defendant and his mother, and we'll play that clip.
Next comment, how could anyone look at this kid twice and think that he was just like Lanza? In quotes. I guess people have been saying that.
In my room, they think you're really connected to the computer on the floor.
And then what's our next form of mimicry that we're going to look at?
Motive.
And kind of what time frame are we talking about where he is mimicking Lanza's motive in committing a mass shooting?
Going all the way back to 2023.
And is that kind of the May 2023 timeframe?
It is, yes.
Where was he in school at that time?
He was in Jefferson City Schools.
Okay. So we're going to start with some Discord records that show this, and this is from May 19th of 2023. Can you tell us, can you read through these for us?
Yeah, so this is his Discord, like you said, from 2023, so there's a different username. He says, I print a shirt with Adam on it, easy, and under it say, for Adam, or some shit, because I feel like Adam had a logical reason to kill those kids. It's morbid, but think of the suffering they would endure later in life. So in reality, he did a good deed, right? What if we die and we see Adam in the distance and he says, you have done well?
And at this time, when he's talking about committing a mass shooting, is he talking about committing it to an elementary school like Lanza did?
Yes.
Okay. And are there some phone notes that kind of also talk about that same motive?
Yes. These are both from the defendant's phone extraction in the notes section. The one on the left was created April 28th of 2024. And it says, I hate my generation so much. The amount of brain rot I'm subjected to is almost unbearable. It hurts to see a politically inclined 11-year-old with 5 pronouns and 15 neo-pronouns and a Palestine flag in their bio. I want to see them dead. I want to see them laying on the floor in a pool of blood. And then the one on the right, a little less than a month later, on May 17th, 2024, it's titled, On Adam. Sigh. Before I start, I want to preface it like this. I used to be a huge Adam fanboy, a fan of both his writings and him as a person. And yeah, I kind of just lost interest. Shocker. But as my hatred grows, I realize how much of it ties into him. I hate the idea of people my age becoming full-fledged.
All right. So that finishes our section on the Sandy Hook shooter. Who's the next shooter that he idolized and mimicked?
The Buffalo shooter, known as Peyton Gendron.
Okay. And we'll talk briefly about some evidence of his obsession with him. Again, does he have lots of photos of him on his phone?
Yes, on his Discord and his phone.
Okay. And did he also do a lot of research on him?
He did. For the Buffalo shooter, there was a Discord transcript for the shooter. It was the shooter's manifesto, pictures, list of writing on the shooter's gun, a shooter criminal complaint, and an earnest manifesto.
Okay. And is there evidence of mimicry that's related to the Buffalo shooter?
There is, yes.
Okay. And again, are there some, at least a photo that he mimicked?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start with that. Tell us about this slide.
So the one on the left is the Buffalo shooter, was saved by the defendant August 18th of 2024. And then the ones on the right are of the defendant, both of them, and they were located on the defendant's cell phone.
Okay. What's the next kind of mimicry that the defendant did related to the Buffalo shooter?
The writing on the gun.
Okay. Tell us about this piece of evidence.
This is one of the notes that was saved on the defendant's cell phone. It's titled On Gun. And this was the creation time was May 11th, 2024. And this is a list of essentially things to write on the gun that were also written on the Buffalo shooter's gun, some of them.
And what's the type of writing that he has on here? Like, what is kind of the general idea of the words that he's...
hate speech, racist propaganda.
Okay. And you indicated that the title was On Gun. At this time, did the defendant have the rifle that he used to commit the school shooting on September 4th?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And specifically, this 1352, was that on the Buffalo shooter's gun?
It was, yes.
And is that also racist propaganda?
It is.
Okay. As far as on the defendant's gun, well, first we'll start with where it was written on the Buffalo shooter's gun. Is that the 1352 we were just referencing?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that specific phrase 13/52 on the defendant's gun?
It is, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and grab the rifle as it states at 342. Do you recognize that? When do you recognize that?
This was the firearm that was collected from Apalachee High School on September 4th.
Your Honor, this time I'll later use some evidence states it at 342.
Alan, any objection? Submitted.
Okay. Can you tell us, show us where on the defendant's rifle this 1352 was written?
So this is upside down, but it's written right here.
And it appears to be kind of black on black, like it was written in black, or it's a black writing on top of a black gun?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that make it a little bit difficult to see in a photo?
It does.
Because of that, were you able to, on the PowerPoint, trace it to make it more visible?
I did do that to make it easier. It's a little bit more visible in person rather than in a photograph.
Okay. And does this trace the 52?
It does.
52? Okay. In addition to having the exact same phrase that Gendron had on his gun, does the defendant have other things written on his gun?
He does.
Okay. And again, is it kind of black on black, so a little difficult to see?
That's correct.
The first phrase to the left, again, we'll trace it, but can you tell the court what that says?
Yes, it's a /CM / and then there's an emoji that he used a lot in his Discord messages, /R9K / and this would have been located right here.
Okay. And based on your research, training, experience, does this appear to be a reference to something in particular?
Yes. So in reference to the CM, cute male / with the emoji, and then /R9K, which was a popular 4chan chat room, similar to like the Discord stuff.
And is that like a chat room that the TCC was involved with?
Yes, like-minded individuals with violent urges to talk about ordinary people.
And then also up here on the top right, what was the writing on that part of the gun?
This is just a heart with an exclamation point, and it's right here.
Okay. And then our final writing on the gun, where is that located?
It's in between the 1352 and the heart with the exclamation point, so it's right here on the gun. And it's 38/PM, which is a reference to the Sandy Hook shooter, meaning 38 rounds per minute.
Is that approximately how many rounds that it's alleged that he shot?
Yes.
All right, so now we're moving to the final mass shooter that the defendant idolized, and who is that?
Can we put this back over here? Thank you. And that was the Aurora Theater shooter.
Okay. And that was in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. So again, we'll first start with some of his evidence of obsession with this individual. Did he have photos saved on his phone in Discord similar to the other mass shooters that he idolized?
Yes, he did.
Okay. That bottom right drawing, is that an example of fan art?
Yeah, it can be, yes.
Okay. And what does this say reference to?
This is another phone note from August 9th of 2024, so a little less than a month before the school shooting. And there wasn't a title, and it says, "Hi, James, sorry, this is almost surreal for me, ha. I debated sending a letter because I kind of figured it'd just be denied, but here we are. So how are you? You okay? I'll try to be as pure, but Allenwood has quite a lot of regulations as far as mail goes, so please."
So this appeared to be like a draft of an email he was going to send to Holmes?
Yes.
And did it appear they ever actually wrote an email to him?
No, he did not, but he did do research as to what facility he was at and saved a screenshot of where to send mail to.
Did the defendant also do a lot of research on James Holmes?
Yes, he did.
Okay, tell us about that.
There were journal pages from the shooter. There were prison records related to the shooter. Viewed a documentary related to the psychiatric evaluation of the shooter. He Googled James Holmes' gear, saved numerous photos of the shooter, and post-shooting had numerous conversations from custody about the Aurora Theater shooter.
So post-September 4th, did his obsession kind of shift from Cruz being his main obsession to Holmes being the main obsession?
It appeared that way.
Okay. Right. Are there any jail calls between the defendant and his mother related to this obsession with Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. And this is from November 6th of 2024, and it states Exhibit 301.
Oh yeah. Also tell Caitlin about infatuation with Holmes. I've been looking into his case a lot recently, and I find a lot of things that connect with me and him. You got something to write down just so you know what to bring up?
I'm typing it.
Alright, and also that in the bag I switched a bunch, but I feel like this one's kind of permanent, like with him. Like I haven't felt this kind of way before. Caitlin, also.
And does he have another call with his mother about Holmes?
Yes, this one is from December 3rd of 2024.
This is State Civic 318, so we'll go ahead and play that.
There's a couple, here's one of first time that it's so like done. There's like some kind of little, it's like a computer screen or something, like an old school screen behind it. Like
I like that one, yeah, I want that one.
And he's got like blacked out eyes.
Sometimes he took that one right before he left for the theater.
Okay. But he wearing like some crazy contacts or something. That's why he's got it.
Do you like his red contacts, by the way? I think they look cool. Do you like his contacts, by the way? I think they're
yeah, I think they're really cool. Kind of freaky, but they do look cool. Okay. Just looking for any other ones that would not set off an alarm bell.
I think those were the main kind of included ones that weren't mainstream.
So talking a little bit more about that, the defendant references, "I want that one." Is there an indication from these jail calls that the defendant's mother is actually bringing him pictures of Holmes?
Yes, it seems that way.
Okay. And she also mentioned setting off alarm bells. Is that something that she's not supposed to do?
That's correct.
And is it, I guess, are pictures screened at the YDC?
Yes.
All right. In addition to these phone calls, did the defendant make any edits of Holmes like he did of Cruz?
He did.
Okay. And is this one of those edits that he made?
It was, and this one was a few days prior to the shooting and was shared with Mandy on Discord.
Did the defendant, again, did he mimic Holmes just like he's done with all these other mass shooters?
Yes.
Okay. And did he mimic photos?
He did.
Okay. We'll start with this first one.
The photo on the left-hand side is the Aurora Theater shooter, and this photo was shared with Mandy on Discord a couple days prior to the shooting, and the one on the right is of the defendant and was shared with Mandy on Discord on September 2nd of 2024.
Okay. And then tell us about this also from September 2nd of 2024.
So this is a Discord chat in reference to the photographs, and he says, James Holmes sheets, red silk.
And in addition to having these pictures showing the defendant with red sheets and James Holmes with red sheets, do him and his mother also talk about these red sheets on a jail call?
They do.
Okay. And what's the date of that phone call?
A call on December 3rd of 2024.
So now we're at 3 months after the shooting, and he is still talking about James Holmes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is from State Exhibit 317.
Here's one of him with his armchair, and it looks like he's laying in a bed, and he's got earbuds.
Yeah, I want that one, yeah, that one.
With his tongue sticking out.
That image was actually what inspired me to get my run sheet.
What?
Yeah, if you guys
Oh my God. Sure looks
it's like
like
it is the apartment crime scene photo, so you can go out and do. So that's why.
Oh my God.
All right, and our next evidence of mimicry goes to, again, the defendant mimicking more journal entries, but these are of Holmes.
That's correct.
Let's start with what he says on August 30th related to Holmes's journal.
So he says he wrote why 247 times exactly, think, in his journal.
Right. So on the left here we have Holmes's actual journal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did the defendant have that on his phone? His Discord.
He did have it on his phone and shared it with Mandy on Discord on August 30th.
And did he share that in relation to when he was talking about how he wrote why 247 times?
Yes, he attached that photograph.
So on the right, what do we have?
On the right, this is a page from a binder that was at the school on the day of the shooting, and the word why is written out numerous times.
This appear to mimic the defendant's journal. Does it appear to mimic Holmes's journal?
Yes, it does.
And based on your training and experience and kind of your research into this case, what would be the purpose of someone having the exact same journal as another mass shooter?
Just trying to gain traction within the TCC, or just to show some sort of unhealthy admiration of a mass shooter.
Moving to our next journal entry, tell us about this.
This is another entry from the Aurora Theater Shooter's journal that was saved and shared on Discord on the same date. And then the one on the right is from the defendant's binder that was at the school, and you can see similarities in the way the number 1 and the infinity symbol was drawn with a circle around it, similar in both of them.
Okay. And again, was this the notebook that was found at the school that was specifically left behind by the defendant to be found?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, now we're moving to the defendant mimicking another mass shooter's interview, which would be Holmes's. Did he also have a knowledge of this mass shooter's interview as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did he write about that in Discord?
He did.
Okay, so on August 29th of 2024, Mandy says James Holmes.
And he responds, yep, I get the urge to watch his interviews every now and then.
And also, we previously listened to a jail call where he talked about watching his psychiatric evaluation, multiple hours of it, correct?
Yes.
All right, so starting with the defendant's interview, we'll play a little clip of that.
I tried to call the hotline in the bathroom, but it didn't go through.
So at the very beginning of the interview, he talks about trying to call a hotline in the bathroom. Does the Aurora theater shooter also talk about calling a hotline?
Yes, in his psychiatric evaluation, which the defendant Googled and watched, it says, called the mental health hotline at 12:30 a.m. from his car right before the shooting, claiming, I called for one last chance to turn back.
So the defendant talks about him calling it from the bathroom. Was the bathroom the defendant's staging area for getting ready for the shooting?
It was.
And then he also talks about in reference, basically, this was when he was trying not to do the shooting.
Yes.
Is that similar to the Aurora theater shooter, and he was trying to call the hotline in an attempt, like one last chance to not commit the shooting?
Yes.
Did he also call from his staging area, which was the car?
The Aurora theater shooter, yes.
Okay. So obviously there's a large similarity between those two. Did you review the defendant's phone to look for whether or not he did in fact call a hotline or attempt to call a hotline?
I did. We received call detail records from all the phone numbers that were used by the defendant and the physical phone itself, and there were no attempts to call a hotline.
Okay. All right. And then we're going to move to the defendant's mimicking Holmes's mental illness. So we're going to start with another journal entry from the Aurora theater shooter. And kind of what is he doing in this journal entry?
At the top it's listed self-diagnosis of broken mind. So he's writing out things I would assume he thinks he has, and schizophrenia is listed as one of them.
And did the defendant share this particular journal entry with Mandy as well on Discord?
He did on August 30th of 2024.
Okay. And around, I guess, within a few hours of sharing that, did he also talk to Mandy about himself having schizophrenia?
He did.
Okay. And can you take us through what he said?
He said, I have the paranoid whispers, urges, James Holmes schizophrenia.
I had that too at one point, like homicidal thoughts, urges, and whispers.
It's gotten really bad, and they take advantage over my love for Nick. Things like, do it for Nick. What would Nick do? Coward.
Did the defendant also have sort of like a list of what he believed he had?
Yes, this was a photograph that was saved to his cell phone, and the picture in the middle is of the defendant.
Is he diagnosing himself with similar schizotypal or schizoid, sort of the schizophrenia-related terms?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving to September 3rd, the day before the shooting, does he again talk about this sort of delusions or schizophrenia?
He does.
Take us through what he said.
He said, I'm nervous about my teachers. They're after me, dude, and it's not schizophrenia. I feel like I was simply placed there at the school by, I don't know, some facility.
YK, how that sounds.
It's true, Mandy.
Are you sure?
I'm not making this up.
And in his interview with Jason Smith at Apalachee High School, does he bring up this idea of a facility and also how it's not schizophrenia?
He does mention both of those things.
Okay, we're going to play a quick clip of that.
Did you destroy your computer today?
I thought they were inside my computer and they were working with somebody. Some facility that was after me.
Somebody was after you?
Yeah, and it's not schizophrenia either.
And then him and Mandy talk further about this idea of somebody being after him. Also on September 3rd, she asks, who is the facility? And what does he say?
Something I feel like was after James, and now it's after me.
And is he referring to James Holmes?
He is.
And then Mandy says, I don't mean to be that person, and like I do believe in some conspiracies, but there's no organized group after you.
I swear, dude, like the FBI drives past me every time I'm out.
In Holmes's interview or in his psychiatric evaluations that the defendant watched, Did Holmes also talk about the FBI being after him and cars driving by his house?
Yes, in the exact same way.
Okay. All right, and here's our final kind of Discord clip about this. This is also from September 3rd. Take us through this one.
He says, I don't know what they or the facility wants from me. I think I'm going to try calling the hotline tomorrow.
Hotline? Which hotline? What facility?
I don't know. Crisis hotline.
And is, again, this a reference back to Holmes calling a hotline?
Yes, it does.
So that ends our discussion of his idolization of mass shooters. What's kind of the next evidence we're going to talk about?
Planning a mass shooting.
Okay. And in talking about planning a mass shooting, what's the first type of evidence we're going to present?
Discord messages dating back to 2023.
Okay. And I think Dr. Richards talked about this, and then the defendant talked about it in his interview, but was the defendant investigated by the Jackson County Sheriff's Office in May of 2023 related to making school shooter threats on Discord?
He was.
At the conclusion of that investigation, what happened?
Colt denied being on Discord or using that, saying someone hacked his account, and ultimately there was nothing further from that.
In investigating the Apalachee school shooting, did the investigation entail getting the actual records from May of 2023?
Yes.
And was the defendant the actual person who did, in fact, make school shooter threats in May of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have those particular threats that he made produced here on this PowerPoint?
We do.
So we're going to start with from May 20th of 2023. Where is he making these threats?
On Discord in a server, so it's similar to what a group chat would be like. So several people can be part of the chat at the same time.
And was it someone from that chat who ultimately reported him to the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. And take us through what he said.
So this was May 20th of 2023. I have a Bushmaster coming in today, the shotgun, me and Smiggles. I need ideas for where to shoot. A targeting and elementary. I'm saving them from a life of suffering, as Adam put it. And that's referring back to the Sandy Hook shooter.
Okay. And we're moving still on May 20th.
And the thing with elementary schools is that it's easy, and I have a reason. Little kids, I'm saving them. Easy kills if you can aim right.
And here are some more threats. Also from May 20th.
He says, I'm committing a mass shooting, and I'm waiting a good 2 to 3 years. Exactly. I can't kill myself yet because I'm not contributing anything to culture. I need to go out knowing I did.
And then it looks like Love Letter responded, OMG, have people idolize you and read what you wrote and everything you did. That's a good way to die, knowing you left your mark.
Right? And most people don't understand that.
And then this kind of final one.
He says, women simp over mass shooters.
Is this kind of in relation to why someone might commit a mass shooting?
Yes, just to kind of have that unhealthy obsession over them.
All right, so in addition to making these threats on the server, did he also specifically talk to Smiggles, another user, about committing a school shooting in May of 2023?
Yes, he did.
Okay. All right, so let's talk through some of those threats that or planning that he did with Smiggles. And this is from May 18th of 2023.
Yeah, so this was 2 days before the server chat room. He says, do you want me to wait on you for the massacre that I planned or nah? Because I'm doing it in like 2 to 3 years, but I can wait. What would our target be though? Yeah, should we go school related or like a mall or some shit, right? And again on the 18th, how should we position ourselves when we kill ourselves? Should we sit together or what? No cringe intended. Fuck, I wish we would have more time. Dylan and Eric were walking around for like an hour.
And then Smiggles responds, me too, things were easier back then. How many do you think we can kill?
If we were quick, maybe 30 max, sadly with how quick police are. On the 18th, continuing, I think I'm going to go get a VR tomorrow and download some mass shooting maps. And then on the 19th, probably going to go pick up my VR today.
And Smiggles says, yep, I sadly do.
Practice routes for my little massacre.
Smiggles replies, hell yeah.
It's kind of scary how unaware people are when people like us lurk in front of you every day.
And then now we're moving to August and September of 2024 when he's using his occasional burner Discord account and talking to Mandy. Is there other evidence of him planning a mass shooting when talking to her?
Yes.
Okay.
And starting on August 28th, he says, wait till they fucking buzz me in prison. And then on the 31st of August, because if I'm in prison, I'm writing back to every single one of them. And then on September 1st, even if you even care, Mandy, you have to write me if I ever get sent to prison.
And she says, why would you go to prison, buddy? So again, is this in the planning section because he is planning on going to prison and planning on surviving whatever he does?
Yes, that's correct.
And here is another discussion with Mandy about September 4th.
Yeah, so these were on September 1st, so 3 days before the shooting. Mandy, I can't wait. 3 days, Nick is going to be in love with us.
WIM.
Surprise.
Oh, I'm dumb, September 4th. What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Tell me.
I'll text you at 9.
In addition to having these Discord records where he's talking about planning a school shooting, does he also talk about it on his phone just in a notes section?
Yes, he does.
Okay. So starting with these two notes, kind of what are these in reference to?
These are both in reference to ammunition. So on the left-hand side, this was titled Math ? From April 2nd of 2024. It says 50 count box of 223s is $30. 50 times 3 equals 150 rounds. 30 times 3 equals $90. Ugh, so expensive. So 3 50 round boxes is $90. And on the right-hand side, the creation date was August 3rd of 2024, titled Ugh. It says, I swear to fucking God, I'm seriously about to do it. Once I get 150 rounds, I'm doing it. I don't care anymore. Fuck waiting until February. This is it. I'm fucking doing it within a month from now.
Okay, and then, so that was modified on August 7th. Does he text his father about that 150 round number?
Yes, 3 days later from that modification date on the note, he texts his dad, could you stop by Academy and pick up a 150 round pack of 5.56? If they don't have any 5.56, 223 will do.
Okay. And then now we're moving to more phone notes, kind of planning what he's going to do. Can you take us through these?
The one on the left is April 27th of 2024, and it says, I hate my generation. I fucking hate it. I really do. Please kill me. I hate everyone and everything. I can't function knowing these people exist. Why is no one dead? Dear God, why is no one dead? Until that day in that classroom, everyone's dead.
And this is approximately 4 months before he actually commits the shooting.
Yes, and that one was titled Poem. On the right-hand side, this one's titled Anger 1. This was created on May 16th of 2024. It says, why am I choosing to do it now? Because it's my only chance to strike on a generation I oh so dearly hate the most. I fucking hate it. Why wasn't I born in the early 1900s? I spent hours on Fallout fantasizing about being in that era, that generation. Everyone was so formal compared to.
And we've got some more phone notes from May 17th and May 18th.
Yes, so May 17th, titled Anger 2. God, I hate it. I fucking hate it. Why are people my age so fucking different? Like, I genuinely wonder why I'm choosing to do it so early, and that's just it. Why let them grow into society only to make it worse? And the title, Pleading 1, on the 18th of May of 2024. Everything is crashing. What it is, I don't know. Why was I what? I can't stop it. There's no stopping it. It's pointless. I should just kill myself and let it end there. But no, I'm being pushed into this. Why? And when it finally happens.
Okay. Now we're moving to July 24th of 2024, a little over a month before the shooting.
This one's titled Longer. Guys, I don't think I can do this for much longer. I've had multiple panic attacks within the span of like 2 days. I genuinely don't have the strength to make it to February. My homicidal tendencies are growing rapidly. It's over. I lost.
And then here is another note from July 31st of 2024.
It states high school it is.
Right. What is the significance of July 31st?
In reviewing all the evidence in compilation that was collected during the school shooting investigation, it was determined that he was trying to go back into 8th grade for that beginning of that school year, and a phone call was made to the school at the end of July, and he had to be enrolled in the high school.
So July 31st, when he wrote high school it is, that's the day that he found out he would be in high school.
That's correct.
All right, and then we're going to move to these last notes in relation to Colt Gray. Can you tell us what he writes here?
On July 4th of 2024, it's titled Dad. And it says, I swear to fucking God, my dad might end up as one of the victims. These final few months have been hell and will be hell, living with this whiny, narcissistic, self-centered, childish fucking retard. 54 years old, by the way. If he doesn't end up dead, I ask that the system fuck his ass up. Thanks.
Okay. And then does he later change his kind of tune about what he wants to see happen to his dad?
Yes, on the 26th of August of 2024, it's titled For Text, and it says, it was not, and I mean it was not the negligence of my father. It is well documented that I was the one who set out to kill. I threatened my dad on multiple occasions. Whenever he would take my guns, he was scared. He knew I wouldn't be able to control myself, and I would only put him and my siblings at risk. He was cornered. Well, he should have just called 911 and risk having a hostage situation, a familicide, a shootout with the police. So do not charge him. As you know just as much as everyone else, it would be unconstitutional. The Crumbly parents had a petite little angel who they could have easily taken to a mental hospital. No threats or acts of domestic shit there. My dad tried, but was only met with more threats and risks from me. That is all I have to say. Sunday, August 25th, 2024.
So this is 9 days before he commits the shooting, and it appears he's attempting to cover for his, or planning to cover for his dad. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does he continue that narrative when he talks to police after he commits the shooting?
Yes, he does.
Okay. We're going to play kind of a clip from his interview where he does attempt to cover for his dad. Can you tell us about the pictures that are going to show up on the screen as we're playing that interview?
So going through the defendant's cell phone extraction, there are numerous photos of himself with 2 different types of guns in his possession in his room, along with boxes of ammunition, magazines, and it was from a period of time in these particular photos dating back to the beginning of August until the day of the shooting. There were several others found before he even dyed his hair, dating back to May, in which he had photographs of himself with weapons in his room.
So all of these photos would be, or most of these photos would be from approximately August to September, where essentially the defendant says the guns were hidden from him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so we're going to play that clip and show those photos that were found on the defendant's phone.
So you said you looked for a while for the gun today?
Yes, sir, because he hid it. That's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't his fault because...
Where did he normally keep it?
In his room.
Do you know where in his room?
I think it was his closet, but when I found it, I think it was in his toolbox. I can't remember. He definitely tried his hardest. I know he did.
Okay, but you told your dad. When did you tell your dad to move it? You said was it months ago or days ago?
It was like a month ago. I've definitely been fighting this off for so long. Oh my God, this is so dramatic. I know for all of you, I'm so sorry.
And you said you think it was in his toolbox?
I think it was, yes. It was somewhere really well hidden.
In reviewing the jail calls, did you find any calls where the defendant and his mother specifically talk about where the rifle was the morning of the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And is that conversation inconsistent with what he told police?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when's that conversation from?
December 7th of 2024.
Okay. And this is stated at 3:45. We're going to play this clip.
All the neglected shit that he put us through and all the mental health shit that I've told him about, he's not taking the guns away.
It's more than enough.
Maybe I should say they weren't even put up. They were like, that rifle was in my room that morning, and it stayed in my room. Every single magazine, box, and another shotgun was all in my room that morning. And I actually went to his room and planted most of it there because I felt so bad about him getting locked up.
Or did you not tell them that?
No, I'm on that.
If you need to tell them that stuff, you have to. That's what I told them. I told them that it was your dad didn't put anything away. And the reason I told him that is because it pissed me off, because I had been telling him he needed to put all that shit in his truck for weeks. But anyway, we can't change it now, but...
Okay. So now, still in the line of talking about the defendant planning this mass shooting, in the actual execution of his shooting, did he imitate previous mass shooters?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Ms. Brooks, is there a chance we can start here tomorrow, or?
We can. We probably have about 30 more minutes. This is probably a good stopping point.
All right, well, let's break for the day. 9 o'clock tomorrow work? All right, 9 o'clock.
Judge is like, Miss Brooks, can we please break for the day? Sorry, that was kind of funny. He's like, can we please be done, Miss Brooks? Can we please be done? All right. Wow. Just wow. Wow. Oh, man. I feel really, really conned and duped. And like I felt like when he was crying, I'm like, wow, okay. When like the first 3 or 4 minutes of him crying, I'm like, all right, maybe this kid's got something going on. I don't know. And then after it was continuing on for 20 minutes, I'm like, you're crying hysterically, but then you're able to stop and talk, and then you slip back into crying hysterically, and then you are able to talk. But then now, oh man, no. Just no. All right. Investigator Ashley Gillen, I think her last name. I didn't quite catch her last name. It sounded like Gillen. She's with the DA office. So she put together this PowerPoint. Fantastic PowerPoint, by the way. She compiled all of this information and put it, in this readable format, which is fantastic. So basically, idolizing mass deleters, planning a mass deletion, and then motive seeking fame. So he did like 22, he did at least 22 searches of people that, that committed these crimes, but she said there were more. So it had the location and the town and the city, but not the actual person's name. He took this, what crime personality are you? He took this test, what crime personality are you, on September 3rd around 1 p.m. Again, he should be in school, and it was Dylan Klebold. I'm not sure who that is. So he basically obsessed about Parkland, for sure, Sandy Hook, and then Buffalo. Those were the three that he really obsessed about. He had like over 2,000 photos of Nick on his phone. He had photos printed out, as we saw. We knew about the shrine. So apparently that shrine went up around August 9th. And then August 28th, there's a photo of that shrine on Discord. He Googles Nick faking psychiatric symptoms. He watched Nick's trial in 8th grade when he should have been in school. So from October 23rd to February 2024, he's watching Nicholas Cruz's trial over and over and over again. He should be in school, should be in 8th grade. And I'm pretty sure that was, I think in March or February, March, Colin takes them to a range, and I think, takes him to a range when he should be in school. All right, so then he talks about messages on Discord between him and Mandy. If you don't have multiple pictures of him sprayed across your wall, you're like fake as F. Hobbies are shooting, and then comma Nick, and then people watching. Those are his hobbies. But we also know that he hunted deer and he would go to the range. Says, it seems like any inspiration / motivation I have always ties back to Nick. If it wasn't for Nick, I would have blown my brains out months ago. Kind of wish you had, to be quite honest. I'm sure all the other families are saying, yeah, I kind of wish you did too. If you had to pick one person to be with and only them forever, who would it be? Nick, of course. This is this conversation with Mandy. Then let's say that I've, self-pleasured myself thinking about Nick. Interesting. But he does say that he was going to ask a girl, he was going to go up and talk to a girl, so not quite sure which way he goes there. Maybe both, who knows? Whatever, not for me to decide. August 2nd, Nick, please know that I love you. I want to run into your arms. Hold me tight. So he's got this really, really bizarre fascination with this person. That was his email, right? The email to Cruz was labeled as harassment. They sent it back to him. So he tried to email Nick, and it was labeled as harassment. That's the irony of it all. And then Cruz is supposedly the cellmate, reaches out to Colt September 2nd, through September 4th. He says, to be honest, what normal person would want to write to him and get to know him on a romantic level? He does talk about that a lot. He's not proud of what he does. So it was determined that they couldn't find out who this person was. It was a fake number. So that just doesn't happen. You just can't text somebody. You just can't have a conversation like that. Let's see what else. Colt asks if there's any news in there. Got something I want to show you and Nikki. Can you and Nick be up around 8 or 9 o'clock? I've got a surprise ready. This is him again planning. He planned this 2 years. Well, at least a year before. He was talking about it. So she's going through the mimicking, where he dyed his hair red because Nick liked girls with red hair. There's baby photos that he sent to Mandy of Nick and then him. Oh, then there's these jail calls. Jail calls with Marcy. Marcy, he tells Marcy to go to Tumblr, look up an account. She's like, oh, there you are. And she talks about Dad getting arrested. Could you repost the Colt drawing? It's fan art. And Colt's like, I love this community so much. Marcy, what? I'm not sure what's going on with Marcy. Marcy's acting as if she's excited by this. It's beyond. It's just beyond with this family. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't have to get it, but wow. Let's see. more drawings, comparing between Nick's drawings in his journal and his drawings, the whole SS now, read the round count, pull. Nick was going through about, how to go about this. His mantra was breathe in, pull, breathe out. Similarities, the whole voice. Remember, Nick was saying the voice is in me. So he's, he said, Nick is saying that he's hearing voices. So of course, Colt there, who seems to not have an independent thought of his own. He's just following everybody, it sounds like, or these people. He's following these people saying the voice is in me. So he's just copying them. He's just a copycat, basically. Why September 4th? I was told in waves, a multitude of people that would be in sometime soon. He wanted to be moved to the same facility as Nick. Nick is in a different state. You're never going to be in the same facility, so don't think you are. He was planning on surviving this. Then they talk about the Sandy Hook, who's Adam Lanza. Just goes on and on about again, these phone calls with Marcy. I'm shocked. I have no idea what Marcy. She's not distancing herself. I mean, it's one thing to support your kid for whatever, because you love them, but she's supporting him in the sense of she's excited that he's getting this attention. I'm not. All right. He says he has an obsession. He admits he has an obsession with Adam. She says, I'm printing out all these pictures because they're seriously cute. She's printing out these stick figure drawings because they're seriously cute. The dismantled computer on the floor, that's similar to what Lanza did, holding the rifle to his head. That's similar. Then there's this Discord message. Think of the suffering that they would endure later. Okay, so this is him talking about Lanza taking out these little kids. Think of the suffering they would endure later in life. So in reality, he did a good deed. He says, it hurts to see a politically inclined 11-year-old with 5 pronouns and 15 neonouns and a Palestine flag in the bio. I want to see them dead. I want to see them laying on the floor in a pool of blood. He is definitely has a very skewed view of the world. Then they go on to the Buffalo person. I don't even know his name, so it doesn't matter. There's a writing on the firearm. It's hate speech and racist propaganda. They talk about 4chan. Then they go on to the Aurora situation, which was James Holmes. There's more phone calls from jail. Tell them about my obsession with Holmes. He's telling his mother. They talk about the photo of Holmes took right before he left for the theater. Marcy's bringing in pictures, so she's bringing in these photos while he's in jail. There's a photo of him sticking his tongue out, which is what Holmes did. Oh, the whole red sheet. So he's got red hair. He's sticking his tongue out. He's got red sheets, red bed sheets behind him, and he's like, "Oh, I want that one." Holmes apparently wrote "why" in his journal 247 times. Remember, we were talking about that even before I knew this was going to come up. Remember, I was talking about that Friday. We saw 3 or 4 pages of him writing "why" multiple times, writing it big, all this stuff. Let's see. He told law enforcement that he wanted to call the helpline, when in fact he, of course, lied about that. Holmes mentioned schizophrenia in his journal. That's probably where he got that. Colt talks to Manny about being nervous with teachers. Somebody was after me, and it wasn't schizophrenia either. And then they talk about this May 20th, 2023, where he's targeting an elementary. It's easy, taking out little kids. He thinks that he can get, 30 max. He's talking to this other person because of how it's sad how quick police respond. Talks about notes about hating his generation. So July 31st, it's important because he wrote high school it is, and that's important because that's when he found out that he was not going to repeat the 8th grade. He was going to be going into high school, 9th grade. So let's see, August 26th, he says, Dad tried to take them away several times. He should have called 911. But what's that going to do? It's going to risk a shootout. And then he says, do not charge him. My dad tried only met with threats from me. But then in July, he says, I swear to God, my dad might end up as one of my victims. So he's flip-flopping on his dad as well. He says to law enforcement, this is what I had to blur. During that law enforcement, the initial interview, he's like, whatever, bawling his eyes out, whatever that is. And he's saying every time, like, they're just putting a picture after picture after picture after picture after picture of him with a gun. Oh, my dad hid the gun. My dad hid these rifles. My dad did this. My dad did that. No, your dad did nothing. Your dad did nothing. And mom enabled you, it sounds like, or she's continuing to enable you. December 7th, he says that rifle was in my room that morning. So he admits it. He admits it right there. He admits that it was easily accessible. So, Kuda Girl, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, Lori V, how's it going? Welcome in. Let's see here. Kuda, are you in? Are you with us? Let's see. I was there today, but having to type on my iPad because my phone was left on the top of my car. Oh, no. I'm waiting for a new one. Oh, man. That stinks. All right. We are at 400. We have made it to 400 likes. We have made it to 400 likes. Do you want to call in, Kuda Girl? Do you want to call in? Or do you want to call in? I got my phone right here. I think Super Ball is sitting on it. Let's see, hold on. I think I have my phone right here. Oh yeah, sorry. Let me know if you want to call in. I have my phone right here. Or if it's up to you. Shannon, yes, we hit 402 likes. Yeah. Mom actually gives me more red flags. Mel says, yeah, I'm not, I don't know what Mercy's doing there with that. Well, I know what she's doing, but, Janice, have a good night. See you tomorrow. Thank you for being with us today. Appreciate that. Super Ball's sneezing. Yikes. Don't sneeze on me, dude. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Oh, no phone, right, duh. Okay, because you left it on. Okay, gotcha. No worries. Yeah, because you left it on your car. Hopefully you can get that sorted out quickly. Wyatt, yeah, the mom seemed way off. Colin seemed self-absorbed and overwhelmed. Agreed. Debbie, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Awesome. Pugs got one. Awesome. Lori got one as well. Lori V got one. Oh, I love it. I love it when we have people in chat that actually get. All right, CJ, enjoy your night. See you mañana. Have a great one. Thank you, Debbie, for gifting people that are in chat. I love it. I love it when that happens. So be sure to thank Debbie for those that are coming in. Rushing does that. I know. I hear you. 80s Music Man, how are you? Great to see you. Well, we'll have you. We'll take you up on that tomorrow or Wednesday. When do you guys think? I'm thinking Wednesday. I think Wednesday we're going to have the sentencing because Colin is Thursday and Friday. So, see you, CJ. Marianne says Klebold's mother wrote a book and did a book tour on national television. I bet the mom did her own research. Jeez, unbelievable. Just unbelievable. You know, whatever. These are my thoughts that I have to hold until I can talk to Aaron, because I don't want to. I don't want to go off the rails here. All right. Yes. Welcome, chat. Debbie says yes. Why it is? It's the Grays. It's the Grays week. Yep. Yeah. Colin is Thursday, Friday, and he was supposed to be Tuesday, Wednesday, but Judge pushed it because I think because they knew that Colt was going to take at least, well, now we know 2 days. I was thinking 3 days. I would think tomorrow, but now I'm thinking maybe Wednesday. Depends on if he puts on any kind of case. If he brings in any witnesses, any experts or witnesses, he's only had one witness so far. That was Dr. Kevin Richards, forensic psychologist. So he's only had one person so far. Lori, there you are. Yay. Cuda Girl says, I can't wait for Collins. You're thinking Wednesday as well? Yeah, I'm leaning towards Wednesday as well. Jenny G dropping the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. And who is the first one to get one? Music Man. 80s Music Man got one. Oh, that's awesome. Good job, Jenny. Good job. Miss Bree, you don't think he was faking anything? So you think that crying was real? Fair. Auntie Ree says, my flabber is completely gasted, but somehow I feel like it shouldn't be. So awesome. Great job, guys, with the gifted memberships. I love it. All right, let's take a moment to hit the like button if you guys have not already before I sign off. One last thing. Let's see. What about the Michigan parents? The Crumbleys? Yeah, we weren't a channel back then, so I watched, I think it was her. Aaron and I watched a little bit of it, but I don't know enough about it. And yes, they are in prison for their son's actions. That is true. That is true. Skrubnik, we're just signing off. We're just signing off, but good to see you. Jenny G welcoming in the new members. All right. Yes, Jenny. So glad 80s Music Man. You guys, 80s Music Man has been with us for a long time, so that's nice. That's a good one. I'm in him trying to fake cry. Okay. Wait, hold on. I want to make sure that I don't misconstrue what you're saying. Let me go back to what you said. I don't think he was faking anything. I'm in him trying to fake cry. So do you think he was fake crying, or do you think he was not fake crying? I'm not quite sure what you mean. I'm just not quite sure what you mean. The Crumbles. Yes, the Crumbles. They only got 10 years. So they only got 10 years. Yeah, he's up for 184 years, something like that. Something like that. The Crumbles. The Crumbles, I like that. All right. I'll stick around for a little bit longer. Let you guys, we'll hang out until 5:30, till the end of the, to the bottom of the hour. Debbie, see you tomorrow. Thank you, Debbie. Really appreciate your support today. As always, have a wonderful night. Enjoy your little kitty shadow. Linda, have a good night and enjoy as well. Sweet Vampy loves 80s Music Man. It's good to see him in here. Ladybug's mom, see you tomorrow. Have a great night. I have to go unspin your head. I won't be able to sleep tonight. So they were not charged with them either. Interesting. All right, Kaylee, have a good one. See you later. 80s Music Man, mod love. Thank you for that. Shannon, have a good night. Have a good night. Susie, you've been with us for a while too. Jane, how much time do we think Colin will get? We need a poll. I should say, how much does he deserve? We'll save that. We'll save that for him. I want to get another poll going tomorrow. We'll get one. I was going to set it up, but it was like 4:15, and I didn't want to. I want to let one more day go by. So I'll set up a poll tomorrow. John, thank you. Thank you for being with us. I'm so glad you found us. And Baca, good to see you again. He definitely was faking being hysterical. He needs a life without. Michelle, have a wonderful evening yourself. Colin is, and that's why this is huge. Cuda Girl says. Wyatt says, I have one, but can only use it when your dad is with you. Otherwise, it's locked in a safe with a locked trigger guard. See, now that's being responsible. That's just being responsible. What the Healer, good night. Squeegee, Aaron, Chat, and Kitty. See you all tomorrow. Let's see, John, tomorrow, it's 9 o'clock, so we usually go on about 15 minutes before, so it'll be 8:45 Eastern time. So 8:45 Eastern time. As Jenny said, 8:45 Eastern. There you go. Susan, Dad seemed to regret what happened. Mom sees to keep this pot stirred. She seems excited about it. She was like excited about it. That's just... Poppy, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's like Mason's mom said, she's doing life without now. Yeah. Baka, have a good night. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate that. Jenny's saying, John, hope to see you again tomorrow. All right, guys. I got 4 more minutes here. We can hang out for 4 more minutes. So, excuse me. All right, so tomorrow we're going to continue on with Ashley Gilland, Investigator Gilland. I hope that was her last name. I didn't quite catch it. She is still about 30 minutes left under direct, and then we're going to hear Cross. Her Cross will probably take at least a half hour to an hour, and then redirect. So she'll probably be on for a good 2 hours, I would think, half hour. Yeah, she'll probably be on at least an hour and a half. That might even get us, 9, 10, 11, get us close to lunch. And then we'll see what the state has. If the state has, who else could the state call? We've already heard the victim impact statements. We've heard from law enforcement. We heard from this researcher in extremism. Who else could we get? This I could medical examiners. Do you think we need to hear? You think they need to pull in the medical examiners? And then the people that treat that. I'm just thinking about Colin's trial. They had the medical examiner and the doctors or nurses that treated the kids that were shot. I wonder if they'll pull in a medical examiner, because this is like a mini trial and they're basically trying to get all the information. They may have stipulated to that too. I'm not quite sure. But I think that's kind of if I would say that might be a big one, is to hear from the medical examiners. Scott Trial Watcher, thank you. See you again, hopefully tomorrow. Tina, have a wonderful evening yourself. Sweet Vampy, I love all of you so much. Have a wonderful dinner and night. You too. Fanny, have a beautiful evening. See you all tomorrow. Pats for all the kiddies. Well, here, John, I always do this for Grampy because Super Ball is his favorite. So I always sign off with Super Ball. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yes, good girl. That's Super Ball. As she steps on my computer. Okay. Come over here, kiddo. Come here. Hi, come here. So that's Super Ball. We got Riker back there. We got Roger down there. Houdini's over there. Super Ball. Hi. So, good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yes, I know, good girl. All right, you guys. Nobody's back there. All right. Thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you for getting us to 416 likes. That is awesome. Really appreciate that. Join us tomorrow. We will be doing day 3. Are there any victims in the court? Bama's asking Cuda Girl. Wyatt, you have a thing for orange cats? We have 2. We have two gingers. Ambi came in to say goodnight. Awesome. Oh, Wyatt, you have an orange cat? You got the ginger? We love gingers. Yes, we love gingers. Bama, have a great evening as well. All right. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Join us tomorrow, 8:45 Eastern. We'll go into day 3. And possibly the state might rest, and then we'll hear from the defense, or the state may have may go the entire day, just not quite sure. So with that, again, thank you for spending your day with us, and we will see you tomorrow at 8:45. All right, guys, take care. Bye.